All right, I'll say good day to you this day of your time. After the transmissions we have delivered for the past 40 years of your time, we now begin a new chapter, having reached the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. This new chapter will entail a different approach to the delivery of information that we provide for you, all falling under the banner of Countdown to Contact, Year 1 for this, your year of 2024. We will say Happy New Year to you all, and thus we will begin another part of the journey together, if you wish. For this year, each subsequent transmission will be titled Countdown to Contact Year 1, Interstellar Alliance Social Experiment. For the first month, next month, it will be Step 1. This Interstellar Alliance Social Experiment, Step 1, and the subsequent steps in the following months that will be delivered intermittently, will be all about providing you with exercises and actions that you can take that will align you more clearly with the vibrational frequency of the Interstellar Alliance as preparation for the idea of open contact. These steps, this social experiment, will involve your willingness to take certain actions that we will describe that will be challenging for some of you to apply into your society. This doesn't mean that you have to do what we will suggest, but if you are willing to take the steps that we will outline, it will bring you into closer vibrational connection with the idea of open contact and the idea of the frequency of the Interstellar Alliance. In this particular transmission, we are simply preparing you to take these steps by announcing them and letting you know that we will be providing this information in the next transmission and the subsequent upcoming transmissions thereafter. Each of these steps will be a challenging introduction, a challenging series of actions for you to take in your society that in many cases may be asking you to go beyond what are typical bounds in your society, to reveal yourselves as aligned with the idea of an interstellar alliance. Again, none of you have to do this, but your willingness to do so will make you more aligned with the interstellar alliance, and the probability will increase of open contact for you. We understand that this can be challenging in your society, for many of the suggestions will be contrary to what you are used to doing. None of them will be breaking your laws, but they will allow you to take a stand. They will allow you to be bolder in your outward expression of your alignment, and they will each get more and more challenging relative to the norms of your society. But this is important now in this new cycle, this countdown to contact, year 1, for you to step up the game, as you say, and in your language, walk the talk, as you say, that will allow you bit by bit, step by step, to interject into your society the idea, the notion, and the consciousness of the existence of the Interstellar Alliance, and how you, in your willingness to follow these suggestions, will allow yourselves to become essentially a citizen of the Interstellar Alliance over time, over all the steps that we will suggest. Again, you have free will. There is nothing that forces you to take any of the actions we will suggest, but we will again tell you that should you be willing to do so, it will align your frequency more and more with the experience of open contact, and even more specifically with the vibration of the Interstellar Alliance, making it more and more probable on your planet for awareness to open up to our existence, the existence of other dimensions, by allowing yourselves to take the actions we will suggest that can, over time, begin to create a movement that will transform your society into one more capable of experiencing interaction with extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, and spiritual beings of all kinds. So we will begin this cycle in this transmission with this announcement, which begins the preparation so that you have a month to prepare yourselves to decide whether or not you are going to be willing to take these actions as we deliver them intermittently from month to month. And again, the first transmission of these steps will be titled The Interstellar Alliance Social Experiment Step 1, all under the banner of Countdown to Contact Year 1 in your year of 2024. This will all accelerate in the subsequent years thereafter for 3 years, and thus leading up to the probability of a contact event that can change many things upon your planet. So this transmission is simply to announce and alert you to the upcoming changes, to the new cycle of delivery of information. Much of the information we have delivered in previous transmissions will now focus in on your understanding of the formula, how metaphysics actually functions, along with the suggested actions that will be coming in the subsequent upcoming months, and altogether your understanding deepening of metaphysical concepts and the actions you will take if you are willing to follow our suggestions will again increase the probability of contact for your world globally, depending on how far you are willing to go. And again, once again, I stress, you do not have to take these actions. It is up to you and your free will. For some of them may be too challenging for some of you, may take you too far outside your society, and therefore you may not be willing to necessarily partake of these actions and these suggestions initially. But I do guarantee that if you are willing to do so, the vibrational frequency of your alignment to the Interstellar Alliance and the probability of contact will increase geometrically. So it is up to you, as always, with your free will. As we begin this new cycle of information, as this new cycle of actions begins to unfold, we invite you to ponder deeply all we have said before, taking into account all that you have learned, all that you have been willing to apply in your lives with regard to the formula and your understanding of metaphysics and spirituality that we have shared with all of you, and to streamline it now in this new cycle to make it a daily understanding, a daily application, a daily usage in every situation and circumstance in your life, to truly accelerate you into this new cycle, beginning now with this year of 2024. In return for the gift you are giving us in allowing us to share this with you and the subsequent actions that are to come, I ask, in what way may we continue to be of service to you? Please begin with your questions, and dialogues if you wish.
Good afternoon, Bashar. Thank you for answering my question. In relation to the idea of the frame rate of reality shifting billions of times per second, but then also the idea of infinite versions of reality, does that mean each individual one of those billion frames per second, there is an infinite amount of those individual frames, such as for me, let's say that this here is a frame, but at the same time there is an infinite number of frames of my own version of the Earth reality. Obviously, like there will be 8 billion people experiencing their individual frame, but then there's also the frames of perception from like the trees and the plants, the fishes, the animals, etc. Or is it more so that from my perspective there is the infinite frames, but then from other people they don't exist within my frame until I observe them? Thank you for answering my question. Good day.
Yes, to a degree, but understand that even though there are infinite frames in all the directions that you mentioned, not all of them are relevant for your particular timeline experience. So while they all exist, you only experience a finite number of them in any given lifetime or timeline. And you only experience those who have frames that, as you say, you are willing to observe, willing to interact with. You create similar frames that allow you the experience of interaction, even though you're not actually in the same frame. All right, good day, good day.
Good day, my friend. Oh, so exciting to see you again. All my love. Bashar, I've heard it described by the channel, what was it? Niagara Falls through a garden hose. Acting on the formula, that last part, remaining in a positive state no matter what happens. I've noticed there's some physical feelings I get. What is this? Certain things are dissolving, and physically speaking, I'm feeling like almost like a cobweb on my face, some certain things. Is this natural?
It can be one of the effects of allowing your neurological net to realign itself and be upgraded to receive higher frequency energies. You will get used to it.
Okay. Very good, very good. And I think that's pretty much about it. With that, thank you very much. All my love, and all my love to everyone else.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar. This is Erin from Toronto. I had a question about genetics. My question is, I am Caucasian and my husband is Persian, and we just assumed that the dominant genes would be his since he has black hair and brown eyes and dark skin, that our child would look like him. But my son looks exactly like my dad, like to the degree to which my dad showed me a photo of himself as a baby and it was identical to my son. And I wondered, is this a choice made by the child themselves? Does this have to do with their DNA or their life choices? Is it that they're trying to align more to my familial lineage, or is it just genes? Does it just happen the way it happens? I feel like there's more significance here. I would just like to have a bit better understanding. Thank you so much.
It's all of the above. The spirit will choose the genetic makeup that will serve the life path best. So therefore, it can be an expression of what will work for the spirit in this particular lifetime. And therefore, they choose the genes that will be arranged in such a way as to allow them the expression and the idea of the, one moment, strongest connection to the future hybrids possible.
Good day. Hi, Bashar. I'm very grateful for this interaction.
All right, please speak up.
Yes. I've always felt very disconnected and overwhelmed, in this world since I was very young. And I started for a very young age, questioning, look for the sense of existence. Like many others here, I have a long story of pain, suffering, search, learning, and healing to try to connect with God or enlightenment, if we can say this word. So 13 years ago, I found you. And I've been following the formula, practice it along with other permission slips. And a couple of years ago, I finally found some clarity, peace, healing, purpose, my mission, when I then decided to go back to South America and work in communities, and I took then one of my sons. And 6 months later, he passed away unexpectedly. So I felt lost, disconnected, like I went backwards again. So my question is related to, at the moment, I don't need anything. I don't want to manifest anything. My question is actually, how can we end the suffering of our minds and be one with God?
By understanding that you have lost nothing but gained everything. These things happen by agreements. The timing of your son's passing is something that can actually aid and assist you in stretching your mind towards spirit by reaching out to him, by connecting to him more strongly, and not feeling it as a loss, but feeling it as an expansion. For you exist in spirit alongside him as well, eternally. So if you begin to rearrange your point of view and understand that you are there with him and that he is always with you, then you can expand your understanding, not feel it as a sense of loss, and move forward with purpose.
So your opinion, is grief a form of attachment?
It is to some degree an attachment to the idea that you have lost something, that something is missing from your life. Now, we understand that a brief amount of it can be healthy for you to let go of that idea, but the longer you hold on to grief, it actually prevents the spirit from reaching out and communicating with you. Because the idea is that when they attempt to do so, it will remind you of them, and as long as you remember them through the idea of loss, you will always feel the connection as more grief, rather than opening up to the idea that it is a communication coming from them.
And is anything we could say to help me in this process?
I have just given you the understanding. Listen once again. You have to understand that any time you feel grief, it may be representative of an attempt by your son's spirit to communicate to you. But as long as you look at the idea of his death as a loss, you will experience the communication as grief, instead of opening up to the idea that he is attempting to help you by stretching your consciousness and retraining your consciousness to focus on him in spirit.
Okay, thank you. If I haven't made another question, in relation to the Ascended Masters, how can they help us as an individual or collectively? Should we follow their guidance, or can we connect it spiritually with them?
All Ascended Masters can be connected to. Anytime that you feel a connection to them, think of them, you are connecting to their frequency. But all Ascended Masters are basically telling you the same message. It is not about following them. It is about understanding that you have the same potential as they do, to be like them, to know that you are like them, to realize your full potential. So the idea is that they act as reflections of what you can achieve. They act as reminders of the power that you have within you. So if you take it to heart and understand that they're simply showing you what you can also be, then again, you can move forward with purpose and passion.
If I may, another question. So is it true that people are really channeling them as well?
Sometimes you have to have the discernment to tell the difference when it may be a true channeling or when it may simply be an aspect of the channel's own consciousness, which sometimes can still be positive. but you have to have the discernment to know the difference between when it is connecting to a different being, an ascended master, a spirit guide, an extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional source, or when it may simply be something that represents the channel's aspect of a different aspect of their own personality. The idea fundamentally is, if the information is positive, constructive, self-empowering, then it doesn't really matter where it comes from, as long as it benefits you in your life and allows you the opportunity to exercise your free will to be who you are. If it is in any way, shape, or form controlling or restrictive in that sense, then it is obviously, more often than not, an aspect of the channel's personality that they have yet to integrate within themselves.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bashar.
You are so welcome. Aveo.
Aveo, thank you.
Hello, Bashar. I understand the concept that there is only me in the room, meaning that I have my own production house creating my own movie. But what about other people who also play a part in my movie? Do I have a say as to how they react, behave, or interact with me? Or all these are still their own decisions at the soul level? Meaning that their world and my world actually share the same storyline, or separate? For example, can a man actually create a reality in which his ex-wife actually moves back and falls in love with him all over again, while his ex-wife in her world, in her movie, she has actually moved on and married someone else? How separate or overlapped are these different worlds?
It can happen that way, although again it depends upon how it serves a purpose in that life path to experience those things. The idea is that you make agreements with others, agree to different kinds of storylines, as you say, but you still experience your version of those stories in your reality. By agreement, others will seem to share the same reality, even though they are in their own reality, perceiving their versions of you as you are perceiving your versions of them. So you are creating your versions of them, and it will be based on your belief systems about what you need from them, which can be either slightly or very different from what they may perceive in their reality of their version of you. It just depends on how closely aligned the different versions have agreed to be in terms of what you experience with each other in creating those representations of each other in your own realities. But again, sometimes it can diverge quite readily, quite far, and sometimes it will stay very closely aligned, depending upon the agreement you have made and what purpose it serves to either remain aligned or misaligned. Good day, good day.
Ha'ata, Bashar.
Ha'atu.
Ha'atu. Wow. I feel great. It's a great day.
All right.
I feel like we have had a conversation before, maybe telepathically. I was standing out in my yard and I had just listened to some of your stuff, and yeah, I could feel something. I don't know if it was that me making it up in my head with my...
It is your higher mind, and also in combination with us, because we have many conversations with people on the non-physical realm before we have them in the physical realm. But the idea is that it always involves your higher mind to gain practice for you in understanding that your higher mind can answer all the things we have been answering for all of you for all this time as well.
Cool. I do want to ask some specific questions. One, I'll just start off with one of them is about, I'm a farmer. I work with the land, and I heard you talk about the Lyrians, and I just want to, I guess, talk more about like water, plants, animals, the energy of those things, and my relationship with them, and how I can evolve those. Like, I know water bending is a thing. There's a lot of things that I've seen in movies, like superheroes can do, and I just get chills when I see those things. So I feel like they're possible.
All of them happen in spirit. All of them can happen in spirit. Some of them can be brought into the physical realm if you allow yourself to see the physical realm as an extension of spirit more strongly. Not all of them are relevant for your particular life path, but certainly by allowing yourself to understand yourself as an extension and an expression of nature, as nature, rather than being in nature, then you can blend more fully with the idea of the consciousness of nature in all its forms, plant and animal, and elements, and allow yourself more efficacy with the communication with those particular forms of consciousness as well. Being a farmer, in a sense, you have a head start on this because you understand how to work with the land. Allowing yourself to understand everything that's physical as being an extension and an expression of spirit can also help you accelerate your ability to receive and send communications to all the elements we have mentioned.
Cool. And does that include the Sasquatch or other
all things in nature? All things in nature.
So are the Sasquatch aware of me?
They can be. They are aware of many humans individually, especially those that work the land. So peripherally, they can be aware of you, though it may not be extensive.
What is a way to sort of invite them, I guess, or
go into the forests where it has been said they inhabit, where it has been said they visit, and allow yourself to begin the cryptic meditations that Willa has delivered to all of you in the past. Sitting with your back to a tree, near a source of water, listening to the water, and extending your mind deep underground into the root system and the mycelial network of the tree, and beginning to blend with the communication between the trees in that way, can also connect you to many forms of nature, including the elementals and including the idea of Sasquatch. Begin those kinds of meditations on the cryptic journey, and it can improve your ability to perceive and receive communication from many different kinds of beings that exist that many people on your planet don't even know about.
Cool. And teleportation, is that possible with my physical body, or do I need some sort of ship?
No, you do not need a ship. You have to understand that you're already teleporting all the time. That's how you move. You jump from moment to moment. You teleport from moment to moment. It's just that you do it so smoothly and so quickly, you don't even know you're doing it. So getting a deeper understanding of the fact that you're already doing it, because every moment you shift to a different reality, literally a different universe, you are teleporting constantly. Even to have the experience of a movement like this requires teleportation through billions of different parallel universes. So if you understand more deeply that you're already teleporting, you can increase your vibration to be able to perceive the rate at which you are already teleporting to create the sensation of movement, which is an illusion. And therefore, by increasing your frequency, you can match the frequency more readily of how you are shifting from reality to reality and perceive that you are always teleporting. And in doing that, you can learn to teleport in different ways that are more perceivable by those around you. But again, it depends on whether this is relevant for your life path.
Cool. And I've heard you say before that when the earth changes, it's not the earth changing, it's me shifting into different versions of earth.
As I just explained again.
Yeah. So what is my desire to regenerate the earth, to regenerate the land, if it's me shifting into something different?
The desire is to be a living example of the state of being and the actions that go along with that state of being that allow others to see in you how they can also choose to shift to versions of Earth that are more reflective of what they prefer.
Cool. And one of my last questions here, I want to get a little bit more specific about my personal myself. I know that I also listen to Abraham Hicks, so I know that in my vortex there's this all around me is this pure, massive well-being, and I know that there are some thoughts that may be foreign beliefs that resist me allowing who I am to flow, and those thoughts are what I want to get at so that I can, I guess,
All right.
identify them.
Well, the easiest way to do that is ask yourself how it serves you to hold on to them, because you don't hold on to anything that you don't believe serves you. So you have to look for the structure and the nature of what the belief is telling you and realize that you may have a belief that is causing you to be afraid to move forward because the belief is telling you that if you do let go, something worse will happen. So you have to find out what that belief is saying to you to see that it's nonsensical and not a fact. It's just a story.
And is that something that you're able to see in me? Or how do you?
I can only tell you how to allow yourself to discover it. Because again, this goes to the motivational mechanism. Listen carefully. You hold on to anything you believe serves you, even if it's a negative thing, because you believe the alternative would be worse. So you'll hold on to even something negative if you believe it's the safer alternative. So you have to find out what you're afraid might happen if you move forward in the direction you say you prefer, but find that you're not moving forward in that direction. It can only be because you have a belief that says moving forward in that direction would be worse than staying put, no matter how negative staying put actually would be. So you have to discover within yourself what you're afraid of might happen if you move forward.
Okay. And when I live in Hawaii, is there
Yes.
anything here, maybe around my location, that...
What island are you on?
Say that again?
What island are you on?
Maui.
All right. You understand that Haleakala is the heart chakra of the world, yes?
Yes.
The heart vortex. Allowing yourself to meditate in the understanding will open up your heart and open up communication to many different forms of elemental being.
Cool.
Does that serve you?
Yes. What about my last question is about you.
Yes.
Do you have human friends? Do you ever hang out on Earth?
I have not
Do you
set
wanna be
foot
friends?
upon your planet at this time. My ship is in your atmosphere, but I have not set foot upon your planet at this time. We consider all humans potentially to be our friends if they are willing to be so.
Well, I am, and it'd be cool to hang out.
There may come a time when that is possible physically. For now, it is not yet the time.
Okay. And my last question that comes up is about dragons.
Dragons are a projection of a certain interdimensional form of consciousness that is interpreted in your reality as the form of a dragon. That's not how they look in their own reality, but it is an expression of ancient wisdom and great power that takes that form because that's the form that your physical reality best interprets those interdimensional forms of consciousness.
Cool. Okay. So the
Thank you. You said that was your last question.
Yes. Thank
Then
you.
we thank you for your interaction, our unconditional love to you. Aveo.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar, and thank you for everything you have offered us. I so appreciate you. I would like some clarification on balancing points 3 and 4 of the formula. Point 3, acting on my excitement without any insistence, assumption, or expectation of what the outcome should be, and staying in a positive state of mind. So my clarification is I get how I should let go and allow things to unfold and trust that the abundance that I'm seeking in this specific example can come from many different ways. But I'm not sure how I can stay in a positive state of mind without some belief that it is going to work, that I am going to have my needs met. So how can I both have no insistence that it's going to work and yet stay in a positive state of mind? Can you expand on that for me?
Yes. First of all, understand that by letting go of insistence, that is a way for opening up to receive what you truly need. Because insisting on things may actually close the door to receiving what you truly need. Because your insistence may be saying, I know what is best, I know what I need, and maybe you don't. So the idea is to drop the insistence, because insistence limits your ability to actually receive what you need. I will remind you of the 7 basic needs of life. You need air, you need water, you need sleep, you need food, you need some form of shelter or positive constructive environment that allows you to thrive. You need the idea of connection or relationship with something, whether it's a person or not. And you need the idea of self-creative expression, the idea of acting on your passion. If you say you have needs that go beyond those, then they are not needs, they are insistences on something that may not be what you need, but may only be representative of what your ego system wants. And it may not be aligned with what you truly need. If you receive the 7 things we just outlined that are the true needs in life, your life will be fulfilled. So you have to pay attention to whether the idea of what you say are your needs are actually really wants, or are they truly aligned with the 7 needs we just outlined. The idea of staying in a positive state is, again, your ability to experience whatever happens in a more constructive, beneficial way. Why would you want to stay in a negative state and experience things in a negative way, in a destructive way, in a way that doesn't serve you positively? Staying in a positive state is allowing you to interpret any experience and glean from that experience and extract from that experience something that will move you forward in a positive direction, that will allow you to feel more connected, more self-empowered. So the question is, why wouldn't you choose to stay in a positive state no matter what happens, knowing that if you do stay in that positive state, you'll be able to get a benefit out of whatever's going on? Even if you recognize that what manifested is something you don't prefer, that's just an objective observation. Staying in a positive state will allow you to understand how that manifestation can still serve you in a positive way by being there. Instead of succumbing to the negative state, that will only make it impossible for you to realize how that manifestation could serve you in a positive way. So it's up to you to decide what you actually prefer to experience, and know that you're making a choice to be in a state of being that will allow you to experience them in the way that you prefer, as opposed to experiencing things in the way that you don't prefer. So it's just simply a choice you make based on how you would like to experience things. And by understanding what your true basic needs are, and not calling things that are egotistical wants things that you actually think you need, when in fact you may not.
Hey, Bashar.
Good day.
Hi. I am so excited by this. I really thank you for this.
It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
Well, my personal growth is really important to me. I've known that since I was a little kid. And it led me to you and excuse me, I'm senior moment.
The formula?
The formula, thank you. Yes, and I've taken to the formula, and I have a really good understanding of it. And it's also, I have the law of attraction information as well.
Yes, well, the law of attraction, in a sense, is built into the formula as well. Because, again, what you put out is what you get back.
Yes, I have discovered that. My life has taken a terrific change. I'm basically happy all the time, thanks to this.
Yes. We are basically happy all the time as well.
I like to hear that, yes. I guess my question I have, is there anything there that I may not be aware of that maybe I don't know. I don't actually know, but I'm just
If you
wondering if
say
I'm.
that you are happy all the time, why would you assume that there is something else you need to know? And why wouldn't you understand the formula enough to know that if there is something there, the reflective mirror component of it will bring it to your attention in the appropriate time?
You know, I actually agree with you on that. I guess sometimes I get so excited that I forget where my passion takes me. But I do follow my passion. Like you, I'm an artist, so I do know what it's like to allow my creativity and my imagination
All
sometimes
right.
get the better of me. But yes,
All right. Well, as long as you always course correct, as long as you're always aware to check yourself, you'll be fine.
thank you, thank you. The only other question I have at this time, it just dawned on me that like the work you're doing with First Contact, I was really happy to hear what the announcement you made about the next coming year. My question is like, what do we on this planet at this time, what do we offer in this exchange?
Many different things, many different perspectives, ways of experiencing life, ways of expressing your creativity that are different from ours. It enhances and builds and adds to our understanding of all the different ways that all that is has of expressing itself. Plus, again, the idea is that in the suggestions that we will deliver in the upcoming transmissions, we will see how you use your creativity to perform these acts for all those who are willing to follow these suggestions, take the actions, and increase their vibrational frequency to be that more aligned with the interstellar alliance. You will come at it from a unique point of view.
I like that. I listen to a lot of information like near-death experiences. I like to give an understanding of what's waiting for us on the other side when we go back to where we came from.
Yes, but remember that you are already there.
Yes, I am quite aware of that.
All right.
I'm working on my relationship with my inner being and source, building on that relationship. But I do understand that I come from the perspective of an illusion,
Yes.
and going back to something real. And I actually do enjoy that fact. I'm looking
Yes.
forward to that.
Yes, it doesn't diminish the effect of the illusion because the illusion has its purpose, allowing you experiences that cannot be had purely in spirit, and thus it expands you and allows you to grow. So just by understanding it as an illusion does not in any way, shape, or form discount the experience as important.
I've discovered how important our experience here is to where source is.
Yes.
Yes. I also came to the conclusion that we are basically energy that
Yes.
has consciousness.
Well, yes, consciousness is energy. Energy is consciousness. Existence
Right.
is conscious.
Well, I got to say, Bashar, I really do appreciate this. I don't actually have any other questions, but I'm grateful to having this time with you.
As are we. We thank you for the co-creation of the interaction, and again, bid you an exciting path and journey. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar. Recently, my girlfriend left me after 15 years for all the mistakes and that I have done for the last years, and she was right. But through the whole process, I've changed, and I saw that I really love her, and I would like to show her that. And I have really changed, and now I think I will be the best candidate for her to spend the rest of her life with me. Isn't the universe supposed to give me another chance, another shot with her? Thank you.
The universe gives you all sorts of chances, but it may not necessarily be with what you consider to be the same person. Because if there is something else that is now more representative, someone else that's now more representative of the changes you have made in your life, then if that person shows up in your life, you won't care that it's not the same person, because that person will feel correct, because that person is a reflection of the changes you have made as a perfect match. So don't insist that you know that you are the best candidate for that other person, because you don't actually know that for a fact. And it can be preventing you from actually attracting who you need that would actually be the best relationship for you. So just allow yourself to know you have changed. Allow what needs to come in, because even if it looks like the same person is coming back to you, it's not the same person, because if you've changed, they will have to change to match the changes in you as well. So don't insist on the look of who the person is. Allow yourself to simply let in the person that is actually the best representation of the changes you've made within yourself.
Hi, Bashar. My question is about variations of gender expression and the new species of humans that you speak of coming through. Currently on the planet, there's a lot of anger and violence projected towards people who are not cisgendered. And I was wondering if you could speak to us about transgenderism and variations of gender expression and how we can better understand each other's differences. Within this, I'm also curious about this new species of human that you speak of coming through, and if in that evolution we are moving beyond the old understandings of sex and gender, and if we are collectively moving towards a more androgynous expression. Thank you so much.
To some degree you are. You will not lose the idea of the genders, but you will be more allowing of the understanding that spirit is everything and nothing, and can be anything in physical terms. So the idea of transgender people is a way of showing humanity that it can actually choose what to be in a far wider range of expressions than it may have previously thought, that it is more fluid than it thinks, that it is more capable of expressing itself in a multitude of ways than previously thought. So therefore, you have to look at the idea that it is an expression of spirit, that spirit can be anything and everything, and it can serve humanity to be far more flexible in its understanding of what it can be.
Hello, Bashar. So nice meeting you.
And you as well. What would you like to discuss this day?
Oh, my questions would be about my role as a first contact specialist. I know that as a child, during the night, I was taking part in the hybridization project. And also that nowadays, during the nights, I'm on the spaceship with the hybrid children. So I'm really looking forward as working as a first contact specialist. Why is it that I cannot remember anything from my experiences during the night?
You obviously remember something, or you wouldn't be having this question. So the idea is that there is a timing to remembering these things, and the timing at which you remember them is used as a barometer to understand how close contact actually is. So it's all right. Just move forward by acting on the formula, acting on your passion, and you will allow your life to unfold in a way where you will arrive exactly where you need to be, exactly when you need to be there, interacting with exactly who you need to interact with, and remembering what it is you need to remember. But there's no point in remembering it before you need to remember it. It's not time yet for you to remember a lot of the things you were taught on the ships, because those things don't come into play until you're actually interacting with the hybrid children on Earth.
Yes. And I sense that, well, I'm communicating with them telepathically.
Yes.
And I sense every now and then in the daytime, they are with me in the room, in my living room. And then sometimes I can't see them, but I sense them. And sometimes I visualize, or it just is an impression that they start materializing in my presence. So that's the way it might happen.
Yes, in a sense, because what they're doing is coming into a slightly altered version of physical reality that is just beyond the normal physical reality that you consider to be your physical reality, to entice your senses to stretch and perceive them in that reality. And the rate at which humanity can do that also is used as a barometer to understand how close those two realities are coming together when you start to be able to perceive what's in that reality and make it one reality, shift yourself to that version of reality where they also exist, because they exist in a slightly different version of physical reality than you do. So being able to sense that and see them more and more and more physically as time goes on means that those reality vibrations are merging and you're coming closer and closer and closer to the point of contact.
Yes, because during the daytime, I often hear myself saying, "Oh, yes, you're welcome." But then during the night, when I'm going to the toilet, I think, "Well, no, not now." So
Yes.
during the night, there's still a fear inside of me to meet them. Is that a problem to meet them in the daytime? Do I have to heal that?
Again, the idea is to look within yourself for anything that you are afraid might happen if you move forward in your passion and deal with it and let it go. Because again, remember, some of it is just unfamiliarity with their higher frequency that may cause your physical body to go into survival mode, because exposure to their frequency can make your physical body believe that it's actually dying. And that's why it goes into survival mode, which can feel like fear. So it's not about the idea even necessarily that you have fear beliefs to let go of, other than the idea that you have to get used to a different vibration that your physical mind and physical body interprets as death. Because a lot of the higher vibrations of interdimensional beings operate on a very similar frequency to that of spirit. And so your physical body can interpret that interaction and that frequency as if it's dying. And that may be mostly what you're feeling. You'll get used to it if you remove any fear of death that you have by understanding that you're already in spirit and that physical reality is just a projection from spirit.
Yes. Yes, and my highest excitement is channeling, going into the channel state. I do that a lot, as often as I can. But then I notice I only channel my higher self. It really feels like me. But my highest excitement is to channel other species. Why?
But you start with your higher self. You start with your higher self, like many channels do, to get you used to the idea of operating on that level. If and when you start channeling for other people, then it may need to call in other beings. But the idea is that when you channel for other people who have questions that they want answers to, that grounds the information and energy in them and pulls it through you so that you don't have to think about it. But you're getting used to the state by dealing with your own higher self first. This is common.
Okay, yes.
So the way to advance it is to channel for other people who have questions to which they really desire the answers. Then it may call in other kinds of beings.
And I already do that, but I guess I'm not ready for the next step.
That's all right. And remember, there's nothing wrong with the information coming from your own higher self. It's every bit as capable as any other dimensional being or extraterrestrial in delivering information that can help people. So you may not necessarily insist on having to go beyond that. Just allow the information that serves people to come through from whatever source it needs to come through. Don't insist that you have to connect to other beings if your higher self is doing the job.
Yeah, clear.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Does that serve you?
Yes, that does serve me. Can I ask more, please?
Yes.
It would be about red light synchronicities and limiting beliefs. My highest excitement is manifesting an alien contact center. And in the Netherlands, we have an option to a beautiful piece of land next to the forest. And that would be a great place for that alien contact center.
All right. I cannot comment on this at this time. Just follow the formula and see what happens.
Okay. And how do I make the difference between red light synchronicity or a limiting belief or a lack of trust
With
inside me.
honest self-examination as to whether you are dampening the excitement or whether the passion still remains, but you're unable to act on the opportunity. Usually, red light synchronicity allows the passion to act on an opportunity to remain, but removes the capability of acting on the opportunity, whereas limiting beliefs can actually make the passion diminish.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Yes,
All right?
thank you so much. Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
We thank you for your interaction. Aveo.
Aveo, thank you so much.
Yes.
Hi, Bashar. My name is Lisa, and I'm asking a question regarding your comments that there is no hole or center core in the Earth. And I know that there was a question about this a while back, and you said no, that there was no hole in the center of the Earth. However, Richard Byrd, in his personal journal, when he had his expedition on behalf of the United States in Antarctica, put in his notes that there was a hole in the Earth, and he actually flew his plane in this hole and actually met with aliens. I wanted to know more about your opinion on this, and if you had any comments on that. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, we have discussed this before. Many people, when they think they have actually entered the physical Earth, have simply gone through a portal into another dimension. They do not perceive that they have done this and therefore think that what they're experiencing is physically inside the Earth, when in fact it's in a different dimension altogether.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
So we have lots of great questions from our viewers.
All right.
So the first one is, this person is asking, I believe you've mentioned that we will not be able to see the other train tracks somewhere around the year 2050. As there is a high probability of having a mass contact event between 2026 and 2027, how will the realities who do not experience contact perceive this event? Will they look back on this instance in a similar way we look back on the Roswell event, very much in denial?
It depends on the person. There is still an opportunity in the upcoming events to have a particular perspective of it, or no perspective at all, not even knowing that it's happening. There is still the possibility of a range of reactions to it because you are still seeing other people's choices. So for a while, different people will respond or react in different ways or not even be aware that it's happening. These things will start slowly, in phases, subtly, and not everyone on your planet may even be aware that it's occurring. But the different reactions from those that become aware of it may also exhibit a wide range, from acceptance to disbelief to total non-acceptance. So again, there is still time for people to make choices about how they relate to the idea of open contact, and you will see a number of different reactions and responses to any particular UFO events or contact events for a few years to come.
Okay. This person says, I was wondering if the first major contact event will happen in dream form. I feel like more people would be open to the idea of it since they are in a dream state. I'm aware that a lot of people are already making contact while dreaming and just don't remember it. But will we have a dream we remember which will unlock the door to making physical contact?
That is a high probability. It is common in first contact scenarios in many civilizations, including a high probability in yours, that the idea of widespread open contact will be experienced en masse in dreams before it occurs in physical reality.
Very interesting. Will open contact happen on a large scale, visible to everyone, ensuring that no one is left out?
No, because again, there are those who may choose not to experience it. It will happen for those who are willing and open to experience such a thing. So again, the scale of it will happen in phases, will unfold in phases. And those who are open to the vibration will experience certain aspects of it. And this will change over time and broaden over time. But there will be those who are simply unwilling to experience such things, and we have to respect that. Therefore, vibrationally, they will simply not be capable of participating in the experiences that others may be open to experiencing.
And what will be the impact on those with religious beliefs when we establish open contact? Will they resist, or will you assist them in gaining a deeper understanding of Jesus and God?
We will assist where we can, where people are willing and open to receive assistance. Again, there will be a range of responses and reactions based on people's beliefs, be they positive and or negative. And again, this range of responses and reactions will still exist for quite some time as you process what is going on, as you work through things and determine for yourselves which track you ultimately prefer to be on.
And how are you feeling regarding the current UAP issues with the US government? Will we make progress soon for disclosure and contact?
You are making progress. The term soon is relative, but again, progress will be made in a number of different ways, not even necessarily so much by your government, although there will come a time when they understand that there really is no other choice but to reveal what they know, at least to a large degree, because the movements that exist in the public domain will have advanced farther at a certain point than the government's abilities to interact and expose the information that they are aware of. So it will happen as a multifaceted approach from different corners of different public interests and different public activities, and come together at a certain timing, again, through the window over the next decade or so.
And since it's the year one of Countdown to Contact, can you tell us more about the ET races that we could encounter, like Sasani, Pleiadian, Yael?
Again, it is most likely that those most similar to you, such as the Pleiadian civilizations, will be among the first that you will experience when open contact begins in earnest. Hybrid civilizations you will experience. Yael will likely be first because they will be the ones bringing the hybrid children to Earth eventually. My civilization, the Sasani, will not necessarily be first, but we will be in the mix further down the line, as well as other civilizations.
You've mentioned that a lot of ET races use similar ship types. We could, of course, reach out telepathically, but are there also physical differences in the ships we would notice, for example, between the triangular ships Pleiadian, Yael, Sasani use?
Well, again, yes, of course. You have witnessed many different types of ships that have many different kinds of functions, and different civilizations usually have types of ships that are relevant for them. A lot of civilizations will use the saucer-shaped ships. Many will use triangular-shaped ships. There is a kind of exchange that does exist between civilizations of some of the technologies. And so the use of different kinds of ships has become more mixed over time, with different civilizations acquiring the technologies of other civilizations. Many will use the cylindrical mothercraft or city ships because that is a convenient form, although some will also be spherical. But again, you can't always necessarily tell what civilization now because of the mixing of technologies. Though for the most part, Pleiadians will retain the idea of the classic saucer shape as you understand it, and our civilization and many hybrids will retain the general use of triangular ships because that is what is representative of our general technology.
And regarding extraterrestrial writing that some people see on the ship's exterior, when seeing the ships up close, what is that writing for?
The writing exists as a mark for the identification of ships in terms of their function. And it is, in a sense, read as a code vibrationally that is telepathically received by those who are sensitive to it to understand the function of the ship and its nature in terms of how it is telepathically connected to those piloting the ships. It is a kind of a signature vibration that contains a lot of information that others can download, so to speak, to understand the identity of the ship, the function of the ship, the function of the crew, the mission they are on. The writing can even change from time to time.
This person is curious about the energy and frequency where we will have first contact. This person says, I feel like I'm personally ready for that contact with ETs. Can you speak a little more on how we can embody, accelerate, and integrate for first contact?
Follow the formula as precisely as you can, as often as you can, to accelerate your vibration and make you more vibrationally compatible with the idea of contact.
And what are some suggestions for practicing how to change or alter our frequency to match those of entities like yourself? Will it be necessary in order to communicate during first contact?
Follow the formula.
Okay. This person is asking, is it possible for, or probable for some of us to witness humanity becoming an honorary part of the Galactic Alliance? At 21 years old, I'm hopeful that the advancement in technology and healthcare might make it a reality within my lifetime.
Yes, as long as an individual doesn't choose to leave the planet during the time of open contact, those, especially of a younger age, are highly likely to experience the idea of open contact and a relatively large chunk of the full spectrum of contact over time.
Okay. For me, this first contact is not really a science event or a fruition of a science fiction dream. It is a cultural event, sociologic, like in the film Close Encounter of the Third Kind. Can you speak to this?
It is a sociological event, first and foremost, because it will alter your entire society. And you must alter your entire society on your own in order to make yourselves more compatible with the idea of contact. So the idea is it is less scientific, although there will be some technological elements to it, some technological exchange, knowledge exchange, so on and so forth, knowledge given, technological ideas given and shared. But it is first and foremost a sociological event, yes. Your entire society, those that are willing and open, those that are shifting in the direction of open contact, will be very different from your society of today. So the idea is that, yes, primarily it is sociological.
Okay, and the idea of humans organizing for contact. Excuse me. In what shapes or form would you suggest or inspire humans to organize themselves so they can globally have a more joyful and exciting open contact experience?
Some of that type of information will be being delivered in upcoming transmissions that have to do with what we are preparing you for now. As we said, this is Countdown to Contact Year 1, and we will begin to make certain suggestions for actions and behavioral changes in members of your society that have to do with what we are terming the Interstellar Alliance Sociological Experiment, and it will be delivered to you in a variety of steps over time in the upcoming year. So some of those suggestions will be forthcoming in the upcoming transmissions.
Okay, and you recommended putting up
Nania,
yes.
your sound quality is diminishing.
Okay. You've recommended putting up a picture of an alien in our windows. I've had little children, and in speaking to them about contact, I'm not sure they're ready to see an alien in the window. Do you have other suggestions for the little ones?
Depending upon their age, your children are already exposed to many representations of ETs and other kinds of beings in their programming on television and in movies. You can simply be creative and imaginative and choose representations that you deem to be, shall we say, cuter than average, so that children can relate to them, and use those instead.
Okay, and when contact is made, what reactions do you anticipate from us?
Again, there will be a range of responses and reactions depending upon belief systems, willingness to be open or not to the idea that you are not alone, willingness to be open to the idea of the kind of changes that would have to occur within you as individuals and within all of you as a society. So again, there will be a range of reactions and responses, and this is what we anticipate will occur at first.
And what qualities make us the best candidates for open contact?
Love, peace, creativity, imagination, and a willingness to be your true selves, a willingness to raise your vibration, a willingness to expand your consciousness, a willingness to connect to all that is in a variety of ways.
And could you tell me more about the sanctuaries you speak of? You mentioned people will be led to them by synchronicity. Could someone like myself prepare a space or the sanctuaries and set them aside? Can I be put on the list?
Again, people will be creating these sanctuaries through synchronistic opportunities, whether you yourself are involved in the creation of one or simply allowing synchronicity to lead you eventually to those that have been created by humans on your planet. It doesn't really matter. It is up to you to follow your passion as to whether or not you are actually finding a space and creating a sanctuary, or being open to being attracted to a sanctuary once they exist.
Is there only one non-physical source we call spirit or God, or is there really many parts that make this an idea of one whole? I'd like to know if there is a God and what I have been chasing my whole life on earth.
You are separating the idea into this or that instead of this and that. There is one and there is all, and the one and the all are the same thing in different forms. There is one that becomes the all, that is the all, is itself as the all, and there are the many things that together make up the one, but are each individually their own version, their own perspective of the one. Everything is made of God. There is nothing else to make anything from, and therefore God is everything. When people on your planet talk about the idea and the notion of God being omnipresent, you have to understand that it's not possible to be everywhere unless you're actually literally everything. Therefore, it is everything. It is every atom, every subatomic particle, every object, every molecule, everything. The space even in between the things that you think of as empty space, that is even made of God. There is nowhere where God, all that is, isn't. It is everything, it is everyone, it is everywhere, it is every when. All the things make it up, and it makes up all the things.
After one becomes enlightened, is there any steps along one's path of spiritual development, or is this awakening the last step?
Enlightenment never ends. There are always different levels to awareness and enlightenment, and experiences of all that is. Even if someone imagines that they reach the so-called quote unquote highest level of becoming one with all that is, becoming one with source, there are still many versions of what it means to experience becoming one with source. So even becoming one with source is not the ending of enlightenment or awareness. It is infinite, goes on forever, never ends, there's always something else.
Okay, and can you please give examples of the idea of the illusion of power versus the power of the illusion? I would like to understand this.
Many people on your planet fall under the illusion of power in the sense of thinking that their physical minds need to control things. They think of themselves as powerful when they find themselves able to manipulate certain events into a certain order that allows them to feel satisfied with what it is they insist on seeking. But the idea is to understand that physical reality is a projection of consciousness. In that context, an illusion. Doesn't mean it's not valid. It doesn't mean the experience is not real. But understanding that you are already creating your reality based on your belief systems, based on what you define as true for you, is being able to utilize the power of the illusion to your benefit by going with the flow, by not being in resistance, by not attempting to force things into shape, but by understanding how to allow them to automatically fall into place using your own natural current, your own natural control built into you, rather than attempting to artificially control things through the physical mind, which it's not designed to do. It is only designed to give you an experience of physical reality, not to control it. The idea is that the control is already built in to the choices that you made to experience, the challenges that you chose to experience in this lifetime to grow as a soul. So allowing the idea of the agreements you made to simply unfold in perfect timing and to respond to them in a positive way, acting on your passion, following the formula, going with the flow, not resisting the natural current that you are, is the way to use the power of the illusion that's already built into it, instead of falling under the illusion that you are powerful by exercising your physical mind to control everything, which is exactly the opposite of being in control.
And if we all have unique experiences of life on Earth, do we all see the same objects and colors in the same non-biased way? Do you, Bashar, see our Earth and objects' colors the same way we do? Or do you see everything as energy or some other state?
You may have a strong sense of agreement so that what you perceive in your reality is very, very similar to what someone else may be perceiving in their reality, and therefore have a common ground in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is that you do not perceive exactly, precisely the same thing as everyone else. You all have a unique perspective. We see things also very differently than you do. We see multidimensionally far more than you do at this point in your evolution. And therefore we see energy patterns. We can recognize those energy patterns as a type of language that allows us to understand how to perceive you and other beings in a very different way, on many different levels, simultaneously, even into the idea of perceiving parallel reality aspects of your being that you are connecting to, other civilizational vibrations that you are connecting to, other dimensional expressions of your greater being and your oversoul. So yes, we see you as much bigger than you see yourselves in a variety of ways and extending into a variety of dimensional realities.
And when we use our imagination to interact with our hybrid children, what type of connection is actually happening? When this person is saying, when they play out the scenarios in their head, do they know that the hybrid children know they're doing this and come around? Can you explain this process a little more, because it's not tangible in their reality?
The hybrid children are extremely telepathic. will often pick up on when you are thinking of them, will allow their imagination to vibrationally match the imaginary scenarios that you are picturing in your head. For those that are vibrationally compatible with the realities that benefit them, they will experience what you are imagining. For those that are not necessarily relevant to them, they will not necessarily experience those portions of your imagination. They may send back a representation of what it is that would be more likely represented by them. They can reverse the telepathy in that sense and allow you, especially in dream time, to have a more representative imagination scenario that is more in alignment with their vibration. So that can work in both directions.
And you stated in a session that new children on Earth are coming through upgraded in a way that they will be able to remember the connection much faster.
Yes.
Please tell me the age range of these particular upgraded children.
Generally speaking, most of them are in their 20s at this point, although new ones are being born all the time, and therefore there's a large age range below 20 years of age. It doesn't mean that anyone over 20 isn't also hybridized in the new way, part of a new species. But the overall average age is somewhere in the 20s of those that have been hybridized to the point where they are a relatively new species. That doesn't mean that they're all in alignment. It simply means they all have different capacities than you used to have as a species. It still depends on what they choose to do with it. It still depends upon the themes that they chose to explore as to what they are capable of recognizing within themselves, but they do have a slight advantage of being capable of remembering more of who they are as a spirit connected to source. How they interpret it will be based on the themes they chose to explore.
And could you clarify how it is that the Sasani are one of the products of the hybridization agenda, but their physical future selves seem to also be participating in it, such as yourself? I am curious if the version of the hybridization agenda that you perceive as the origin of your society is the same as the one that you're participating in. For example, you perceive your physical self as being physically involved in the creation of your own society. Are there versions of it that were created without the involvement of physical future selves? In a similar fashion, does Willa perceive that Darryl has channeled her in the past of her timeline, which will mean the information of the 5 levels of mastery was being used on Earth before they even invented it?
You are confused by the science fiction convention of future and past and time travel. The idea is to understand us not so much literally as future selves, but as parallel reality interpretations, parallel reality counterparts that all exist simultaneously with your reality. So yes, we are involved, but literally speaking, we are not coming from what you would consider to be your future in a linear sense. We coexist with you right now. So the idea is to drop the notion that we're in your future, because that's not how it works. The idea of the utilization of the term future selves is simply an application to represent that we are very much more advanced than you, which you usually chalk up to the idea of a future evolutionary being. But we exist right now. So the idea is we coexist with you and are participating with you. We are not coming from the literal future in the science fiction sense.
And also, the idea that the third entity is created when Darryl channels you or
Yes.
channels Bashar. And does that being have its own individuated soul?
Of a type, yes. We will not go into detail on this at this time because it can get a little complex. But of a type, yes.
Okay, and could you clarify the differences between the grays that you're referring to and the zeta reticuli? I'm
As we have
confused.
mentioned from time to time, there are many factions of grays. And the reason for this primarily is that when we talked about the idea of grays coming from a parallel version of Earth and other parallel realities, you must understand that there are a multitude of grays from different parallel realities that come through to different versions of Earth. So you have a mix of grays, in a sense, that come from different origin points, all interacting to some degree in what you consider to be your reality. So the grays that are connected to Zeta Reticuli are not exactly the same grays that are involved primarily in our creation, in the idea of the hybridization agenda. So it gets a little bit confusing because some can cross over from one agenda to another from time to time. But there are many factions of grays that come from many different parallel realities, all coexisting simultaneously in what you consider to be your timeline.
Okay, and is it accurate to say that extrasolar intelligent beings cannot develop the technology to reach Earth unless they have transcended aggressive world domination agendas and other fear-based and greed-based motivations? Does this imply that regardless of the circumstances on Earth, when they arrive, these beings will be altruistic ETs?
For the most part, yes. And again, remember that those that are engaged with you will set up a vibration that would make it less likely that anything that is vibrationally incompatible with your best interests would simply not find you. You would be invisible to them because of the vibrational state of those engaged with you that are operating on a much higher frequency.
Okay, and could you please explain the game Hexes written about in the book Shards of the Shattered Mirror by
Yeah.
Darryl?
There is a playing field made of different hexes. You might call them electronically activated. And the idea is that the players standing on hexes have to, in some way, psychically or telepathically or synchronistically determine the pattern of the changes in the colors of the hexes that change from phase to phase, from moment to moment, so that when you move from one hex to another, you instinctively land on a color that moves you forward and benefits you, as opposed to eliminating you from the game. So, for example, if you move from one hex to another while all the hexes are shifting and changing in color, when the hexes stop changing, stop shifting, and solidify into a particular color that was different than what they were before, or similar to what they were before, whatever color it is that you have now stood on, whatever color happens to be in the hex you have decided to go to, determines your status in the game. So if you perhaps, for example, move to a hex that winds up solidifying into a gold hex, you may have won the game. If you stand on a hex that happens to solidify into a black hex, you may be eliminated from the game. Other colors may represent different status points in the game.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Are those who are attracted to your teachings a participant in the hybridization agenda?
They don't all have to be, but about 90% or above usually are.
Okay. And it seems as more of our consciousness expands, more is revealed. Does this mean that as a collective consciousness, if we match your frequency, we will be able to see you in physical form, or will we continue seeing only via our third eye?
You will ultimately see us in physical form if your vibrational rate comes closer to matching our frequency. In some sense, that is really what contact is all about, because as we have said, those operating on a higher frequency have the qualities of spirit. And when exposed to those frequencies, your physical body may react to them as if you are dying. And that is where the fear comes from. But the idea is that as you raise your frequency and create less differentiation between physical and non-physical reality, you become more vibrationally compatible with our natural state and can allow your senses to begin to perceive us more solidly, more corporeally, more physically.
And this person asks, saying that they 2 days ago meditated and asked to travel with a UFO, and then read in the media the day after that a UFO was observed in the same area of Norway.
Yes.
Is there any link?
Yes. That was the UFO that that person visited. Whether they remember fully or not is not the point. But they were given an opportunity to understand through the media story that what they had asked for had actually occurred. In time, they may remember. The memories may unfold.
And about 28 years ago, this person astral projected to a triangular ship and communicated with a triangular headed being through the window. Was this Bashar's ship or something else?
Something else. We will not go into details at this time.
Okay. And what this person is saying, when they were younger, they had vivid dreams of their family house on fire and witnessing a UFO. These dreams are still very vivid, and in their research, they sense that they might be significant encounters. They're saying that they know they've been in contact with ETs, and they feel close to remembering, perhaps even Bashar himself, which is one reason they feel such a strong pull to join this transmission. Any insights you might provide that would be helpful in this situation?
This is indicative of communication with hybrid beings in the dream state, in the altered reality state. The house on fire represents the idea of what you're going through now in terms of breaking things down, burning things up, going from an old cycle to a new cycle, allowing the old systems to fall away, to burn away, and new systems to be put in place for your world and your reality to be refreshed and renewed. So the idea is that you are going through this transition. Sometimes it will be represented in a negative way, such as the burning of a house, but nevertheless, it is representative of a clearing, of a letting go of an old way, burning the old ideas out and allowing new ones to come in. So the idea is of a clearing and a preparation and a laying a foundation for a new structure, a new reality to take place in which contact can occur more easily. That is the communication that was given symbolically.
Nice. This person is saying in LA, her son and she spotted two silent triangular shapes with distinct circles in each corner, flying in the night sky from their hot tub. A friend's photo of a similar craft later led me to Bashar, raising questions about the origins of what they saw.
Yes, well, hybrid ships. Again, there's a lot of traffic around your planet. When you expand your consciousness, especially in a relaxed state, such as you achieved in your hot tub, a meditative state, your senses can then become more keenly aware of things that are going on around you that might have been invisible to you before until you allowed your vibration to raise by being in a more meditative state, which then gave you the ability to see some of the traffic that is moving around your planet all the time, especially the hybrid ships, since they are very close to the vibration of open contact, since it is the hybrid children that will be coming to live among you.
Okay, and here's another one. This person says, I had a fascinating flying vehicle encounter in October of 2023 in New York City. It happened around 7 a.m. in Manhattan, near the 14th Street Union Square area. I was out grabbing a coffee before work when, upon crossing a street, I noticed out of the sheer corner of my eye an object flying rather unusually low in the open between the buildings. It appeared large, silent, at a distance. at a distance, I noticed that it happened to be heading in the direction of my workplace right before it disappeared from view behind the buildings. A block away from my workplace, I decided to stop and see if I could get a good look at what it was. Well, lo and behold, I did, only this time it then hovered and stopped in the open space as if noticing me noticing it and stopping by to say hello. If what I perceived was in fact extraterrestrial, may you share with me who that pilot was that was piloting that ship and where they from and anything more you can tell me about that?
It is a Yael craft. They did notice that you were noticing them. Having the coffee is symbolic of waking up, and they were basically recognizing that you were waking up enough to be able to perceive their ship, which was out of phase with your reality, and yet you saw it anyway. And so they noticed that. Their message, in a sense, was good morning. You are waking up.
This person is saying, I'm a science fiction fantasy author, and I'm always wondered if the worlds and characters that run around in my head are as real as I am, or are they only real as this reality? I have a hard time defining the world as an illusion because to me, illusions are fake and fake is meaningless or a lie. Would it be safe to view the world as more malleable and less fixed than we humans currently view our experience of it?
Yes. And again, you can have a different definition of the word illusion. It is not meant in the term to be fake. The idea is perhaps more auspiciously used as a projection of consciousness rather than illusion, if illusion doesn't work for you as a term. So a projection of consciousness can still create a virtual reality for you, and the meaning in it is what you put into it. The experience of it is real, and it gives you lessons, it gives you knowledge, it allows you to expand, it allows you to learn, it allows you to grow. So in that sense, the so-called quote-unquote illusion is useful as a tool, if you think of it that way, but perhaps it would be easier for you to use it in the term projection rather than illusion. The idea is that the imaginings are real in their own right to some degree in a variety of ways. It doesn't mean they have to be as concrete as you find your reality to be, but many of them may be, or they may be very close representations of a quote-unquote real solid physical reality. They may be slightly different than you imagine them to be, but they could be close. Nevertheless, everything is real in some context, even if it's only real as a story. It's still real in some way, shape, or form, even if it's not literally played out physically in some parallel version of reality.
So maybe one of the ways to relate to this is the idea that since it's a projection of consciousness, it's more malleable.
Yes.
And it has more plasticity than we were originally taught.
Yes.
And similarly, whatever you experience is relevant to what you need to experience. So it, in a way, it doesn't matter if it's quote unquote real or not. Like, for example, they found that if a person observes another person being hurt in a way that is designed to make the person think it's happening to them, their subconscious cannot distinguish between what is really happening to them and what they are just simply observing.
Yes, but you are choosing a very complex psychological example that is beyond what this person was intending. The idea is to look at it more from the science fiction point of view. For example, in your Star Trek, you have the character known as Mr. Spock. As we have discovered, we have never found yet the idea that beings that look exactly like them, what you call the Vulcans, physically exist, but the representation of Mr. Spock is that he is a hybrid. Hybrids exist. The idea of what you call the non-interference directive, the prime directive in Star Trek, where certain civilizations that have not evolved to a certain point are allowed to evolve to that point before they are contacted, that is an actual thing that exists in many civilizations, including ours. So the idea is that there can be a mix of things that do have concrete reality to them, physically speaking. There can be some things that are real in the sense that they are symbolic representations of other concrete realities, though the representation itself may not be literal. And there are some things that are simply literal as stories. And that doesn't make them any less real because they are real stories. But they're not necessarily concretely, literally real in the physical sense that you understand physical reality experiences to be. But anything you can imagine in some context is real, because you cannot imagine non-existence. You just have to be able to discern the context of the thing that you're talking about to know the difference between something that exists as an actual concrete physical reality and something that exists as an idea that's still real as an idea, but is not necessarily concretely literal. Although I have to add the caveat that in spirit, anything you imagine can be created, literally exactly experienced as if it is physically concretely real. So you can, in spirit, conjure up Mr. Spock, literally. And a being can take that form for you and represent it for you, and you can interact with it as if you are interacting with a literal being that is known as Mr. Spock. But that's taking place in an extremely malleable reality such as spirit, where anything you can imagine can be manifest out of spirit material, so to speak. But it is not literally physically concrete in the way that you're experiencing physical reality now. But it will be as real as you imagine it to be, and will be the product of another kind of level of consciousness interacting with you. And in that context, just as real as anything, because the interaction and the experience will be real.
It's fascinating.
Yes.
And this person is saying they would like clarification on these two seemingly opposing ideas. One is that everything is a reflection of ourselves. And two, I hear you say sometimes to not take people's reflections personally because it has nothing to do with you. And it's just a part of their own journey. Can you clarify that?
Yes. Remember that you are experiencing your version of other beings. It doesn't mean they're not real. It's just that you're creating your simulational representational image of them and interacting with that. So what you are interacting with is your creation, but that doesn't mean you've created the actual being, the actual consciousness. The consciousness is real, and you're interacting with a real consciousness, but you're interacting through the filter that you're capable of manifesting that is the best representation of them that you manifest out of your own consciousness, out of your own energy, as an interface, so to speak. The idea of the second part of the question, read that again.
The idea that if someone the second person says something like your socks are orange and you know your socks are not orange.
Yes.
So you don't take it personally because you know it has nothing to do with you and it's part of their journey.
All right. Well, this is about discernment, because the idea is that you can always listen to what someone has to say and decide for yourself whether or not their advice is something that you do need to apply. And that's why they have been attracted into your reality, because there is a lesson there for you. There is information there that would benefit you if you applied it in your life. But you also get to discern whether or not that's true. And therefore you can, if you are honest within your own self-investigation, know the difference between whether or not somebody that's been attracted into your life and says certain things to you is actually having information that would benefit you, or whether you simply have attracted them to be of benefit to them in some way, shape, or form, by understanding that what they're saying to you is not your issue, but theirs, that you could perhaps help them with by giving them another alternative way to look at what it is they are going through. So they're still in your life because you attracted them, but you may have attracted them to be of assistance to them in changing the way they're looking at things rather than them having information that would benefit you. But you have to give yourself the opportunity to decide which it is. You have to have honest self-recognition and self-awareness and self-discernment as to whether the information is for you or for them, or maybe both.
Okay, and this question is about assisting those in despair. How would you help someone who says that he or she wants to die? This person says they work every day with people who have lost their illusion in life.
All right. We're going to keep this very simple. Tell them to lie down on the floor or on the bed, close their eyes, and say they are ready to leave, and have them count to 10. If they can still open their eyes when they get to 10, they're not ready to leave. They are here by choice. And if they truly were done with their lives, they would have left. They would have died in that moment. That's all it takes. You don't have to have any other kind of assistance if you're really at your timing to leave. So if they can still count to 10 and open their eyes, that's their first clue that they're not ready to leave. They have not finished what they came to do. So that's an easy way to tell whether you're ready to go, whether you're really ready to die, whether you're really ready to wake back up in spirit, or whether you feel you still have something to do in physical reality that can then give them the sense of looking for what that is, finding their passions, finding their interests, not being so hard on themselves, not judging themselves so harshly, so negatively. Stop treating themselves so badly and start waking up to the fact that they are aspects of all that is, that they are beautiful, that they are creative, that they are loving and loved, they are supported unconditionally, and what they say goes. So if they want to buy into all sorts of negativity, the unconditional nature of existence will support them in that negativity because it is unconditional. And you can teach them that since it is unconditional, so unconditional that it is even willing to support them in their negativity, there is no reason it wouldn't support them in their positivity as well. And they can decide to choose more positive ways of looking at things, more positive definitions, and those will be supported just as strongly by existence as the negative ideas they held to be true or supported as well. It's up to them. But first and foremost, you can show them that they're not ready to leave, because if they really were at the end of their lives, it would be as simple as lying down, saying you're ready to go, counting to 10, and you'd be gone.
Fascinating. Can you comment on, I know people sometimes are concerned about how they're going to die. And then there seem to be some people who are lucky enough to just pass away in their sleep.
Why is that lucky?
Yeah. Okay. So can you
remember, it's all about choice, and it's all about a learning experience, and it's all about what you believe to be true. So regardless of how the death occurs, it's going to be the result of something you believe to be true. It doesn't mean that you necessarily would have preferred it that way, but remember that once you have died and the soul is looking back on the experience, it will have the realization of why it occurred that way because of the belief systems of the physical part of its being, and therefore it will learn a lesson from that, that it didn't necessarily have to choose that, or that it did choose it for very specific reasons that may have more to do with others around it than itself. So it's going to be on a case-by-case basis.
So does that also mean that people who are like reaching the age where death could potentially happen, and they decide they want to program themselves that whenever their timing is, that it would be in a certain way that wouldn't be painful or something like that?
Possibly. Again, it depends on how deep they dig into their belief system, how they're willing to learn the lessons they chose to learn, the challenges they chose to face in this life in a different way. They have the option of doing it that way, but that implies that they've learned something about their ability to create their reality. And that may be the whole point.
Okay. And so people who have a lot of fear of death, there seems to be two parts to it. One of them is the idea that actually, this is coming from the near-death experiences. People have this wide variety of experiences, but it's all really based on their belief systems, right?
At first, yes. But again, initially, when the belief system manifests, when they are non-physical, they still get the opportunity to decide whether or not they prefer to continue to experience that or change it. And again, in non-physical reality, if they decide to change it, the change will happen instantly with no time lag. So they will learn immediately that it was the product of their belief system as to what they experienced upon the moment of their death.
And yet a lot of people, when they come back from a near-death experience, they don't seem to understand that. They're just convinced that the way that they experienced it is the way that it happens or something, or that it validates what they believe about reality.
Again, this may be true for some people, but many more people are beginning to learn the malleability of the experience in the near-death experience, what is common and what is not, and what is personal and what is general. They are beginning to learn. Again, like anything, you need to have a large amount of data to sift through to understand where the personal aspects are and where the collective aspects are that are common to most.
Okay. Well, it's very helpful that we're starting to understand more about death and get over our fear of it. So
Yes,
that's a
it
positive.
is very helpful because, as we said, a lot of beings you may encounter in open contact will be of a vibration that would be similar to the idea of spirit. And if your physical mind can't come to terms with that vibration and lose the fear, then your body may react to these beings as if you are dying, being exposed to their energy. And that is what causes the fear and survival mode reaction within many people.
So that's very helpful.
Yes.
Now, this person is talking about having an obsession with money. And they say that sometimes they get obsessed with the idea of money and focusing on getting more. This preoccupation creates confusion about their true passion,
All
which
right, stop.
involves help.
We are going to once again remind you that we have addressed this by expanding your definitions of abundance and not focusing only on money as the only symbolic representation you have of exchange and abundance and support on your planet. We will simply refer this person to what we have already said about it, and we will move on from here.
Okay. And this person is talking about they were following their excitement at the end of last year and went on a sabbatical trip to Thailand and Bali for 3 months. They tried to cut out contact with the old reality as much as they could by following their excitement, which led them to an amazing journey of self-discovery and multidimensional exploration. Now they're back in their hometown and they're faced with the elements of the old reality that still trigger them.
And they're still reacting the same way, and they have not brought the Bali experience home with them. They have not stayed in that vibration for their own reasons. They need to examine their belief systems to find out what difference they are making between the Bali experience and their hometown that allows them to still react the same old way that they used to, instead of being transformed by the Bali experience and the vibration they were in there and bringing that vibration back to the circumstances in their hometown. Remember, it's not about what happens, it's about what you do with what happens that makes the difference in your reality. So why react the same old way just because things in the hometown look the same? Remember, the measure of change is not whether the outside has changed, it's how you react and respond differently, even if the outside still looks the same. That is all we will say about that at this point.
Okay. And this person is asking, how can I fully let go? How can I be my full self, truly embracing my perfect puzzle piece and frequency?
Understand clearly and act upon precisely the formula. Period.
So helpful, actually. This person is saying they've been on this spiritual journey for some time, but they feel they've stagnated. They don't feel or receive messages from their higher self or anything.
Nonsense. Look to the synchronicity in your life. Don't define having to receive those messages in a certain way. Don't insist on a certain method of delivery. Synchronicity is everything in physical reality. Start looking at the interconnections and associations that exist in everything in your physical reality, and you will start to see synchronicity more clearly as messages from your higher mind. And remember that the primary message from your higher mind are those things that you are passionate about, because that's how your body interprets the messages from the higher mind, is as the sensation of excitement, passion, creativity, and love. So look to the synchronicities. They abound. They're all around you. Everything is an orchestration. Everything is a synchronicity. Just change your definition of what's going on around you, and you'll see it more clearly.
Okay, thank you. This person is saying that a good friend of theirs died a few years ago, and sometimes when they're alone and in a quiet space, they like to talk to that person as if they're actually right there in front of them. Does he hear what I'm saying, and how can I know? Because I miss him so terribly.
Just know that he does, because it's easier for spirits to hear you than it is for you to hear the spirits. Remember, the idea is that they are now unbounded from time and space, and therefore talking to them, they get it, and they can be there with you. So you just have to open up to the understanding that they are, and you will begin to perceive them. But again, you have to raise your vibration to be more sensitive to the fact that they exist. You have to be open to receiving their communications without a definition that you have lost something. Otherwise, you will only perceive the connections they may be attempting to make to you as grief, and the grief will block them from being able to deliver those informational messages to you and block you from receiving it. So you have to let go of the idea that you've lost someone. You have to let go of the grief eventually, so that you can be more open to receiving the messages that they have for you, and simply know that they will hear you when you talk to them in earnest from your heart. This will be the culmination of the questions for today.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, thank you so much. And
we will now remind all of you about the upcoming transmission for the Interstellar Alliance Social Experiment, Step 1, that will be delivered next time. For we now have given you the ability to prepare for things that will be suggested, that are actions you can take, that are behaviors you can change individually and in society. Again, we remind you, you do not have to do the things we will suggest in this social experiment, but that if you do, your vibration will become more compatibly aligned with the vibration of the Interstellar Alliance and open contact. So it is up to you to decide what you prefer. So next time we will deliver Step 1 of the Interstellar Alliance social experiment in this Countdown to Contact Year 1. Be prepared if you are going to participate. Be open, be willing, be creative, imaginative, be loving to yourselves and all. Be connected, be aware, be awake. Our unconditional love to you all, and good day. Aveo. Now, at this timing, there will be no specific meditation, but we remind you of what we have discussed. This is a new cycle. It is time for you to prepare yourselves to take different actions that are bolder, more in keeping with the idea of things that are aligned with the vibration of the Interstellar Alliance in this social experiment. Again, we remind you, you do not have to take these actions. It is completely up to you, your choice, your free will. But in doing so, they will be challenging, and some of them may take you beyond what you are used to in terms of your interactions with human society. Again, you will not be breaking any laws, but you may be going beyond the bounds of what seems normal for many human beings. And the idea is that in doing this, you will create a frequency on your planet and within yourselves that aligns more fully with the interstellar alliance and the probability of open contact. Countdown to contact year 1, interstellar alliance social experiment. We will deliver different steps upcoming in our transmissions, one at a time, that will build upon one another. To help you prepare mentally for this, we give you now this idea of sharing what will be coming so that you can be ready to receive the suggestions we will give you and see whether or not you are willing to take the actions we suggest. We thank you for the co-creation and the opportunity to enter this new cycle with all of you. Our unconditional love to you all. Avea, in service. Good day.
Say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. We thank you, first of all, once again, for the co-creation of this interaction. Anytime you create between your civilization and our civilization such an interaction, it forms a bridge, it forms a link, it forms a tunnel, it forms a new reality, a third reality, an overlapping reality in which we can more and more every day interact with each other in many more ways. So we thank you for the gift of allowing us to experience each and every one of you in this way. We would like to now continue the transmission we began last night of your time of counting, that then we entitled Building a Bridge to 2013, as you know time to exist. And now we will continue this transmission with the idea of crossing the bridge to 2013. We remind you briefly of the ideas we spoke of last night of your time, that the whole concept of building this bridge and going, in a sense, through, beyond, past the idea of 2012, the idea of your December 21st winter solstice date that so many people on your planet are focused on as the threshold date, as the tipping of the scales date, going from one idea to another idea, changing your energy, shifting your reality. Well, of course, this has been going on for a little while and will continue a little while beyond that threshold. It's not all going to happen in the blink of an eye necessarily, because you have chosen to experience physical reality as a realm of time and space. Nevertheless, much of the idea of time and space, as we discussed last night of your time, can become more flexible, more accelerated, more malleable, so that you can find many things happening in a shortened amount of time, many different places, in a sense, being experienced in rapid succession, other than the way you used to experience these ideas of getting from place to place. You can now find yourself blinking, in a sense, jumping, in a sense, from place to place a little bit more rapidly as you dissolve and deconstruct the whole idea of physical reality, since physical reality is only your projection of consciousness anyway. But in discussing the idea of going beyond, of spanning over your December 21st, 2012 date, we allow you to focus your sights on the realms beyond, on 2013, on the years beyond that date, so that you can allow yourself to make that leap, not focus so much on every little step, but know that as you allow yourself to simply look past that date, all the details that need to be there will automatically fall into place. You don't have to necessarily watch each and every one. You don't have to necessarily guide each and every one into position, because life already works. The structure already exists. The machine already is on automatic. And all you need to do is allow it to work in the way it was designed to work, to take advantage of the effects that it can have in your physical reality. So allowing yourself the broader perspective, not of the physical mind that is devoted to the focus of minutia, but the higher mind that is devoted to the broader perspective, the farther seeing mind that sees the path laid out where the physical mind cannot, that knows how to get you where you need to go, where the physical mind cannot, is the way to align your energy with the ability to move beyond all of those little details and allow them to fall into place automatically, using the machine as it was intended, so to speak. Using the structure of existence as it was designed, so to speak. The idea, therefore, in crossing this bridge is once again to first and foremost let it really sink in that everything is simultaneous. Everything exists here and now. You're not really going anywhere. Everything is coming through you. It's just a shift in perspective. Standing on that metaphorical bridge, and it doesn't even have to be a bridge. If your imagination says that your bridge would rather be a tunnel, that is all well and good, and follow it, because your imagination is key to your specific frequency and will work best for you in giving you the symbols and metaphors, and even some meta fives, that will work best for you. Allow yourself to alter it as you see fit, because after all, this bridge we are talking about is only a permission slip to allow you to give yourself permission to be more of who you are, to expand your consciousness and expand your awareness in whatever way truly is most aligned with your true core frequency as you were created to be. So in understanding that everything exists here and now, it does not really matter exactly how the metaphor is formed. It can be a bridge, it can be a tunnel, it can be one of your airplanes taking you from one point to another. It can be anything you wish, a road, a path, a waterfall, anything you wish, as long as it embodies the concept that you are, in a sense, going over, leaping over, spanning over all of the little details that many people on your planet are now focused on, and allowing yourself, in spanning over, to let those things fall into place automatically, effortlessly, joyfully, creatively, lovingly, without having to get caught up in the idea that it is an effort and a struggle to allow things to change. It is really just an allowance. And allowing them to change in a way that is aligned with your frequency is the greatest joy of all. Because the whole idea of your choosing to experience physical reality is to really experience the fullness of your being, discovering who and what you really are. Remember, you cannot discover if you don't first forget, and that's why you chose to forget. The idea of coming into physical reality comes with the idea of certain limitations that actually serve you to play a certain game so that you can rediscover pieces of yourself, ideas of yourself, perspectives of yourself from a wholly different point of view. And that discovery, that self-discovery, allows you to also understand more and more about creation itself in the bigger picture. The idea thus is that as you are willing to truly allow yourself to be more of who you are actually putting an energy into reality that allows other people more opportunity to also discover more of who they are. Because once that energy enters your world in a much more highly accelerated way, you allow that vibration, in a sense, to radiate and leak from you, if you wish, and it makes it easier for you, being this broadcast antenna, for others willing to be a more receptive receiver, a more sensitive receiver, to pick up on that frequency, to feel it in the atmosphere, to feel it in the environment, to know that that vibration calls them to themselves, and thus then allows them to know with greater certainty that they do not need to be afraid to explore all of those aspects of their being, that the only thing they will ever discover in the unknown is more and more and more of themselves. So all of this is part and parcel of the idea of crossing this bridge. And as we said, first and foremost, to know that you're not really going anywhere because everything in creation exists right here, right now. And the crossing of the bridge is really the being of the bridge. The being fully as you possibly can in the moment, in the now, living your life to the fullest, so that in a sense the bridge can move through you. It can span through you. That you can shift your consciousness from parallel world to parallel world, parallel version of Earth to parallel version of Earth, as you do already billions of times per second, but that you can now know you can do it. You can now feel it more. You can have a visceral, tangible experience of the idea that you're always shifting, always creating the idea of space and time as your playground, as your chessboard, as your game board, and that the rules are slightly loosening up to allow you more moves, more opportunity to see farther ahead, many moves ahead, more opportunity thus then to understand that there is great flexibility in the game of physical reality as long as you remain aligned with your true vibration. Does this make sense to you? Yes. All right. The idea thus then, first and foremost, of really crossing that bridge is to allow yourself every single day, every single opportunity to really take a moment to really feel out all those things that are true for you, truly exciting. And as you do this, understand that this is not an issue of just you alone. Even though you are the only thing that exists in your unique universe, and this is true of every one of you, the idea is that there are also other beings. And so the idea of acting in perfect harmony in what is most exciting for you as an individual also takes into account the respect and what works best for all concerned. For you are all pieces in a puzzle picture, and all of you, by being your true self, support the whole. So the idea is that when you allow yourself to play with space and time in certain ways, then whatever the consequences of your choices are, that shall be what you know will serve the whole and you the best. Because you need to look at this more holistically. It's not just about the idea when you follow your excitement, when you follow your bliss, when you act on your highest joy. It's not just about the idea of what's exciting for you. It's about the idea of what's exciting for all, because the one is the all and the all are the one. And so in focusing on the idea of your excitement, and in acting on your excitement in the most integrated way, with the idea in mind of everyone else as a holistic picture, taking the higher mind point of view, you will then know that whatever the consequences are, whatever the circumstances are that arise from whatever choices you have made in playing your new space-time game, will be exactly what actually serves both the whole and the individual best. It is a balancing act. It is a harmonizing act. It is an allowing act. It is a loving act. It is an expression of unconditional love both for yourself and for all that is and every single perspective and component of creation. Does this make sense? All right. Now then, in again the idea of crossing this bridge, you will start to feel the concept of more acceleration. Again, this does not mean that you're actually literally accelerating, because you're already going as fast as you possibly can go. You as a being already move in a sense at infinite speed. Everything moves through you in that way. But you regulate it. You allow yourself the perception of certain, shall we say, frames of existence that determines the idea that you call acceleration or slowing down or speeding up. The idea, therefore, is that not you're really going to accelerate, but that you're going to become more aware of the idea of how fast you're already going, how fast the acceleration already exists. More tangibly aware of that infinite speed. And when we say infinite speed, of course, this is a euphemism. We're simply using your language to describe an effect. All these things are just symbols. All these translations are just ideas, perspectives, and reflections of the higher mind mirror, but it is a convenient way to look at these ideas. But you, again, can use your imagination, which is the conduit of communication to your higher mind, to alter these ideas in any way, shape, or form that works best for you. So when we talk about the idea of feeling an acceleration, what we're actually saying is you're becoming more aware of the acceleration that you already exist at, of the rate, the frame rate you're already shifting at. And thus then you give yourself an opportunity to have more conscious awareness, more conscious intention to truly allow yourself to choose the frames, and only the frames, more and more every day, that are most representative, the parallel realities of Earth, more and more every day, that are most representative of your true core vibration. And thus then that can make you, by comparison to what you've been doing, feel like you're accelerating. So the experience of the acceleration you're all talking about now is real. But acceleration itself doesn't exist. It is just an awareness, more awareness of your relationship to the infinite that you're actually picking up on, and that's what you experience. That's what you translate in your reality as the concept, as the experience you call acceleration. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the idea thus then is that all of this in the crossing of the bridge is all about becoming more aware of what is. It's not really about learning to do anything new. You're already doing everything you need to do, mechanically speaking. You already trust 100%. You're already shifting all the time. You don't have to learn to trust. You don't have to learn to shift. You just have to choose what you're trusting in, positive or negative. You just have to know you're already shifting so you can be more consciously aware of what it is you can choose to shift to. But you don't actually have to learn any of the fundamentals. You just need to become more awake and aware of what the fundamentals are that are already in existence so that you can use them as the toolkit that they are for you, so that you can really learn how to use the structure of existence, so that you can begin to truly see it clearly. And in seeing it clearly, allow everything that doesn't fit that structure to fall away as just ideas, just reflections, just permission slips that are not in and of themselves real until you make them real with your definitions and your beliefs. But even when you make them real, so to speak, they don't become any more solid than you believe them to be, because it is only your belief that creates the idea, in a sense, that you call the experience of solidity. Let me tell you actually what solidity, the sensation you call solidity, actually is. You know, and your scientists know on your planet, that nothing is really solid. Even what you call solid matter is only made up in a sense of energy, and it is mostly empty space. The idea, therefore, is that even though there are scientific explanations why something feels solid, being the idea of electrons and valence and all of those ideas, those are still only symbols. The true reason why anything in your physical reality, which doesn't really exist, feels solid, why you have the experience of solidity, is what you're actually feeling literally is your indestructible nature. You cannot be destroyed. That's what solidity is. You have actually used your indestructible nature and imparted that idea, that perspective of your indestructibility as a being, as a consciousness, into your experience of physical materiality to render the idea, the experience of physical reality seemingly solid. But every time you do this, every time you touch something that feels solid, you are actually literally aware, becoming aware, interacting with your indestructible core, your indestructible nature. That is actually you. It's your essence. You are infinite. You are eternal. You exist, so you always will. That which exists cannot become that which does not. The simple answer to understand why that is so is because, by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. By definition. That's its quality. Non-existence doesn't exist. That's its quality. Just as existence exists. That's the only quality it has. So if you exist right now, you can never become non-existent. You will change your form, change your expression, change your experience, but you will never cease to exist because you are indestructible. All that is all that is. And that's it. So, get used to the fact that you always exist and relax into the idea of your indestructibility so that you're not in such a hurry, so that you can relax. Because if you know you're eternal, if you know you're infinite, if you know you'll always exist, then anything that needs doing will be done in some way, shape, or form, somehow, somewhere, somewhen. It doesn't all have to be done right now. Of course, even when you do it, it will all be being done right now. Because there is only now. There is only one moment in creation. Everything you think of as a different moment is actually the same moment from a different point of view. But there is only one moment, there is only one place. There is only here, there is only now. The past and future are illusions, and what you call the ideas of past and future are simply simultaneously coexisting parallel realities that all exist right now along with this one. You can make connections to them, and you do so in order to draw upon the information and experience of those realities, even as those lives draw upon your experience to aid and assist and guide them in whatever themes they chose to explore. But it all exists right now. The structure exists in total, completely. What is new, what is always changing, is your relationship to and your perspective of the structure. That's how creation expands. It's the relationship, it's the perspective, it's the point of view that is always in flux. The structure never changes. It is the skeleton upon which you experience all realities, all experiences in any dimension whatsoever. Physical, non-physical, doesn't matter. The structure is the same throughout creation because there is only one moment of creation. And everyone shares that moment in a different way, from a different point of view. That awareness, more of that awareness, will begin to sink into each and every one of you that is truly willing and truly excited about really being, really acting on, really expressing the true core vibration of your natural frequency. So that, again, in crossing this bridge, you will find yourselves more and more every day in every way feeling the acceleration, but you will know, even as you feel it, that that is an experience happening within your consciousness, that you're not really going anywhere because there is nowhere to go to. But you are creating, rippling, creating all those frequencies, all those ideas within your consciousness and experiencing, projecting these ideas as your physical game. And now you are changing some of the rules of those games. You won't change them all, because as long as you choose to be physical, you have to have some parameters, and remember that not all limitations are negative. So you will not give up all the limitations because they guide you. They form a corridor. They form that bridge. They form that tunnel. They form that hallway. They form that path. And within that path, however, you're going to become much, much freer. Much more able to truly see as the higher mind sees, to form that true balanced relationship with the higher mind. Not that you will necessarily know how something is going to happen any more than you do right now, because only the higher mind knows that, but you will form a relationship in such a way that your physical mind will begin to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the higher mind always has its best interest at heart, and the physical mind does not have to control everything to make sure that everything is happening exactly the way you want it to. Because you already know that everything is happening exactly the way you need it to serve you and everyone best. Does that make sense? All right. In return this time, thus then, for allowing us to experience the idea of the gift that you are, we ask now how we may serve you with the exchange of questions and answers.
Ha'atu.
And to you, good day. Ha'atu.
I have always had an interest in Sirius.
Yes.
And when you presented the permission slips on the sacred circuits,
yes,
I really related.
All right, thank you.
I have been using them, and currently I'm doing them as I swim every night, and I do one per lap.
Oh, all right. Is that fun for you?
Yes, it puts me in the zone.
Thank you. It doesn't put you in the zone. You do.
Thank you.
Since it is a permission slip, you are simply using it to allow yourself to give yourself more permission to do what you wish to do, to be who you wish to be.
Correct.
So thank you for choosing to do that.
Correct. My understanding is that there are more.
Yes.
And my question is...
You mean more than we've already delivered?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
My question is, will you be giving us more?
Not tonight, but yes.
No, but at some point.
Yes.
Okay.
When you are ready for more, use what you've already been given.
Yes.
And then you will be ready for more. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Does that sound exciting?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Then you would know them on your own.
Oh.
Yes? Because I don't have to give them to you.
Oh, that's a good point.
Thank you. Sometimes we make them.
Thank you.
The idea is, as we have just pointed out, is that when you're ready for more, you will get them on your own. You don't need to come to us or anyone to get them for you. Yes?
Got it.
We will deliver more, but it is also your ability to deliver them to yourself. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Thank you for that.
Yes.
I was interested tonight. The woman sitting next to me, Jennifer, has been forming them out of steel.
Yes.
Which was, I thought, intriguing.
All right, then by all means avail yourself of them if that is a permission slip that works for you and you are excited about it.
Can you make any comments on them in terms of their archetypical reference or what they...
They are representative of certain energy patterns and are reflected in the neurological network of your brain in certain ways. So when you use them as a permission slip, they're like mirrors that reflect to and activate certain neurological pathways in the brain to open them up and allow for greater flow of energy in those particular pathways that are representative of the vibration of those symbols. Make sense?
Yes.
It's like literally a circuit. That's why we call them sacred circuits. It's literally like opening a new circuit pathway in the brain, in your body, in the neurological pathways of your being.
Thank you.
Yes.
Several of us, many of us here tonight, do have hybrid children.
Yes.
And my question is, are they listening to the...
Yes.
Tonight? That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I've been practicing integrating and reprogramming for the last year and a half.
Practicing, all right. How you doing?
I feel like I'm fluctuating. I do well, and then I feel I need some clarification.
All right. Before you go on, allow us to remind you, even though many of you, because you're used to the idea of ebb and flow, of polarity in your reality, will experience fluctuation. But that's not the idea necessarily of something that has to be defined in a negative way. Many times when you go to a higher plane, a higher level of frequency, and download information, you have to, in a sense, then transform that energy down to a lower level to apply it into physical reality. And by doing so, you actually then raise the vibration of physical reality and thus then don't have so far to go the next time. You understand? It's like building platforms under yourself. Another way you can look at the idea of fluctuation, before you go on, if I may, is the idea that it doesn't have to be, in a sense, thought of as this. It can be thought of as this. So that even as you go up and down, you're constantly going up on average. You understand? This is how you use your imagination to create permission slips and definitions that work for you, instead of just assuming that the definitions you have is the only definition that works. Yes?
Yes.
Do continue if there is a need to continue.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Yes, with regard to the idea of following your highest excitement.
Yes, of acting on it.
Acting on
to the best of your ability.
To the best of
with no expectation as to what the outcome should be.
Right. So
that's the whole formula.
That is.
Because many people on your planet here say, oh, act on your highest excitement, and they throw the rest in the garbage. They don't use the whole formula. They don't use the whole picture. Yes? So we remind you to use the whole tool. Act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, and keep doing that with absolutely zero expectation as to what the outcome should be. In other words, no insistence that the outcome has to be a certain thing, because your physical mind does not know what that real outcome needs to be, but your higher mind does. But if you use the visualization to allow yourself to generate the energy state that's representative of that excitement, of that state of being, of that reality, then let go of the picture that generated it. Your higher mind will bring you the manifestation that is truly representative of that energy state, which in many cases will actually be even greater than your physical mind was capable of imagining. That's why we say don't insist on it. Lose the expectation, because you're actually limiting yourself, even though your physical mind thinks, oh yes, this is the greatest thing that could possibly happen if it happens exactly like this, and it becomes insistent on it, and when it doesn't get that exact picture, it goes, oh, something's wrong. But nothing is wrong. The idea is that you're simply limiting the doorways through which the real manifestation could come that might be even greater. Make sense?
Yes. So
yes,
acting on that highest excitement with intuition,
yes,
with the physical mind,
yes,
the higher mind,
yes, the whole ball of wax, as you say, in your language. Yes.
So how can we differentiate between like addiction or obsession or something that we think might be our highest excitement?
Honesty. That's how. Honest self-examination. You have to be willing to discover that you may actually be harboring negative beliefs that you don't prefer. You have to be willing to discover that they're there. You cannot be afraid to find fear. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. The idea, therefore, is that if you're willing to discover them, and willing because you know that if you do discover them and identify them consciously, it will serve you and you can transform them, then you would be eager to discover them. You would be eager to find out anything that's going on within you because it's another opportunity to know more of yourself. And all it takes is that willingness and that honest self-examination to find out what those negative definitions are that don't work for you, bring them to the surface of your consciousness so that you can see they don't belong to you and let them go. There's nothing to be afraid of in this. And if you're not afraid, you'll know the difference. You'll be able to discern the difference between excitement and anxiety. And you won't gloss it over or cover one up because you're afraid to look at it. The reason most of you are afraid to find those things is because you've been taught that if you do discover those things you're afraid of, they might actually be true about you. I guarantee you they never will be. Ever. Will anything ever be true about you that is truly in any way, shape, or form negative? If you discover, if you explore the underlying reasons you've given yourself for anything, you will understand that it's always, the intention is always one of love, but you may simply not have been given the tools to match the frequency of love. And so you may do things that are out of alignment, out of integrity, but that's all right. Many times again, by being willing to explore that within yourself and discover what that is, you may enlighten yourself as to what it is you do prefer by first encountering what it is you don't. Thus, then, the idea, as we spoke of last night, is that sometimes it's easier to find the light when it's surrounded by darkness. You understand?
Yes.
Then the light stands out. So thank the darkness, thank the polarity, thank the fear for being there, because it brought to your attention something that is a piece of the light you need to discover about yourself. And ultimately, that's all you will discover, is that you are made of living light.
Beautiful.
Yes, you are.
And with regard to the idea of letting go, so
Yes.
here we are acting on our highest excitement with this force, so to speak, but then at the same time we're...
All right, let us give you a little bit of an illumination, as we did one time before, about the concept of the law of attraction. Because even though it is not wrong as a definition that, yes, you have to be a certain vibration to attract certain things, and that is the third law, what you put out is what you get back. The deeper understanding of the law of attraction is that you already have a core frequency, as we said, that acts like a lighthouse, like a beacon. It's always radiating from you this beautiful, vibrant core vibration of your true natural self. It is always being responded to by the things that are representative of and in alignment with that true core vibration. So it's not that you have to do anything special to attract those things. If those things are not coming to you, it's not because you're not attracting them, it's because you're keeping them away with your belief. That's why all you need to do is actually let go and let them in. Okay. And the things that are not compatible with your vibration are doing their utmost to try and get away from you. But if they're not getting away from you, it's because you're holding on to them with your belief system. So let go of the things that don't belong to you and just let in the things that do. That's the way the law of attraction actually works. Make sense?
Yes.
See the difference?
Yes.
Easier, isn't it? Simpler, isn't it? Yes. It's all about simplicity. Because again, remember, even though creation is infinitely complex and rich, it is not fundamentally complicated. It is exceedingly simple. If it wasn't simple, it actually couldn't be infinite. It wouldn't stand up under its own weight if it was more complicated than it is. Make sense?
Yes.
So find the core, find the essence, find the structure, and then you will understand, then you will have clarity in your exploration. Does that help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
You are welcome so much. Our unconditional love to you as well.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I've been working with the sacred circuits.
Oh, all right.
And I just wanted to share an experience I had recently.
Yes.
That might be beneficial for some of us. And just to get some clarity. One morning I was waking up, coming out of sleep, and I had a vision that I believe was the consciousness of my young daughter. She's 14 months old.
All right.
It was this orbiting, like kind of like the lenticular rings around Saturn, here.
We understand.
This energy system orbiting circularly.
All right.
And as I watched it,
yes,
I saw a disturbance appear in one of the layers.
Define disturbance. A shift, a change?
Shift.
An alteration of some sort.
Almost a chaotic disturbance.
Oh, all right.
Simultaneously,
yes,
my daughter awoke and began to cry.
All right.
So is that one of the
symptoms of acceleration? Yes.
Yeah.
Being able to perceive things that were heretofore invisible to you as energy patterns. Yeah. This is a similar, not exactly identical, but a similar idea to how we perceive you.
Right.
All of you. As energy patterns. And when we see those kinds of patterns do different things, that's how we read your energy. That's how we understand who you are on all the different levels that we need to.
Yeah. It was a unique vision. I think sometime in like the Hindu culture, they'd say that's the third eye perception, wouldn't they?
Some of them might. Others might say something else. Okay. But it doesn't really matter because, again, all of those things are just techniques and permission slips. But what you are starting to do is expand the idea of your sensitivity to higher forms and higher frequencies of energy so that what is always all around you anyway is simply now becoming more visible to you.
Right.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
And when you say you experienced this in the morning when you woke up, I would say that you truly woke up in that moment.
That's how it felt.
Yes.
And it was also interesting that the lines, the radiating lines, appeared similar to some technology I'm working with, a spectrum analyzer.
There are no accidents.
Well, is that how it works? Like our
yes,
mind
that's how it works.
Uses available imagery to interpret these emanations visually.
Yes.
Right?
Understand that information is always, 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 without let-up, coming to you from your higher mind.
Right.
It's up to you to be a sensitive enough receiver to receive it and interpret it in the way that you need to,
right,
in alignment with your highest excitement. Yes. So it's always multifold. It's always holographic. It contains many different layers and levels. You pluck out of those layers and levels whatever is relevant for you at any given moment. Later on, you might even get the same image and see something different in it that is then relevant for you at that particular moment in your journey.
Right.
Make sense?
Oh, yes.
That's how telepathic communication actually functions. You get, in a sense, a holistic image that contains many things, and out of that you pluck what is relevant for you at any given moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes?
The things automatically stand out that are relevant for you.
Right.
If they weren't, other things would stand out.
Right.
Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help, or is there something else you wish to explore?
One more expansion on this. The idea of interacting with the higher self seems to me to be the primary objective right now. I mean, if the seat of being is the higher self and we descend down from that, then establishing...
It's not the seat of being.
Oh, it isn't.
The idea of the higher mind is that you have what you might euphemistically call an individual soul, and in order to have a physical experience, it must create, in a sense, a bifurcation in its consciousness. And that bifurcation is the non-physical higher mind and the physical mind. Thus, then, those two things working in concert form the whole person having the experience.
Okay.
The idea then is, as you have the life experience, you're taking that so-called unfired clay of the soul that chose that experience, and you are firing it into the specific ceramic of the spirit that then forever after is representative of the spirit of that person after it dies.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So the spirit is representative of information learned. The soul is representative of the empty well waiting to be filled with that information. And the oversoul is all of the souls and splitting off simultaneously and experiencing all those lives at the same time, bifurcating into all of those higher minds and physical minds so that they can function in that way as a person. And the physical mind thus then knows it always has the non-physical higher mind to guide it, to stand on the mountaintop and see far and wide, to guide it on its path so it doesn't keep falling into holes, which is what happens when the physical mind doesn't pay attention to the higher mind.
Yeah.
Yes?
Then spirit persists after the incarnation, doesn't it?
Everything exists at once. So the spirit exists now, the body exists now, the soul exists now, the oversoul exists now, it all exists now, but you create this linear sense of continuity by your creation of the experience called space-time. And again, remember, time is actually a side effect of the shifting of your consciousness through all the different parallel realities.
Right.
That's what time is.
Right.
So everything exists now, but you can create it to seem as if it doesn't. And thus give yourself the opportunity to actually experience the process of the discovery, the process of the creation, which cannot be experienced on higher levels because there everything is instantaneous.
Right.
So you give yourself the opportunity for enrichment by actually having an experience that seems drawn out so that you can discover yourself from a different point of view. Yes? You're playing kind of hide and seek with yourself.
Right, right.
So count to 100 and see who you find next.
As we emerge from this so-called, this pseudo-separated existence
Yes.
we live in, will we simply become more connected or unified or
No,
totally
you will
coherent?
become more aware that you've always been connected.
Well, I'm leading to, would the connection of the higher self be established and maintained perfectly, and that is the resolution of the separation?
There is no resolution. It is always a series of new discoveries and new adventures, higher and higher and higher and higher without end. I know that sounds paradoxical, but there you go.
Okay. But we here on Earth, it seems to be we do it differently.
Yes.
We think we're separate. We think we're not
Yes,
connected to the
it's
whole
one of the
universe.
paradigms of the game you're playing.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying is you don't actually reconnect because you're never disconnected. You discover that you've always been connected and you just forgot.
Now, what are we connecting to? Is it the higher
All
self?
that is.
All that is.
And any level in it that you wish to focus on, that serves you, that is relevant for your soul journey, or your oversoul journey, or whatever you wish to call it at any given moment. It really is quite infinite. You really have more choices than you know.
And is it just here on Earth, or is there other planets in the universe doing this?
Oh no, there are many other worlds doing this to varying degrees. Now, Earth and a few other worlds, in our experience, is one of the worlds doing it to the degree that you're doing it.
Yeah.
But this means that you're a master class because you know you're strong enough to convert this degree of darkness into light.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you so much.
You are welcome so much.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
You may have just answered the question I have, but
how synchronous?
Well, I'm not sure. I
all right.
I missed something.
Oh, all right.
When I studied Vedic philosophy,
yes,
what they taught was that we have an eternal spirit that they call the Atman.
All right.
And that this is this is the part of us that is eternal and enduring, and that this is what goes through lifetimes.
Yes, that's one way to look at it from a linear perspective.
But that our soul,
yes.
If I understood you correctly, it seems that what you said was that it's our soul that creates our high mind, whereas that belief is that the high mind is always there, uncreated.
Depends upon what you call the higher mind. I'm calling something the higher mind specifically as the non-physical portion of the person that you are. Of course you have higher and higher and higher forms of consciousness as well, but I'm not referring to those. I was being specific to the guide as it is leading the physical mind in its specific incarnational experience. So this is all just semantics in many ways. And again, remember, even what we're talking about is just euphemisms and semantics. It's all permission slips. Whether you want to see it linearly, whether you want to say this is this higher mind, or that's that higher portion of my being, or this is what's eternal, or that's what's eternal, You're just calling out different aspects of one thing anyway. So it doesn't really matter how you wish to look at it. Look at it from whatever perspective works for you.
Okay.
That's the real bottom line, the real point of all of this. If what we are saying works for you, use it. If it doesn't, don't. You will attract yourself to whatever permission slip is geared to your imagination, geared to your frequency. Yes?
Yes. So, again,
yes,
trying to clarify the concept of linear versus nonlinear existence.
Yes.
Where does causality come in? What about karma? If everything exists now, then where is the opportunity to...
The opportunity for what you call karma is in the connections that you make in any life that you believe need to be made to create an experience of balancing. But one thing doesn't come before the other. One doesn't cause the other. You can arrange these things in any way you want to create any kind of sensation of causality, any kind of sensation of karma or balance. It's all just an experience of arrangement. It's just an orchestration. It's just an idea. It's just an experience. Look at it as a film strip, because you have that technology on your planet. There are different frames on a strip of film, yes?
Right.
Well, you play them in a certain order to create a sense of continuity, to create an experience of going from the past to the future, through the present. But really, if you're the projectionist, you can look at any frame in any order you want. You could rearrange that movie. You could edit it in any order you want. You could make a whole different story out of it by rearranging those frames. It's all, in that sense, arbitrary, but it's all relevant for whatever story you need to live, whatever experience you need to have. So you create the idea of karma by making connections, by rearranging the frames in a certain way, because now you want to explore the concept of balancing out your karma. But you're the author of the karma. Yes?
Right, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that's really helpful.
Oh, all right.
There's been so much talk recently with some of the TV shows that are coming out and so forth about the creation of the human race.
Yes.
And, with ancient aliens and so forth.
Yes.
I have a sense that they are really oversimplifying this.
Sometimes they are also over-exaggerating it.
Well, that too. But one of the theories that is interesting that might make sense is that there was some point in our development when, they talked years ago, more than they seem to talk now, about the strands of DNA that were, the word they used was unplugged.
Yes.
That there are 12 that we're supposed to have, 2 that
No, you are never supposed to have 12 in physical reality. That is a physical impossibility. You can have as many as 3. The others would be on higher energetic planes, and you can tap into them and download energy and information from them. But if you had 12 in your physical reality, you would not be human at all.
Okay. Well, whatever they were talking about, the idea was that at some point they were interfered with, unplugged.
They were altered, yes.
Downgraded.
The naturally evolved hominid being on your planet was altered genetically, and the form you now understand as Homo sapien was created, which resonates to the idea of soul incarnation, speaking linearly, in a different way. But the original hominid form also evolved because not every single member of the original naturally evolving hominid species was altered. So you have evolved in parallel to the original form on your planet. The original form that was not altered evolved into what you call Sasquatch.
Yeah, you mentioned that last night.
So the idea is that your original form still exists on the planet and has evolved to a point where it can actually come and go interdimensionally, which is why it's difficult to find. It can literally walk through gateways, walk through doorways to other dimensions, slip in and out of your reality as a natural, instinctive thing. But part of your society was developed in that way with the addition of other forms of genetic material to create what you now recognize yourselves to be as humans. So you are all, in that sense, somewhat hybridized already.
Okay, so just to clarify,
Yes.
it seems that there was not a point where we were much more evolved than we are now, interfered with by, they call them or sometimes they say it was the Anunnaki who did this to make
That
them
is one of the references, yes.
stupid enough or whatever to just do their gold mining and so forth.
No.
That they talk about this.
No.
No?
There is a
Okay.
misunderstanding here. Information was withheld, but the potentiality is always there. The switch sometimes was suppressed, but it had to be there to allow you to function. So it's just a matter of the idea of some of them didn't necessarily want your switch to turn on, but those that saw that this was out of integrity took them away and allowed you to evolve to the point where you got to the place you could turn your switches on. Yes?
Okay. And how does that connect to the extra strand of DNA you mentioned a moment ago?
As you evolve more and more and allow yourself to raise your frequency, your body will contain more and more silicon from generation to generation until such time as that introduction of that element to that degree will cause the DNA strands to restructure themselves around a trinary framework, thus making you better receivers for higher frequency energies, better antennae.
Okay, great.
If you say so.
All right, one last question.
Yes.
I don't know why. I have a feeling you might not want to answer this, but I've wanted to know for a long time. I thought
It is
I'd
not
ask.
about whether we want to or not. It is about whether we are given the information because it may or may not be appropriate for your process at this time. Whatever is not appropriate for us to say, we will not have access to.
Okay, well, that's what I meant more or less.
Oh, all right.
What about the reports that have been surfacing quite a lot in the last couple of years from people who seem quite sane about really weird...
That's a relative term on your planet.
I know. But really weird and frightening and really terrible noises and voices. Sometimes it's voices, sometimes it's just awful noises.
Yes.
Emanating from apparently within the earth.
Yes.
What is going on?
As you are shifting your frequencies, Earth is shifting with you, and the alignment of it to different parallel realities will sometimes be slightly out of phase, resulting in certain kinds of harmonic or disharmonic noises to occur in the electromagnetic field of your Earth. You're actually hearing the shifting going on from parallel reality to parallel reality. You understand?
Some of them must be pretty bad.
Of course, but the idea is that it's always a reflection of whatever it is the individual perceiving those experiences is focusing on at the moment, and is also just an opportunity to reveal what vibrations are not compatible with the shift, to bring them to your attention so you can integrate them. It's not that those realities are bad, it's that the shift to a higher frequency will always draw forth from you those things that are not compatible with that shift so you can deal with them and integrate them. That's why we don't have open contact with you now. Our vibration, operating on the frequency that it does, would overwhelm your vibration and pull to the surface the things you've pressed down that you don't want to look at. It would force you to integrate them and bring psychotic shock along with it. So we take our time and allow you to discover those things in bits and pieces at a rate you're comfortable integrating them. But anytime you act on your excitement, one of the things that excitement does as a complete toolkit is bring to your attention, bring to the surface things that are not compatible with the vibration of your excitement so that you can transform them and create more excitement. So that's just another way of reflecting that.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm holding you to your word.
Hi, Bashar.
Andrew, you good day.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
It is an honor for us as well to interact with any and all of you.
My question has to do with consciousness and all the way my understanding of expressions in our three-dimensional reality is that
Your fourth dimensional reality.
Our fourth dimension.
Different than fourth density. You have a fourth dimensional reality, 3 of space, 1 of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
My understanding is that all expressions are a form of consciousness.
There is nothing but consciousness. Everything is made out of consciousness.
And is it all, are we, like, in my own expression,
yes,
I'm here by choice.
Of course.
And therefore, is there choice behind all expressions? Like, say,
sometimes it may be unconscious choice, but yes.
A molecule of water is there by choice as well as...
That's a different kind of level of choice. Yes, it is there by choice, but not necessarily as an individual water molecule. It doesn't possess the idea of individuality in the way you do. It doesn't experience it in the way you do. It is still there by choice, but it might be the choice of a greater being of which that water molecule is a part.
I see. And then also, there are expressions that are there because of our group.
Yes. There are group agreements and individual agreements within the group. And there are groups within groups.
Okay. The last time I spoke with you, about a time when I was in a coma.
Yes.
And you informed me of that, or you had said to me that it was shown to me in no uncertain terms of my true value as a being.
Yes.
And that I had made the choice to come back.
Yes.
Along with that, I'm here with a really close friend of mine.
Oh, all right.
And although I don't have a conscious memory
yes,
of knowing her from other lives or other parallel lives.
Yes, well, you didn't. You may be connecting to other lives that are going on simultaneously that are connected to each of you in that way, but you as a personality didn't experience that life. That's another person.
Right.
Make sense?
A parallel life.
Yes.
Yes.
And that person is their own person. But you may be making a cross connection that allows you to experience the idea of continuity as if it has happened to you.
I see.
Make sense?
Yes. Can you tell me how many times we have chosen to do this?
How many other parallel lives you
Yes.
are cross-connecting to right now from this one?
Yes.
Now, you do understand that before we answer you, that number can change from life to life, yes?
Yes.
Because you make the connections you need to make in each life. And you may make 5 connections in one life, and you may make 25 in another, and you may make 250 in another. You understand?
Okay.
Right now, as we perceive your vibration, you and this other person you are referring to cross-connect and overlap in any way that's relevant and important about 37 times.
Wow. And along with the choice in that,
yes,
on a soul or spirit level,
yes,
why is it that we choose to do that so many times? It's just
because you work so well together. You know how to reflect to each other. You're part of a soul family. Your familiarity helps you.
Yeah, and also what I believe is that it's just for the sake of whatever experience we create in the moment.
Yes. Remember, all relationships of any type are fundamentally for the primary purpose of reflecting to everyone in the relationship what they need to know about themselves to become more aware of who they really are. Yes, that's the point of relationship.
Yes, yes.
You all act as mirrors for each other to discover what you need to know about yourself so that you can integrate more of yourself and expand your awareness of who and what you are. Yes? In relation to all that is, which is also you.
Yeah, it's constant self-discovery.
Yes. Does that help?
Very much so. Thank you.
Yes.
One other question about the time that I was in a coma, and you said that it was shown to me.
Yes.
Can I ask who was there a specific group of beings or being that showed that
there were actually a few
had an interaction with?
There were actually a few. They took turns.
And who were
that? Information is not available through this terminal.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I'm really excited to be here.
Oh, all right. We are really excited too.
I never put my name in the basket and my questions are always answered. This time I have no question, but My name was picked.
Oh, all right. You can make a statement if you wish. Many times when you make a statement, you actually open more doors for us than when you ask a question.
I'm experiencing the shift, the change, the acceleration that you were talking about earlier.
Oh, all right.
And it's magnificent.
Yes, it is. Magnificent and magnifying.
I like that. And at the same time, I see people around me.
Yes.
They're in totally different place.
Yes, of course.
And although I have total allowance for where they are.
Or is there going to be a but here? I have total allowance, but... And you're going to contradict yourself anyway, whether you use but or and.
And it becomes...
Yes. It's all right. You are choosing to change your state of being. In one moment, you may in fact indeed have total allowance. In the next moment, for some reason you've invented, you choose not to have total allowance. Why?
Because I want them to shift too, but I can't.
Why? Why? Why do you need them to shift too?
I really don't need them to shift.
Then why do you care whether they do or not? If you are doing what it is that excites you and you know you're acting as a perfect example to them so that you give them at least an opportunity to know that that's an option they can choose is what works for you, then you've done all you can. If you need them to change, what does that say about what you believe about your own self-empowerment and your own reality? Well, anytime you feel the need that others must believe as you, you don't believe what you say you believe in.
I just wish they could see.
It doesn't matter what word you use.
Okay. I give up.
I understand what you are saying. And again, the idea is that the best way to be of help is certainly share information, share perspective, share points of view, but be a living example of them. And thus you have given them all of the information that they need. If they do not at this moment choose to match that vibration, you know they are eternal, infinite beings.
Right.
So what difference does it make whether they choose it now or some other place and time? They're always going to exist, aren't they?
Yes.
In some form or another, aren't they?
Yes.
So why do you have the insistence that they must change now?
Okay, I'll let it go.
Thank you. Isn't that more relaxing and accelerating for you?
Yeah.
Instead of carrying the burden of everyone else's choices behind you, dragging them along as you attempt to go toward the reality that you prefer.
Yeah, it's definitely liberating.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Does that help you then?
It does.
And?
And communication is becoming difficult with
difficult in what way?
It's like I'm speaking a different language. I'm in a different state of total being.
Then learn the different language. Learn how to communicate in a different way. Don't define the change as difficult. Define it as different. Yes?
Yes.
It's only because you're defining it as difficult, because you think it needs to be a certain thing, that you're experiencing it with difficulty. If you understand the change is a natural result of the changes within you, you will search for the new way in which communication will be more natural for you. And you will communicate with whom you need to communicate. Those that don't understand you any longer, perhaps there is nothing they need to hear from you. Yes?
Yes, and they're not, because of that, there are just limited number of people.
So?
Very limited.
Only because you are defining this in a negative way and thus actually closing the doors through which more like-minded people could come.
Yeah.
You are the one isolating yourself by your definitions of your experience. Don't have those limiting, isolating definitions, and you will suddenly feel that you're in communication with many more beings than are just physically present with you. You understand?
Yes.
So expand your definition of communication, and you will expand your experience of communication as well.
Speaking of communication.
Yes, we were.
I've been, it's been a year since last October.
One orbit around your star, yes.
Yes. That I've been hearing other beings.
You are redefining yourself, shifting into realities that are more and more representative of what you prefer to be. Yes, that's what healing is. Everything, every change, any change is the result of shifting to a parallel reality where you are already more representative of what you prefer to be, or not.
Okay. I want to actually know who are these beings?
Who are what beings?
The beings that that I hear messages and I write them down.
Why don't you ask them?
I did.
And? What did they say?
The Pleiadians?
Yes. Is that a question? Did a question sneak in there?
One that I'm afraid to ask. No.
What are you afraid of?
No. I'm kidding.
Oh, all right. Ha ha.
Just a confirmation. Yeah. A confirmation.
You don't need our confirmation. It may or may not even be the Pleiadians, but it doesn't matter because being told that they are is the permission slip that works for you right now. It's all source anyway. Yes?
Yes.
And even if it is truly something else communicating with you, the only way you're experiencing it in your reality is by creating your version out of your own consciousness and your own energy anyway, in order to experience it in your reality. So all you're really doing is talking with yourself. But that doesn't mean you're not communicating with others.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Remember, it's not this or that, it's this and that. So use whatever works for you. If the term Pleiadians works for you, then they are Pleiadians for now. That may change, it may not. It doesn't really matter as long as it works for you. Yes?
Yes. Another question?
Yes. That was the first question?
I don't know. I'm not taking count, so.
Oh, all right.
Not counting. As far as the change and the shift that is going, and I
that
know,
is always going on. Yes.
That is, and now I know before we're talking about the separation of, like, the Earth is reincarnating. You were mentioning.
Everything has an infinite number of parallel reality experiences. They already all exist. The shift that we are talking about is simply a point of view of consciousness.
True.
But all of the Earths, all the different varieties, all the different versions of Earth, and every other world and every other dimension all already exist. The shift takes place simply through your consciousness from your point of view. Yes, the Earth has its own consciousness. Yes, it can also experience the idea of shifting in a very different way than you do, but nevertheless, all the Earths already exist.
My question is more toward the new Earth.
Which one?
The one.
There is no the one. Don't you understand what we are saying? You are shifting billions of times per second.
Oh, I see. Okay.
In this conversation alone, you have literally shifted through billions upon billions upon billions of Earths. Literally. To create the sensation of time and movement and change, just even in this conversation. Time is the side effect of shifting through these parallel realities billions of times per second. So you're already shifting to different Earths. There isn't just one. But you can experience a run, a series of parallel reality Earths that are more and more and more and more and more representative of who you prefer to be, more reflective of who you prefer to be. You can do that, but it's never just one Earth. You're always shifting through billions of Earths every second.
So I create my own Earth, basically.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And you thus then create your version of it, and others that choose to match that vibration create their version of it, or again, more precisely, shift to that version in their reality, created in their reality, and you make an agreement to experience the sharing of it as if it actually was a single world outside of you, but it's not. It's all happening within your consciousness. That's how powerful you are. That's how multidimensional you all are. That's what it really means to be made in the image of God. Is this sinking in at all?
Oh yeah, it just shifted my whole question.
Oh, thank you.
What else? I think that's it.
All right. Then
Thank you.
shift along.
I will. Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
You mentioned at the beginning that we've shifted and we're sort of accelerating.
You're shifting all the time.
And the energy that's coming through has been accelerated a little bit. So I'm curious.
Again, it's not that it actually is, it's that you are now perceiving it in a way that makes it experienced as if it is. The acceleration is just an experience, a sensation of your awakening awareness. Nothing is actually accelerating.
Right. So I'm just wondering if there's a correlation to the amount of energy that's coming through you through this room.
Yes.
Has that increased?
Yes. And it will continue to do so. Because we are shifting too. Okay. We will be talking about this in what you call a future transmission that has already been given from my point of view. The idea being that as you are shifting, we are shifting and other worlds are shifting, and sometimes we choose to shift in tandem with you. And our world of Esasani is actually shifting into what will now be called Shakani, a higher level. But we are doing it simultaneously with you. And Sirius is also doing it simultaneously, and we will explain more of this in another transmission at another time.
Okay. All right, so my next question is, I'm not quite sure how to ask this, but...
Oh, all right, I'm sure you will figure it out.
Okay, so the idea that we're shifting billions of times a second.
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious about this, if there's this underlying pattern to that we each create from this as we're shifting. For example, let's say that as I'm shifting, depending on what vibration I'm shifting, say if I'm sad or if I'm happy or whatever. As I'm shifting billions of times, does that shift in and of itself create specific patterns?
It can, but again, you are creating the pattern, so you can create other patterns as well. And remember, a pattern, generally speaking, is something that functions on automatic. If you know you're doing it, it's no longer a pattern, it's a choice.
Well, I'm meaning like, for instance,
are you talking about the simple underlying template you've agreed to share with other people so that that's an automatic function of the physical reality that you don't have to think about intentionally?
Well, I was kind of thinking more, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but I'm kind of thinking more of like, say, a spiral pattern or the flower of life pattern. Those types of things.
Everything generates fluctuations of patterns of energy in the overall things that you are shifting through. Yes, it's like a wake, in a sense.
So is that part of
like ripples in a pond.
Is that part of how you identify, see us in
those
patterns?
We see the patterns, holographically, overlapping.
Okay.
Yes, we see you all holographically. It's like looking at a series of three-dimensional ripples coming out from central places, as if you dropped a multitude of stones in water, but three-dimensionally. Rippling, 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 intersecting, interacting, reinforcing, diminishing. Colors, light, energy, forming different ideas and different constructs as they overlap, disappearing, reinforcing, disappearing. It's a language unto itself. It's information unto itself. It's a dance of light.
Okay, yeah. That's kind of what I'm sort of seeing that, and I'm
kind of, sort of?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so you talked about the spiral that you created on Esasani.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? How does that relate to Earth and us, and is it a part of this shifting or this bridge?
It is a part of my shifting. It is a part of your shifting in the sense that I am in contact with you, because it is a part of who I am. And thus it acts, in a sense, as an antenna for higher dimensional frequencies, some of which we will be downloading in conversations we are having and have yet to have from your perspective with you.
Okay. I just recently have been meditating with the contact crystal.
Oh, all right.
And in one of my meditations, or a couple of them recently, I've have sort of found myself on Esasani in front of the main your contact crystal there.
Yes, all right.
And
many of you pay visits in a variety of ways.
Okay, and so as I was sitting there meditating in front of the crystal on Esasani, I felt like there was maybe a counterpart of mine there that we sort of kind of merged together, I guess.
Many of you have counterparts in our civilization, not always concurrent in my time frame, but many of you have counterparts in our civilization, which is also one of the reasons why we are in communication with you. We are all one family in many ways, on many levels.
Okay. Is there something that you can share about that obviously, because I'm making that connection, there's something that I'm giving to that aspect of myself and vice versa?
Well, when you looked at the crystal in your meditation, what came up? What did you focus on? What images came into your mind? What experiences, what sensations did you have?
That it was familiar, that this is something I've done before in terms of interacting with different civilizations.
All right.
And
so you are suggesting that you are connected to the idea of contact specialist.
Yes, and the other thing that came up, though, was all of the other crystals that surround the central crystal that represent the other civilizations.
In our particular association, yes.
Okay. Those crystals, are they crystals that come from your creation, your planet, that represents these civilizations? Or are they? Okay.
But they each contain something from each of those civilizations.
Okay,
it is embedded in the crystal.
Okay, because that's what I was getting.
Yes. Each crystal thus then is grown around the seed of whatever it is that is from the other civilization, and thus acts, in a sense, as an information extraction and storage crystal for that particular civilization holographically, so that anyone can thus then touch any of those crystals and instantly start downloading information from that civilization to whatever is relevant to which they wish to know.
Okay. Yeah, I was doing that. I guess I was sort of in the beginning stages of doing that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So if I say Iwat,
yes.
Can you?
It is a language not of our civilization, but one of the others you were focused on.
Okay. Is this the civilization of the being that I met on the ship above Iseti Ranch?
Yes.
It's that being?
Yes.
Okay. Is he the guide who's also helping me to remember?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not always, sometimes.
But I'm asking specifically the idea of this icon that...
Define.
It's something that I used when I was younger. To
define the icon.
Well, that's what he was attempting to help me remember. I don't remember the icon, and he was attempting to help me.
Then remember it now. What's the first image that comes into your mind?
I just seem to have a block with that.
Maybe the image is a block.
Okay.
Is it? Is it a block? Is it a cube? Is that the icon?
Well, I was told it was...
Answer the question.
I don't think so.
Then you know it's not that.
Yes.
So that's a step in the right direction, yes?
Yes.
We can do this by process of elimination if you wish.
I don't...
Yes?
That would take
Now, let me ask you the real bottom line question, as you say. You said you don't know what it is. Yes?
Well, some aspects.
Answer the question.
No.
But you know what it's not. Yes?
Yes.
Which means, as you know, the only way you can know it's not that is if you know what it is. Yes?
Well, the reason why I'm saying that it's not that, because
Yes.
I was told that
Yes.
it was something that was like an angel or something like that, some kind of aspect.
It doesn't matter that you were told. What I'm saying is the information came from some level of your being. Even if it came through another being, it still came into your being, and you had to create your version of it in order to receive that information. So you know what it is. And the proof that you know what it is that you know what it's not. So you just have to become more confident in the idea that by knowing what it's not, that must mean you know what it is. And as soon as you are absolutely confident and assured in that knowledge, you will see that you know what it is.
Okay.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we give you the toolkit, not the end result. The end result is your gift. Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Bashar.
And you good day.
Last night you talked about that Tesla had access to alternative and free energy. My question is, where do we stand in terms of having access to that? You've also mentioned Townsend Brown in the past.
Yes.
Is this something that we are going to be having access to, developing?
Yes, many people on your planet are doing so. The idea, however, is that it's simpler than you think.
When will it come into widespread use?
As we read the collective energy that exists on your planet now, you will find that this will be a given within, at the outside, 50 of your years. It could happen sooner, but it will happen no later than that, as we read your energy now.
Is it being suppressed right now?
Of course.
Okay, so within that time frame, the suppression will end or dissolve?
Yes, because it will not be capable of suppressing the information once certain individuals realize how simple the information actually is.
Okay, until that time, are we primarily going to be using hydrocarbons for transportation, heating, etc.?
You already know that you will be using other forms of energy generation as well. But you will ultimately discover what we are talking about, or rediscover it again. And you will find in actual fact that once it is rediscovered, it will be rediscovered simultaneously in 3 different locations on your planet. And that's where the paradigm shift will occur, because of the simultaneous rediscovery in 3 locations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Last year you had a transmission, something about ships leaving the dock, going in different directions, and I believe it was
trains. The train station. Yes.
Okay, that it was representative of timelines that were relatively parallel, that were going to diverge more
Yes.
and more as of December 21st.
Yes.
Where do we stand on that? And
well, what train are you on? Are you on the one you want to be on or not? That's the only real question here. Are you on the track you wish to be on? Are you acting on your highest excitement? Are you being who you prefer to be? Are you in alignment with your true natural core vibration? Or are you on a different track? We are simply saying, be on the track you truly prefer to be on now, because as the parallel reality vibrations diverge, it will be, in your understanding, less likely that you will want to make a choice to jump to the other track later. Because by not jumping onto that track now, you're setting up certain conditions that will make it less likely that you will be aware of how to choose to shift to that track that you really wanted to be on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, all aboard.
Good evening to your entities, Bashar.
And good day to you.
My statement is full of gratitude.
We thank you.
My last teacher, spiritual teacher, who was Dr. David Hawkins.
Yes.
He passed away on the 19th of September this year.
All right.
I was...
that doesn't mean he can't continue to be a teacher.
Yes, of course. But I was sorry about the birth. I was expecting another teacher. And you came in my awareness, in my consciousness 1 month ago.
You always get what you need.
And I'm very grateful, and I want to express my gratitude for who you are.
We thank you for being who you are.
And for the respect I have for my latest teacher, David Hawkins, I would like you to be so kind to tell us a little bit what you know about his work on this planet.
The idea of the work has changed since he has shifted to another level. It involves the idea of flow, energy flow that is represented by the idea of water now. The idea is that there is an understanding of new energy coming in, new awareness of higher levels of energy. And so the work now involves the idea of melting into the flow of water, using the idea of water as a permission slip symbol to allow for greater flow within yourselves. That is what the spirit is now generating from the higher level, from the non-physical level. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Does that answer your question or not?
Yes, of course, it does.
And?
I remember about the audience in the beginning, they wanted to have some numbers, a percentage.
Yes.
That
all of you humans love percentages.
That was why I want to bring into our discussion Dr. David Hawkins, because of his scale of consciousness.
Yes.
From 1 to 100.
Yes, but you understand that that's relatively arbitrary.
Yeah,
and of course, from the higher perspective he now occupies, he knows it's arbitrary.
Was good for us to understand.
It's a permission slip. It's one permission slip. If it works for you, use it. If it no longer works, don't. It's up to you.
And about his muscle testing technique.
Yes.
Can you...
Again, it's a permission slip.
Yeah,
you must understand, really, all of this is just a permission slip. It's up to you and your imagination to decide what works for you. These are all tools given by any number of individuals on your planet because there are any number of belief systems on your planet that require a different reflection, a different tool, a different perspective. All the tools work, but they only work for whom they are relevant.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, that's it then. You have the whole secret right there.
Yeah, one more time, I'm grateful for who you are.
Our gratitude as well to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Andrew, you good day.
Hi. I'm excited.
One moment. Okay. Continue.
Okay. I'm excited about the synchronicity of my dad and I being chosen right now.
Oh, all right. Thank you for the creation of your synchronicity.
Thank you. One of the questions that came up while I was sitting there is in terms of the quarantine, which ends December 21st.
Yes.
And
one moment. She is referring to the idea that, among other things, your crossing threshold date of December 21st, 2012 represents the end of what you have euphemistically referred to as the quarantine of your world by extraterrestrial civilizations. In other words, hands off, not to interfere. This does not mean that on the very next day, spaceships will be landing everywhere. What it means, however, is that our laws no longer prevent us from interacting with you. The entire idea of when we are capable of interacting with you will be in your hands, and so we will be watching.
Thank you. And so what are some of the ways that we will see? I mean, is there any time frame in which the Shalanaya
as we have said, the general window that we perceive right now, most likely for open contact, will be between your year of 2025 to 2033.
And is there any specific times coming up that we should look for in the skies?
Look within yourself, because the thing that acts as the best barometer is how many times and how more often you remember, whether in dreams or actual waking memory or any other synchronous way you might recall, that you've already had contact. The rate at which you remember you've already had contact but forgotten it will be a barometer for us as to when you're ready for more contact. So the idea of the rate of remembering that you've already had contact will increase in 2013.
Thank you.
Yes. Now remember, we also said that one of the main key transformational changes or inciting incidents that will happen generally as we perceive your energy between your years of 2015 to 2017 will be that you will, as a society, know beyond a shadow of a doubt in those years that extraterrestrial life of some form exists. We are not saying what it is. We're not saying how you will discover it. We are not saying it has anything at all to do with the idea of what you call UFOs. But you will know for a fact somewhere in those 2 years that extraterrestrial life is absolutely a fact. And that will shift your consciousness in ways that will help accelerate you toward the window of contact that we already spoke about.
Woohoo.
Did that translate?
Yay.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
So Sharon and I have created a hybrid children community.
Yes.
Online and in physical life.
Yes.
And we have lots of parents participating.
All
Are there
right.
any specific messages from the kids to any of their parents that may not know that they have kids that they would like to translate at this time, or anything they'd like to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, one more. Keep up the good work.
How much?
Oh, one more. Give in to your imagination.
I've definitely been finding that as I'm living in a cottage and wearing capes and stuff. I've felt way more childlike being with the kids.
That is essential, because as you allow yourself to be the inner child in a mature way, you will become more of the frequency of the children that will come.
And so why did they choose? I know that the Zetas had to continue on their civilization, but why did they choose to bring them in as children for us?
So that you can grow up together.
Okay.
Because most of the people on your planet are still children, learning to mature into true adults. And as you increase your lifespans as well, you will understand that naturally speaking, you don't actually reach adulthood or maturity until you arrive at year 100 or so. So you're all basically adolescents.
Young bucks. Okay.
Young bucks.
Yeah.
And buckets. So fill your buckets with bucks.
Okay. Sounds good. Speaking of that.
Yes.
Synchronistically. As our current system of value represented in money starts to change, you've talked about the value of people being what will replace that.
Ultimately, yes.
And the new structures that will need to be in place for the old ones to fall away.
Yes.
What would those structures, is there anything you can tell us about?
We have talked about them over and over again.
Okay.
The idea, again, of those things that you believe are representative of the kind of society, both politically, socially, technologically, whatever you wish, to create that you think is more representative of the society you prefer. All the structures, all of them. Versions that you believe are representative of the society you prefer. Yes?
Yes.
It's that simple.
Okay.
Does that address your issue?
Yes, it does.
Well, thank you.
It's not an issue. It's just a challenge that I'm excited about.
All right. We did not put a negative definition on the word issue.
Yes. I think that's all for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Bashar.
And a you good day.
That was my daughter, Bridget.
Yes. You must be so proud.
Very proud.
Do you ever get cross with Bridge it?
Yes.
Oh, all right. But in a positive way.
Cross with Bridget.
Yes.
Yes. So, I have a hybrid daughter named Geo. Bridget named her Geo.
Oh, all right.
She's like Bridget's twin, so to speak.
So to speak.
So to speak. In, I guess, with the Shalaniah.
Yes.
And
not of the Shalaniah, but with the Shalaniah.
Yes, with them.
Yes.
Anyway, she's excited that Bridget bought a cape and she's wanting to try it on when they make contact.
Color of cape?
Purple.
The counterpart of Geo's cape is gold.
She already has a cape?
Of course.
Love that. She was very excited for Bridget to get her cape. They're kind of twins that way, so.
Gold and purple, royalty.
Very nice.
Or if you wish, a cup of royal tea. This is a sample of Geo's humor, such as it is.
Yeah, she's all right.
Anything else?
No, that was a nice piece right there. I really was just reveling in that.
Oh, all right.
The collective, we talk a lot about the earth
Yes.
shifting.
Yes.
The collective shifting.
Yes.
Yet it's individual.
Yes. And collective.
And collective. So when we say we're shifting,
Yes.
it's those people who are in agreement.
Everyone is shifting.
Everyone is shifting.
It just depends on what you're shifting to.
There will be many tracks.
There are many tracks.
How many tracks are you guys on?
Infinite. Everyone is on infinite tracks on different levels.
Will you be talking
Are you
to
bringing
those?
it down to a specific realm and asking for the number of tracks in a particular realm?
In other words, you know, you've said, well, we wouldn't be talking to you if you weren't going to go.
Yes.
But not everybody on earth is necessarily going to be hearing you.
Well, we're not talking to them then.
That's the point.
Yes. Yes.
So
did that clear that up?
If we keep talking to you, then we're on the right track.
Theoretically. Remember, you don't need to do it this way.
It's a good permission slip.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you.
But you can also create your own conversations with whatever version of yourself is represented by us. And that's the point. Yes? Stay on track with your own higher mind.
Yes.
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 We are happy to be a permission slip, happy to be a mirror, happy to be a reflection of that, but understand this conversation is being had by you with yourself.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
I could go on, but no, that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Then go on.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
Do I have an Essassani counterpart in your current time frame?
Half.
Half?
Half.
Well, I don't know what that means.
It means that the being you are referring to is half Sassani and half something else. A hybrid of its own nature.
That sounds pretty cool.
I believe it's warmer than that.
Is it rad?
No, not exactly.
Can you tell me what the other half is?
I just told you. Did it translate?
Wait, what?
There may not be any linguistic counterpart.
Okay. I think I might figure that one out later because I don't.
All right. There may still be no linguistic counterpart in your language.
Okay. Wow, okay. Okay.
Does that suffice, or is there something else you wish to discuss?
I'm just like, what? So I think it's just when my brain's probably going to.
Oh, all right. You are processing.
Yes.
One moment. Are you attracted to silver?
Yes, as far as jewelry and stuff.
Just the metal, in any form. The color, the metal.
Yeah.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else more so, or silver more than anything?
Well, when I buy jewelry, it's generally silver in color.
So yes.
Yes.
Rather than gold, rather than something else.
Correct.
All right. Silver, thus then, is a vibration similar to the idea of the vibration of the other half of the hybrid. Thus then, by being attracted to that frequency, you allow yourself an connection point, in a sense, a circuit point, a circuit connection with that frequency.
Okay.
If you wish to find or attract yourself to a silver object, if you don't already have one that will work as a permission slip for this, you can attract yourself or attract to you a silver object that will actually function as a permission slip to allow you more awareness of the connection to that hybrid being.
Okay.
So if you wish to refer to the being as silver, you can.
Okay. That's cool.
Hi-ho.
Okay, so that makes sense as to why I've been singing that lately.
Have you now?
Interesting. Yes.
So you see, you understand that you are creating your own synchronicities even without knowing it.
Yeah.
And now you know.
Thank you. And also, I found it really interesting that Mitsubishi Electric is an anagram of I critic, it's you, B Helms.
All right, if you say so.
That's a statement. Did you care to elaborate at all?
In its natural language, it means 3 diamonds. Would you care to elaborate on that?
At a later time, I'll do that for you.
Mitsubishi, 3 diamonds.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right.
And then why is 9 so magical? Because is it just because it's 3 threes, or what's the deal?
What's the deal?
Yeah, because I noticed that when I'm driving, I make anagrams of everything and I add numbers and stuff. And I noticed that 9 acts as 0 if it's with a bunch of other numbers.
Yes. You are sensing, as many people on your planet do who are mathematically inclined, the idea of some of the underlying templates that create the structure, the crystalline lattice of physical reality. And there are patterns within it. 9, as in any number, is representative of certain patterns. In certain ways, it is the pattern, as you say, of completion and restarting. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And thus added to, in certain ways, other numbers will give you the sensation of having finished a cycle and the beginning of another.
Huh. Okay. Well, thank you.
There are many more interpretations to this, but we will not go into them now.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Does that serve you?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may take a very short break, and we will resume this transmission with a meditation that will help as a permission slip to lock in the vibration of your perception of acceleration. Enjoy your short break, and we'll resume shortly.
So, well, I guess this is the part where we launch into outer space. So, if you like that imagery, just step into your spaceship. Take a look through the viewing screen after you find yourself in space. And you have the opportunity to connect with this divinely inspired holotope created by Kirby Seed and Randall Fonts. All right, so I think it's time. Everybody ready? Okay, all right, here we go. Morning, everyone. Wow, it's great to be back in Vegas. So I'm April Rochelle from Bashar Communications, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this exciting event of Contact with Bashar. Today's session is entitled Saibo, and Saibo is an ancient Essassani game that used to be played, and it's designed to increase your level of synchronicity. So Bashar is going to be sharing some information with us about that today, and eventually you'll have the information about how to play the game. So that should be a really interesting and appropriate session for Las Vegas. Upcoming sessions, we have on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of June, we have 3 Bashar sessions coming up in Los Angeles. Friday night is entitled Masks, and this is a new permission slip that Bashar is giving us about how to see things from the perspective of the higher self. And then on Saturday night, he's doing a session entitled The Story Tree. And again, he's going to introduce a technique for how to redefine your life and reinvent the story that you're creating about your life, because you know that has so much impact on what you experience. And then on Sunday, the session's entitled The State of the Union, and Bashar will be giving us a little bit more of an update on the changes in our society and what is happening right now. So that should be very exciting to hear what's happening, because as we've seen, there's a lot of change going on, and we really are in a very different world. And of course, we're on a different planet, right? Because we change to a new reality every moment. Yeah. So that's what it's all about for today as far as the Saibo goes. And because I know you're all eager to get started and hear Bashar. Yeah. We're going to just show you a couple of videos. The first one is a video about the contact crystals that Bashar introduced a number of years ago. Okay, so we'll go ahead and bring the screen up so that we can show the videos.
The charged crystals that represent the idea of contact. These being the permission slip that have been entitled Essassani contact crystals or seeds of contact. The idea being that on my world, this crystal represents the center point of a larger crystal array that is created to represent all of the consciousnesses and all of the worlds in the interstellar alliance of which we are a part and of which you are becoming a part.
Bashar has been in some sessions explaining more about his own life, his own experiences on his planet. When he was very young, he was shown a large piece of artwork that contains many different kinds of crystals, and each crystal represents one of the civilizations that's part of their association of worlds. Now, the central crystal he described is a hexagon that is dark green in color. It's larger than this, but this is basically a replica of that crystal as he described it to us. There is a symbol inscribed on the crystal, which is
a triangular symbol that has a spiral in the middle of it. This symbol Bashar described is actually his family crest. It represents his family's lineage as contact specialists. So Bashar suggested that if we made replicas, even if they're smaller, of this central crystal, what he did then is he did a special meditation that actually comes with every crystal on a DVD that's for the purpose of charging the crystal with the specific frequency of contact. So when you have one of these and you use the meditation, it is actually charged with the particular frequency that represents his civilization and the particular frequency that represents their initial contact with us. Bashar has basically said that, charging one of these with your own energy and the energy that's in the meditation that he gave is kind of like casting your vote specifically for contact. So if you're interested in acquiring one of these, by all means, please ask the people at the back table to give you the information. It comes in this lovely box along, like I said, with the DVD. And so please check out the information at the back table.
Okay, and why is the contact crystal a hexagon?
It supports the idea, very specifically, that what is attached to it, around it, as the central hexagonal crystal, are 6 others, which represent the 6 hybrid races, and altogether the 7th. Earth being the 6th hybrid race. We are the 3rd. But altogether, the 6 and the 1 in the center will be representative of the 7th hybrid race, when all 6 hybrid races exist and blend together into the 7th. That's the core of our common evolution and what we share as family and where we're going into what you call the future. Together.
The other crystals that you saw there are Sirius crystals and dolphin crystals, and Bashar created these activation meditations that you do with the crystals. So it's really a lot of fun. They're a nice permission slip for if you're interested in getting into contact with dolphin energy or Essassani energy. So the second video we're going to show you is about the dolphin workshop that we just had. And we offer this workshop in October and February. And I'll let you take a look at it and see what it's like.
deeper you dive into the unknown, the greater the gifts will be, the more expansive the gifts will be, the more exciting the gifts will be. You will discover the buried treasure that lies deep within.
and melt within the sea of space and time and timelessness, into the ocean, in the infinite depths, into a realm unto its own. Diving deeply once again. Buried deep within the seas, in an everlasting dream of joy, an everlasting dream of exploration, an everlasting dream of ecstasy.
So that's a little excerpt from what it's like to attend one of the Bashar Dolphin workshops. And this is a series of guided meditations that Bashar designed specifically for this 1-week journey. And it's a transformational journey that's combining swimming with wild dolphins every day and doing 2 guided meditations every day. And through this process and connecting with all the people in the group and having a very intimate experience with the dolphins, you just will find that you are a very different person by the end of it. And you truly find that ecstasy and that childlike wonder and joy that you always have, but maybe has been put aside because of work or home life or things like that. So it's a really wonderful experience, and if you feel called to be with the dolphins, this is a great way to experience them. Our next video is a little surprise. As you all know, we have a documentary that we've recently completed for Bashar, and so we're going to show you the trailer for the documentary.
The concept of alien contact is no longer foreign to our society. The question isn't if it will happen, but when.
pretty exciting. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Do we have a little spaceship up above here? That's right. Next thing you know, he'll be landing at Caesar's palace, huh? Okay, so it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the wonderfully gifted channel, DarrylAnka.
So did you guys notice that the narrator for the documentary was James Woods? We were very, very fortunate to get him. He was very enthusiastic about the project and was really the perfect person, I think, to do it. We actually recorded him here in Las Vegas. We flew out and rented the studio here. He happened to be in Vegas, and so he came over, spent a couple of hours, knocked it out of the park, and went back to playing poker. And that's how you do that. So we're real fortunate to have him.
So was there anything else you wanted to say about the documentary?
It's awesome. You should see it. So we are working on a distribution program now. So ideally, we'll be exploring where we can show it here in Vegas in a theater. And if you go to whatisfirstcontact.com, you'll find out when we post where all of the theaters will be so that you can go and see the film. Okay, so sometime over the next 2 or 3 months, we'll have a schedule of different cities in which the theater will be shown. All righty, are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Okay, then I will.
All right, so I'll just say thank you for myself and for everyone here for bringing this wonderful, joyful, positive energy into our lives and these wonderful messages from the future.
Thank you. Okay. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye. Let's say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, we thank you once again for the opportunity to interact with each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the great gift of sharing that you are giving us, our deepest appreciation. Let us begin this transmission by reminding you that we have called this Saibo. In our ancient language, the word Saibo is the number 13 and also stands for transformation. When our society was first created, our hybrid civilization, and when we were placed on the planet that was prepared for us, that we now refer to as Essassani, we were given many different kinds of tools and experiences were laid out for us, and opportunities were designed for us so that our civilization would grow in very certain ways. One of the things that was done was the creation of certain games, if you will, that we would play to lead us down certain avenues of experience. And one of those games is what we are now relating to you appropriately in your city of Las Vegas as Saibo, which stands for 13 in transformation. The purpose of the game, fundamentally, the way it is played, is designed to expand your synchronicity so that as you play more and more, you start experiencing more and more synchronicity in the game. And that eventually can begin to leak into your life by training you to get into that state of being that is most representative of experiencing accelerated synchronicity in your lives. The game is played anywhere from, generally speaking, 1
to 6 individuals. You can actually do it by yourself if you wish, as a permission slip exercise, to expand your own synchronicity. Or you can have the fun of playing with other individuals. It can be more, but the way the game is structured usually is done with 6 at the most. But that's up to you. Now, because you typically think of us as existing in the future, even though all things exist simultaneously, but from a linear perspective, you tend to look at our reality as if it is a future reality. Yet because the game comes from what you would linearly recognize as our past, you could then paradoxically say that this game is a 10,000-year-old game from the future. So we share this with you this day, and we will describe in general how the game works, and you will also receive an opportunity to receive the specific detailed rules of the game shortly. It is played with a 12-sided die. You understand this? A die with 12 sides and 12 numbers on it. And there is a grid of those 12 numbers arranged in a very specific way. There are 13 rounds, and you go around and around with each player, 1 round at a time, 13 times. And in each round you are given 3 rolls in an attempt to get 3 numbers in a row. Not necessarily in order, although that's another level. Each number is represented by 1 point, and if you get 3 in the same row in any order, you then earn 3 points. Should you happen to get the 3 numbers in any particular row, whether straight across, up or down in a column, or even diagonally, you still get those 3 points in any order, but if you get the numbers in the actual sequential order that they are arranged in the row, then you get 9 points. And this is the beginning of the synchronicity. There are different levels to this game. There is a beginning level, there is an advanced level, there is a master level, and there is a grandmaster level. The beginning level allows you the opportunity, if you wish to play this way, to have 4 rolls in order to get 3 numbers. The advanced level is just 3 rolls to get the 3 numbers. The idea of the master level is that if you get 3 numbers in a row in order, and you actually repeat that somewhere in the 13 rounds, you have entered the master level. For this is what it's about, is getting to the place where your synchronicity is so strong that you can actually begin to roll the same numbers over and over and over again. And a grandmaster is actually capable in all 13 rounds of rolling the same 3 numbers in the same order for every round. When your synchronicity is that high, nothing seems beyond you. Now, this was given to us, as we say, at the beginning of our history, about 10,000 of our years ago. And the idea is that in the first 1,000 years, we only generated 1 grandmaster. In the next 1,000 years, we generated 3 grandmasters. And in the next 1,000 years, we generated 9 grandmasters. When that reached that number of 13 grandmasters in the first 3,000 years, as a society, we no longer really needed to play the game, because synchronicity had permeated our society to such a degree that we went on about our business in a variety of other ways. Not to say the game was not continued to be played by some, for it still is now and then, for a variety of reasons. But as this focused us into the state of being necessary to experience accelerated synchronicity, so too can this game
in a state of being of fun, accelerate you as well, which is what it is designed to do. You will be again given more detailed instructions for exactly how the grid is laid out, how you keep score, how you allow yourself to perpetuate and accelerate and expand your synchronous experience in the game. The idea of the being that we have from time to time also assisted in channeling through to you, that we name Saibo, is actually named Saibo for this reason. He is one of the few grandmasters of the game, and is able, when playing the game, to actually, in every single round, roll exactly the same 3 numbers. Every time. He is one of the few grandmasters that still exists in our society, and over the last 7,000 of our years, there have only been 5. But again, not because it's that difficult. Simply because after the first 3,000 years, we went on to other things and expressed our synchronicity in a variety of other ways. So we now share this game with you so that you can begin to experience this as well, if you wish. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be your particular cup of tea, as you say. But it is fun. And again, being appropriate for your location of Las Vegas, even though this will not necessarily exactly be in the instructions that you will receive, the game can be played with betting, if you wish. There will be a separate set of instructions for that at another time. But you will receive the basic detailed instructions for how the grid is laid out, how you roll, how you take turns, how you keep score, and everything you need to know to begin your experience of synchronicity with this particular permission slip. So, speaking of synchronicity, we remind you that synchronicity, in a sense, is your linear space-time way of demonstrating that everything is one thing, that everything is connected, that everything is an expression of the same one thing, the all that is. But because you have chosen to focus your consciousness in linear space-time, then synchronicity is one of the few ways you have of being shown that that is true. It is that moment of timing when what you are experiencing is perfectly meaningful for you, personally, and gives you the information you needed at exactly the moment you needed it. When all things come together within you, when you are standing, in a sense, at the crossroads of your consciousness, you experience the synchronicity that demonstrates that all things are one, that all things are connected, yet you still experience it in linear time, in a linear way. And can use those experiences of synchronicity that we know you all have had and will continue to have as a reminder of the state of being that is required to act from in your lives that will propel you forward in a much more accelerated way. The paradox here, as usual, is that the more you live in the now, in the single moment, the closer you get to living in that single moment, the less time you actually create. And thus, from a linear perspective, that becomes the equivalent of experiencing an acceleration in time. It's like jumping over the frames of a film strip and only looking at a few of them because you're living more in the moment and thus experiencing fewer frames and thus accelerated time, which is actually the result of creating less experience of space-time. Remember that space and time are side effects of your consciousness shifting billions of times per second through billions of parallel reality versions of yourself. That's what time is. And when you live more in the moment, you don't necessarily need to create as many frames, as many jumps, so to speak. And thus, by not necessarily creating so many details in between one major moment and the next, you can collapse time to those two moments. You're always shifting at the same speed. That never changes. But the degree of difference in the shift is what reveals the rate at which you are shifting. So you will suddenly, when synchronicity expands and increases in your life, you will suddenly notice the differences more obviously, more blatantly, because you will have shifted from one frame to another that is different enough that you begin to notice, because you have let go of the need in that moment for what you typically call continuity. You are experiencing a break in continuity from the mass consensus. And synchronicity is one of the representations of a break in that continuity, where everything comes together at that moment in time and space to reflect to you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. So this game that we now bequeath unto you, play to your heart's content, have fun, don't try too hard, just play, just relax, let it happen, allow it to happen. It may or may not be experienced by different people in different ways at different times, different rates. That's fine. There is no right way or wrong way to do it. But if you are attracted to it, if you're excited to play it and see what happens. I can guarantee that, at least for some of you, you will have a profound effect and be quite startled by the expansion of synchronicity in your life, because that's what the game is designed to do as a permission slip. So we thank you for allowing us to share this tool with you that has served us so well, and have fun. In return now for the gift that you are giving us of allowing us to experience each and every one of you, I ask, in what way may we continue to be of service through your questions and dialogues? Begin how you wish.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
This is awesome. This is my third time speaking with you.
All right.
I'm feeling very synchronistic right now.
All right.
I wish I had my question, but let me make a statement first.
By all means.
I knew I was going to be here. I hadn't bought my tickets, though, for some reason. And last week I had to call 911 for a health emergency.
Oh, all right. How exciting.
It was exciting. It was very, very exciting. And the most exciting part for me was when I got into the emergency room, they switched me to a hospital gown. I looked down and the entire hospital gown has a pattern of pyramids on it.
Oh, all right.
So thank you for that. I don't know if that was me
what are you
or
thanking
you.
me
I know
for?
I created that. Okay. Well, anyway, after seeing that, I said, okay, I'll be there.
Our society does not manufacture hospital gowns.
I did think it was a very interesting, exciting pattern and
It is.
unusual for a hospital gown because I didn't really see a relationship for anybody else, but for me it was a big connection.
All right, and this is a wonderful demonstration of how synchronicities can work.
Yes.
When you may think that something is going wrong, it may be leading you exactly to the right place.
I agree. So on that note,
Yes.
the issue that I went into the hospital for was an accelerated heart rate, arrhythmia,
Yes.
extra nerves firing, all kinds of things going on with the heart. And apparently it was something I was born with, but it's something that kind of just flares up once in a while. And it really
All right.
hadn't until this last month.
All right.
So I was wondering if you had any clarity, because I have a few theories and I know that
Well,
all
you're
truths are
processing new
true.
energies.
That's what I thought. Okay. So does that mean,
You're taking yourself to a new level, and therefore your body has to adapt.
so it's like ascension symptoms?
Yes, it can be.
Okay, does it taper off, or we're always ascending so it gets more and more, or we just get
That
acclimated?
particular experience may not necessarily always need to happen as you get used to the idea of the ascension. As there is less resistance in your body and your neurological structure, it may no longer react that way eventually, because then you can become more superconductive along your neurological net, and there will no longer be as many restrictions or obstacles in the neurology that would cause that kind of jittering to happen in your system.
I feel like a hummingbird a
Yes.
lot.
All right.
So do you have any advice on how I can better acclimate the energies so that I
You
can
know
get
our
off
advice on that.
follow my highest excitement?
Act on your highest excitement to the best that you are able with zero insistence on a particular outcome.
Okay.
That's the whole formula. We understand that many people in your society conveniently forget the third part.
Yeah, and I was going to say that kind of answers my one question about the political race right now. So
Oh, all right.
I won't even, but I will ask this question, even though it's a future forward question. When you said everything will change,
Yes.
I know that everything is already changing every second.
Of course, but we are focusing on the idea that sometimes changes are backed by the energy of the mass consensus to such a strong degree that it creates a kind of crossroads in your collective energy. And this is what we are sensing coming up in the fall of 2016, where there is an opportunity and a high degree of probability for many different kinds of things in your society to begin to exhibit real change in certain ways. Some of them will be obvious, some of them will not necessarily be obvious at first, but could be traced back to about that time. So it is a nexus point, it is a crossroads point, and you will see what happens.
Would you say that it's connected directly to who becomes president, or would you say
That's simply one of the side effects.
Okay, that makes sense. Would you say that I heard another channel, I want to say Adronis or Andronis, mention that we'd be making a big shift into fourth dimension. Some of us would be making a big shift into fourth dimensional reality during that time.
You are already in the fourth dimension. What is meant is that you are shifting into fourth density, which is a different idea.
Okay, yes. So is that related to the big shift, the big change?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to be...
It's an acceleration point in your ascension through the process of going from third to fourth density. It's a major point. It's a major threshold.
Is there a specific date, or it's just a phase?
The state of the union.
Yes, I can't wait for it.
Well, you have to.
I know. Well, not really, because it's kind of now. Anyway.
It is now,
Yeah,
and if you
yeah.
feel like You can get into the vibratory state where you can access all the information that will be given at that time. By all means, don't let us stop you.
Okay. Thank you. Another question was, I specifically remember, this happened a few times in my life, but I specifically remember driving the car. I was pregnant at the time. Another car comes to sideswipe me. There's a huge cement barrier. I'm on the freeway.
Are you going to ask me if you died?
No, I know I died.
Oh, all right.
I already know that. But my question is, well, I think I might know the answer to this too, but why I came back into my body. Got to finish the story for everybody else because I know you know how it ends.
All right.
But kind of blacked out, came back in my body. I'm
Yes.
on the freeway. There's no cars around me, and that car that was going to sideswipe me was way off. I'm like, how am I totally safe and perfect right now? So I know that I left, my body came back, whatever.
Yes.
But did I do that to prove to myself the quantum physics and everything so I could learn all this? Or why do we choose to just die and come back?
Sometimes people, because of the belief systems they've brought up with, will jolt themselves into a new reality very quickly because they know they can. Therefore, they choose what may seem to be relatively expedient rather than having to go through longer processes.
So for me, I think of it as like a spiritual growth, learning. Oh, cool. Now I know that I can just
Yes.
pop in and out.
Yes. It gives you a different
So
perspective.
that's why it happened. Okay. That makes sense.
One that you wouldn't necessarily have had before that experience. Not that you had to do it that way, but you knew you could, so you took advantage of it.
Okay.
Does that help?
That helps. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And please drive carefully.
Oh, thank you.
Hello,
And you good day.
my name is Stephanie. I have one question for you.
Oh, all right.
Will you explain the synchronicity between past and present lives, and will you go and elaborate on mine?
Well, again, the idea is that all things exist now. What you call the past is just another parallel reality coexisting with you, but at a different frequency so that you no longer perceive it. And coming from a linear space-time perspective, you just look at that or perceive that other coexisting reality as a so-called past because of the way you have been taught to look at things from a space-time perspective. Does that make sense, first of all?
Yes and no.
What is the no part?
So are you trying to tell me that...
I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm telling you things.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me that I'm essentially just living still through my past life? Is that what you're explaining to me?
What I'm saying is, like the analogy of your television programs, when you are watching a particular television program, you know that at the moment you're watching that program, there are hundreds of other programs playing at the same time, yes?
Correct.
All the other lives are going on at the same time. It's just that you're tuned to this channel now. You follow me?
Okay, yes.
But you still have bleed-through connections energetically and informationally from the other lives. So the synchronicities that happen in this life can sometimes be representative of the connections you have to other simultaneous existences of other people living in other time frames, as you call it, who actually do exist at the same time, and you may be drawing on their experiences and their information to help you in this life in the same way they may be drawing on your experiences and your information to help them in their lives. It's like a concurrent, interconnected web of information between all the lives that exist at once throughout creation. But depending on the way you look at this, you might consider them to be in the past or the future, even though they all exist at the same time. So when there is that bleed through, when there is that overlap, when you become more aware of the connections that exist, sometimes you can experience that as synchronicities in your life, or even just inspirations and ideas that you don't know where they came from. You understand?
Yes.
Sometimes they can come from your higher mind, sometimes they can come from your guides, but sometimes they can come from other parallel existences.
So am I drawn to people from this life that I've continued? Am I drawn to people? I know that it seems like you don't like the idea of past life necessarily. It's more
Well,
of a
it's not that we
continuation.
don't like it, it's just inaccurate.
Am I drawn to the same sort of people that I've always been in touch with?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the theme you're exploring. The themes will determine what attracts you. Does that help you?
It does. It helps me very much.
Is that sufficient? Or is
That
there
is
something else?
No, I really enjoyed that.
Oh, all right. So did we.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi there.
And to you, good day.
Ooh, it's so exciting to be here.
All right, speak up and be bold so that all may hear you.
Okay, well, yesterday I flew in an airplane from New York City to here.
Oh, all right.
Invited by a very good friend of mine. And 13 has been my quote-quote lucky number. I just chose that, and it's in my email address. And so today when I got here, I had no idea what question, if any, but I put my name on the list. And as I was sitting there, I thought, which I've heard you say before, is that we know what we need to know when we need to know it.
Yes.
And so one of the things I heard you talk about briefly this morning was a break in continuity.
Yes.
And I wrote that down because I like making ceramic objects with clay.
Yes.
And I just thought, oh boy, wouldn't that be fun to go from X to Z, you know, and rather than go through the process of learning something new and practicing and blah, blah, blah. I would just love to be able to, like you said, see that there has not been a progression and it's not linear, and that I could see that here I'm doing A one day and the next day Y, and then who knows what.
Yes. All right. Well, you can do that more and more and more. Again, the more you align with your true vibration, the less necessity you will have to experience certain kinds of continuity. You won't necessarily let go of it all because you're still agreeing to abide by general mass consensus ideas. But you can experience that on a personal level more and more, certainly.
And I either may or may not want to continue along these lines. Have also been wanting to experience clay making with energies that are elsewhere. And
meaning what?
Meaning that I'll tell myself that I'm tuning into some entity, some energy, some wonderfulness who's happy to be there with me working.
So you wish to channel your pottery?
Yes, definitely.
All right. Well, what's stopping you?
Well, I have started doing that.
Oh, well, all right then.
And it's fun.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So don't have a question on that, obviously.
That's fine.
Just blabbing.
You don't need a question to speak with us.
Good. Oh, thank you. So another thing that I wrote down as I was sitting there was Michael, Joe, and Vicky. Michael's my nephew who murdered Joe, my sister's husband.
Oh, all right.
A couple of years ago.
Yes.
And so Michael's in prison. My sister vacillates between happy and not so happy.
All right.
And Joe, I feel and believe is
helping from the other side.
He is wonderful. He you know, yes.
Helping both of them.
All of us.
Yes.
And on the theory, which I've heard, every death is a suicide.
Well, in the sense that you all generally know when it's time to go, yes, you're choosing to go. Therefore, on that level, you could say it's a suicide. The idea doesn't in any way, shape, or form excuse the perpetration of a murder. You understand? Because it's that person's duty to be in their own strength enough to not have to do things that are representative of their belief in their lack of self-empowerment. Does that follow? You understand what we're saying?
Not exactly.
People do those kinds of things and perpetrate those kinds of acts on others because they themselves believe that they have no power. When someone is taught to believe that they are powerless, they will strike out in whatever way, shape, or form they can to gain what they think is a representation of power, but that's just a representation of powerlessness when they feel they have to dominate someone else. Do you understand?
Yes.
Therefore, Joe from the other side can begin to help both of them understand what true self-empowerment is. You understand?
I do. I like that. Thank you.
Yes.
And I also, tying in with the break in continuity and with my nephew, I like the idea of his being able to have a reality that goes from one frame to another wonderful frame.
Yes.
So.
Well, again, by aligning with your true vibration, by acting on your highest excitement, this is what allows you the greatest probability of experiencing exactly the frames that you need. Now, even when you experience something you don't prefer, you've still attracted it, and it's still what you need at that moment, because it's up to you to determine what you can get out of that experience that's beneficial for you. But we understand that the idea of staying in that state that you prefer to stay in is really the whole point. For a while, you're still going to be able, no matter what state you're in on earth, you're still going to be able to perceive circumstances, people, and situations that may be reflective of things you don't prefer. But understand that just because you can observe that doesn't mean that you have to be affected negatively by it. That's your choice at that point. So don't assume that just because you are aligned with yourself that you will no longer at this point see anything come up that's negative. That's not true. It's how you respond to it that makes all the difference, not that you never see it again. Remember, the true measure of change is not whether the outside world changes. The true measure of change is whether you respond differently to it, even if it still looks the same. That's how you prove you've changed. Because if you understand that everything is neutral and every circumstance can serve double duty, positive or negative, and create positive or negative effects in your life, then what need is there for any circumstance to actually look different if you know that your experience of it can be different based on your decision to simply be the state of being that you prefer? So you're no longer making the state of being you're in conditional on what's happening outside of you. Because when you make your state of being conditional on what's happening apparently outside, you haven't changed. And therefore, why should the outside look any different anyway? But when you truly change, because you don't care what the outside looks like, because you know that that doesn't affect your state of being, then you give the outside reflection the greatest opportunity and probability of actually reflecting the change back to you. Not that it has to, but you give it the greatest probability of doing so, because you don't care whether it does or not.
Very good.
Make sense?
Totally. Thank
Does
you
this
so
help
much.
you?
Yes, and I'm looking forward to
All right.
playing the game.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Good day. I'm very excited to be here. I followed my excitement to be here. And
Oh, all right.
On my way, I experienced amazing synchronicities.
Yes.
That have just blown me wide open. It is so beautiful.
It is. Your lives can really function very magically if you allow yourself to go with the flow of your true energy.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so recently I was excited to a book called Meet the Hybrids by Barbara Lamb and Miguel Mendoca, I believe. And
yes, all right.
Reading this book, I experienced some amazing emotional things that I didn't quite understand.
Such as?
I kind of had to put the book down sometimes, and I would just start crying and weeping.
All right, well, very good.
In joy and in beauty, like.
Yes, we understand.
Okay. It brought back a memory right before I conceived my daughter.
Yes.
2.5 years ago. Well, plus the pregnancy. I had a dream.
We understand how it works.
Okay, yes. Is it the same for you and your
It was
civilization?
a long time ago.
Okay.
No longer is it that way. An energy bubble is created for a new life to form in outside of our bodies.
Wow. How do you nurture the children? Do they eat food? Do they breastfeed?
We no longer eat at all. We no longer sleep at all.
Wow. So who takes care of the children?
All of the planet.
All of the planet. It's not women when they're infants?
No.
No? Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. So my dream.
You keep saying that.
I am wowed.
Oh, all right. That's just where we're at in our evolution at this point.
Yes.
Was that another version of wow?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
So my dream, I
Yes.
met a boy, and it was like a welcoming, a coming home, and
Yes.
he hugged me, and I've never seen him in this reality, but.
No, he's a hybrid child on the ship. That didn't take you by surprise, did it?
No, I was just wondering if he was my brother or something, but. Okay,
Brother?
Thank you.
Child.
Thank you. Thank you.
Partially, anyway.
Yes. absolutely.
Genetically speaking.
Yes.
And so,
And
you understand that one day the hybrid children will be living among you, yes?
Yes.
All right.
I'm very excited for this.
So are they, but they are learning.
Yes.
Right now, the phase of hybridization is about helping them acclimate to the idea of living on Earth, because there are many things that you all take for granted that are very, very foreign and alien to them. The simplest things don't make sense to them in terms of what your culture does. Even something as simple as putting food on a plate doesn't make sense to them.
Wow.
Why do you have to put it on a plate? Why not just eat it? Why do you need a fork? Can't you just eat it with your hands? You understand? You are a very foreign society to them.
Yes.
So they are learning.
Okay. Are they playing with me in my house when I see my daughter's toys move and things?
Not always.
Okay.
Sometimes that's other things, but from time to time they may be involved.
Okay.
Some of them are a little bit more mischievous than others. And of course, they're learning that from all of you. So.
Can I ask, how many do I have?
That is an open-ended question because it depends upon the amount of genetic material
Yes.
that would make them quote-unquote yours.
Yes. Okay.
If we just deal with the idea that at the very, very least, there is 15% of your genetic material involved, then you could say that as many as 85. But if you're really going to something that is more like 80% of the genetic material, then you're really looking at something more like the idea of 5 to 7.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
This is an average overall.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Does this help you?
Absolutely. I have one more question.
Yes.
I had another dream that came up while reading this book, and it actually happened right before I got the book.
Yes.
A female being came into my room while my daughter was sleeping, and what I perceived as large eyes going up like this,
Yes.
I perceived her as a mantis being.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she was gorgeous, and her energy was pink and yellow and beautiful, and we were connected. Like, it was almost as if our hands were holding, and she had a I perceived what I thought was a pregnant belly. I'm not sure if it was mine or hers.
It was a reflection for you.
Okay.
Wasn't actually hers, but
Okay.
it was a reflection for you, a projection, an idea of connection to the idea of the children and your part that you're playing in that.
Okay, so the hybrid children can have more than one DNA in them, or more
Absolutely,
than two, more than
just
two
as
DNA.
all of you do.
Okay.
You're all mixed up, you know.
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Remember that in the original generation of the idea of genetically transforming Homo habilis, Homo erectus into Homo sapien by the Anunnaki, they themselves had a mixture of many different kinds of genetic strains that they passed on to you, all of you. So you have many different kinds of connections in you. Many different kinds of extraterrestrial connections and genetic material that make you a human or Homo sapien. It's one of the reasons why when different people on your planet went into different environments, they changed into what you consider to be different races, even though they're not, just because some of the different genetic traits would come out because of the pressures of that particular environment. You understand?
Yes.
So some of those traits are representative of some of the different extraterrestrial genetic strains that exist within all of you. It's just that some will come out in certain environments and others will come out in other environments. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
And my last question is about implants. This came to me like 2 nights ago. I listened to a message that had to do with how our guides can help us right now,
Yes.
and how we can call an SOS to them if we feel like we need that in the early morning hours. And I
Yes.
didn't quite understand this, but that night I went and I had dreams where I felt kind of paralyzed.
Yes, that's one of the symptoms of being shifted to another dimension.
Okay.
Remember that many of the encounters that many of you have actually happen slightly out of phase with what you consider physical reality to be. It's another kind of physical reality, but it's not quite the same frequency, and therefore,
when you begin to experience that shift, a lot of times you will try to move in the same old way in your old reality, but since you're no longer actually fully in it, you can't move because you don't know how to move in the new reality yet. It's a way of freezing you to make sure the dimensional shift happens precisely so you won't go spinning off into some other dimension somewhere else.
So that's why I can't speak while that's happening.
Yes.
Okay. So does that have anything to do with implants? And what
The
are
idea
implants?
of implants is a slightly different technology now than it was at the beginning, even though there may have actually been physiological implants in the beginning of the hybridization program. The idea now is that there are slight alterations in the genetic material in your body that function in the same way, but they are less detectable.
Okay, so it's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's just keeping track.
Okay.
And it's also observing and recording. And it's also a communication link.
So there's nothing to really like call for help for?
No, not really.
No, okay.
But you always have help. You are always being given help. This is all of you. You are always being given everything you can possibly be given. You don't really need to ask for help. If you want to trigger that idea for yourself, all you're actually doing is coming more into a conscious realization that you already have help. You don't have to ask for it. You just need to pay attention to the help you're already being given more closely. Then you will realize that you're always being helped. You are never not being assisted. You're just not always aware that you are. So asking for help is actually a technique you can use to realize you are being given help. But because you don't feel the connection, typically because of your space-time perspective, you think you have to ask for it as if it's not being given already. It's constant. It never goes away. You just have to become more conscious of the fact that it's already there. You follow me?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
So the next time you feel like any of you need to ask for assistance in any way, shape, or form, please take that moment to remember that's just your way of suddenly realizing it's already being given to you. And relax into that support because it is there. And if you relax into it, you will feel it and you'll experience it. Yes?
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Hello, Bashar!
And to you, good day.
I was almost going to whisper. Okay, that was so good. I just love this synchronicity so much.
So do we.
That was my question, actually.
How synchronous of you.
I know. And so I call them quinks. And
Quink.
yeah, it's like a non-coincidental coincidence. You know things are happening.
You are referring to an old-fashioned phrase in your language called a coinky-dink.
I guess so, but I shortened it, yeah.
All right.
Because I love keeping track of them.
Oh, all right.
And I separated them. Events were quinks, and then when you found an object that was quinky, then it was a mool. But anyway, the question I had is, what are they? Like,
what are what?
Well, I love how what are quinks? When
are they not synchronicities?
Yes.
Well, we already explained what a synchronicity is.
Right, and you explained it so well, but
not well enough, obviously.
Well, no, I just wanted more. Like, I know we're creating our reality or attracting our reality,
yes.
We have momentum, or I don't know how that's happening. Maybe that's none of my business, or just let it go. But
that might sometimes be the wisest course. Because you don't need to get too caught up in how the mechanism works to simply know the mechanism works. When you walk into one of your rooms and you turn on the light switch, do you stop and wonder how the light bulb is actually working? Or do you just go, light, thank you, and now I can get on about my business? Do you understand?
Yes.
So it's all right to know how it works, but you don't always need to know in order to just flow with what you're doing. So the idea is to recognize everything is one thing. You understand this, yes?
Yes.
Different expressions of the same one thing occurring in exactly the same place, all at once in the same moment. What you view as different places, what you view from your perspective as different moments, are simply the same place and the same moment from different points of view. So the idea is that since everything is one thing, synchronicity is an experience of the collapsing of the space-time continuum experience down to at least something closer to the single moment, so that you understand that everything is happening here and now all at once, and suddenly exactly what you need that has always been right here, right now, appears before you exactly when you need it, exactly where you needed it. That's how it translates into the space-time matrix. But that's a representation, a symbol of the fact that that information and that experience has always been right here, right now, and now you've just shifted your frequency into a vibrational state that is appropriate for suddenly being able to perceive that information exactly when you needed it. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I like to go on walks, and I think of them as treasure hunts, and sometimes things would happen, and I would be looking like my gang, my invisible gang, is playing with me.
Yes.
And it's so fun.
It is.
So the part that you said about with no insistence on the outcome.
Yes, because you don't really know what it's going to really look like.
Right.
And if you have a symbol of it, that's fine. But you have to understand that the symbol's job is just to get you into the state of excitement about having something like that happen. But sometimes the symbol can actually be limiting and prevent you from experiencing something even better than you were capable of imagining. Right. So that's why you don't need to insist on the particular outcome, because that particular outcome may not be the best outcome for you.
Right, right. And I think I like it so much that I try to recreate it. And once I try, I'm out of it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's why we don't try. We just do.
Exactly. So when you were talking about Saibo,
yes.
I want to become a grandmaster of the slot machine. And
All
so
right.
I was thinking of that because, you know, like how it lines up. And that was another thing. How does law of attraction and synchronicity go together? Because I know I can focus on something like writing.
All right. One moment.
Okay.
In a sense, they are two different sides of the same coin, since you're using the slot machine reference. The idea of the law of attraction is, yes, in a sense. In a sense, your people are correct when they say, well, you have to be of a certain state to attract something of that state. Yes, fundamentally. But that explanation is skipping over something of fundamental importance. And the fundamental important thing is this.
Oh, boy.
You already have a core frequency that is representative of your pure state. That pure core frequency is already attracting everything that is representative and reflective and symbolic of that pure core state. If it's not manifesting right now, then either it's not the right timing according to your own theme of exploration, but still, for the same mechanical reason, it's being kept at bay. It's not that you're not attracting it, it's that you're keeping it away. So you have to understand, you don't have to learn to do anything to attract what is true for you. You have to learn why you might be keeping what is true for you away.
Right.
With your belief systems. But that's a fundamentally different state of being than thinking you have to learn to get into a vibrational state to attract something.
Right.
You're already doing it.
Right.
You don't have to learn it. It's automatic. It's immediate. It's effortless. And therefore, the idea of synchronicity is that the more you allow yourself to divest yourself of the negative belief systems that are out of alignment with who you truly are and let them go, then the more you can experience all the things that are true for you in that now, and they will begin to manifest through the experience of synchronicity happening at exactly the right place, the right time, that is representative of the timing of the changes to when those experiences are appropriate for the person you have now become. Does that make sense?
Yes. And the part about no insistence on the outcome
Yes.
and not trying
Yes.
and the ease of it,
Yes.
all those things.
Yes.
So I get so excited sitting at that slot machine, especially when they start to line up. And then
All
I
right.
get so, and I
One
want
moment.
more.
One moment.
Okay.
Here's a reminder about the idea of acting on your excitement and why it's important to let go of any insistence.
Yeah.
The idea, when we talk about acting on your highest excitement, understand you act on your highest excitement for its own sake. Not because of what it will get you, not because of where it will take you, not because of anything after that moment. You act on it because that's what you're excited to act on for its own experience. Because you don't know why a thing may excite you. A thing that excites you may not excite you because that thing has to come to fruition. Something may excite you as a lure to get you to move to where you need to be so that the thing you really need to do can more easily be done. That's why you need to drop all your insistence on what needs to happen, because you never really know why a particular thing is actually exciting. That's the communication from your higher mind. Excitement is your physical body's translation of the communication from your higher mind saying, do this now, do this first. This will take you where you need to go. Maybe not where you want to go, but it will take you where you need to go. Do you understand the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, excitement is acted on for its own sake, not for anything else and no other reason. And that will just automatically flow you to the next place. And if that needs to come to fruition, then it will in some way, shape, or form, but you have no idea how you're actually going to get there.
So it's not for the money coming out of the machine.
It may not be.
Okay.
It may not be. It might be,
Right.
but it may not be.
Okay.
It might only be for the purpose of improving your synchronicity. It might be for the purpose of saying something that the person sitting next to you needs to hear from you.
Okay.
You need to broaden your imagination about why things excite you. It's an orchestration. It's not always just about you. You understand?
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
All right.
Because sometimes I sit there and I go, okay, so I don't care. I just don't want to care. But then I do. It's really funny. Because,
Yes.
Yeah.
It's hysterical. Watching all of you, as we have often said, is like watching a 7-foot person attempting to stuff themselves into a 1-foot square box.
Oh my God.
You are all quite hysterical.
That's so
And
funny.
you have given us years of entertainment. And so we thank you. Nevertheless, when you really relax any wanting about what you think needs to happen next, you will actually get what you need, and you will see why the thing excited you. You will understand it after the fact, and maybe not even then. And if it doesn't come then, you don't need to know.
Okay.
Just follow the thread of excitement for its own sake. It is leading you along the unerring path of least resistance. Just see what happens. Just see what happens. Because again, if you start to understand that many of the things that you say you want to have happen by acting on your excitement, if you understand that those things are actually very often limitations on what could happen, you'll start to drop those expectations and insistences. So let's say, to use your example, yes?
Yes.
You're sitting at your slot machine, you're very excited to be there, but you have this insistence that your excitement will not be fulfilled unless money comes out. But insisting on that may have actually pinned you to that machine longer than you needed to be, because you wouldn't necessarily have gotten up by following your true excitement and your instincts and gone to another casino where suddenly another machine that you sit at gives you the jackpot. But it may not come from that machine, or it may come some other way entirely, or somebody may give you something else entirely that will fulfill and reflect that excitement. So when you have no insistence on how it has to manifest, then you'll follow that thread when it actually occurs, you won't fixate yourself on something that may actually prevent you from experiencing something far grander than you could imagine by sitting at that one spot. Does this help?
It helps a lot. It
All
helps
right.
a lot. Yeah, that's what I want to be able to do. To
Then
let
by
that
all
go.
means
I'm
do
doing
so.
it. Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, I have another question.
Do you?
When you
Go ahead, pull the handle. We'll see what happens.
There's a show where when they pull the handle, the chair goes back and they dump the person backwards. So when you said that, that was so funny. Okay. When you mentioned Interstellar Alliance,
Yes.
I got in my imagination, I was picturing a council.
Yes.
And then I was thinking, is it like that bar in Star Wars? Are there like dolphin people that are in tanks of water?
Well,
Are
in
there
a sense, yes, there are many different cultures and many different civilizations, many of which are unlike you. And it is, let's just say, sort of like that, but certainly not absolutely like that.
But it's that diverse.
Oh, absolutely. All of the beings that actually have what you would consider to be, well, not all of them, but most of the ones that you are familiar with at all in your stories that have a humanoid appearance have that appearance because you're genetically related. Most species out here in the galaxy look nothing like you at all.
Really?
But you are dealing with the ones that are similar enough so that you won't, how do you say it, get freaked out?
Right. But
Then they will gradually acclimate you to the fact that there are races that you couldn't even comprehend out here.
yeah. And are in all of our nature, like the insects and creatures,
Yes.
are those like representations here of other whole species?
Sometimes similarness can be experienced, although it may not be absolutely identical. But you are seeing templates for many of the things that do exist out here, although they won't be necessarily identical to what you see on your planet, because that's your version of the template.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes, it does. And like in...
Your chair's going backwards now.
Really? Oh my God. Okay.
Please take your seat.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. Just to tag on really quick off of her last question on highest joy and excitement, I want to talk a little bit about like self-hatred and self-love, because I've heard from another channeler that if you're in like a state of self-hatred, that your
Yes.
highest joy and excitement can be something that's destructive and detrimental to
No,
you.
no. Watch your contradictory definitions. Self-hatred is not an expression of excitement, but someone can create the idea that it is. But that is not an accurate representation of the vibration of excitement. Remember that the idea of self-hatred, by definition mechanically, is a negative energy. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
It's segregative, separative, disconnective in its experience.
Okay.
The idea of excitement is a positive mechanical energy, which means it's connective, integrative, and expansive. Therefore, saying, well, it is my highest excitement to hate myself is a complete contradiction of energy and terms.
Well,
but you can create the experience as if it seems to be your higher excitement, but the only reason that would be done is because you are glossing it over so that you won't have to look at why you hate yourself. Therefore, it's simply based on fear that you're saying it's your excitement, so you don't have to look deeper and find out why you would hate yourself. Do you understand?
Yeah, so my question comes to, this is a kind of a personal question, but
Yes, it is.
I feel very stuck in my life right now.
Oh, all right. How exciting. That means you're at a crossroads and can go anywhere. That's another way to look at it. You understand? Because by saying I feel stuck, the only reason you feel stuck is because you have definitions that create that sensation. There is no such thing as an inherently difficult situation. No such thing. Only your beliefs and definitions allow you to experience it that way. Okay. So the paradox and the power in the paradox is an understanding that if you feel stuck, the only reason you can actually have an experience of feeling stuck is that you're actually not stuck.
Because you have to be connected, you have to be flowing, you have to be moving and creating in order to create an experience of feeling that you're not. That's the paradox. You can never be disconnected. You have to be connected in order to create an experience of being disconnected. That's the paradox.
Okay.
You're always in control, and if you feel out of control, it's because you're controlling that. That's the paradox. You cannot be out of control. You cannot be disconnected. You can't actually be stuck, not literally, but you can create experiences as if you are. But if you understand how existence is structured, as soon as you understand that you can't actually be stuck, then you can reveal to yourself that it's just an experience you're creating with the energy of your being that is not stuck.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and yes, it does. But the experience that I'm in right now,
yes,
and what I'm trying to recreate or get out of is I've had problems with drug addiction.
Oh, all right.
For years now.
How exciting for you.
Yeah, well.
And what have you learned? What have you learned? Is this something you prefer?
No.
Oh, all
it's
right.
Not.
All right.
It ruins my life. I
all right.
Get
but,
sober and build my life
But you
back
can
up.
learn something from this, yes?
Yeah.
And in learning something from this, will it improve your life?
Well, yeah, totally.
Well, then you are learning from it, and that means you are turning the negative into a positive. Therefore, it's not a waste. That's the first idea. It's not a waste. You're learning something from it. You are strong enough to have chosen to go through that and come out of it. That's the first thing we see. Yes?
Yeah.
An experience of strength. I can go into the depths of darkness, the depths of the experience of disconnection, the depths of the experience of being out of control, that this completely controls my life, and yet I can still have excitement that says, I desire, I prefer something else. Because I know I am powerful enough to transform this. That's the first thing we hear. Is that the first thing you hear?
Yes.
All right.
Now,
yes.
When getting off, because I've gotten into a situation again where I've gotten my physical body dependent on substances that I have to withdraw from, that's very painful.
Exciting, yeah. You understand.
I don't know how to face, like...
One moment.
Okay.
One moment. You understand that the idea of addiction is locking on to something that's a permission slip that allows you to feel either more powerful than you believe you are, or allows you not to feel the fear of not feeling powerful. So it's either dampening the fear so you don't feel it, or it's giving you a false sense of self-empowerment. That's why addictions happen. Because you have a deep-seated belief that you are not powerful, not connected, not loved. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's where that starts.
Yes.
And in not necessarily having the tools to know how to transform that because of being brought up in the society that you are brought up and not being taught those tools, you still know, you still have the urge to fill what feels like emptiness. Because you can sense that there is a sense of emptiness there. The idea that you don't believe you are self-empowered or connected to source is translated in your reality as a sense of emptiness. And you attempt to fill it. But the only things you've been taught you can fill it with are not the actual things that fill it. These are just ideas and symbols that you've been taught can fill it. But as I just described, they give you a false sense of security.
Right.
Because there's only glossing over the deep-seated issue, which is the belief in your lack of worth.
Right.
But you are worthy. You are worthy. Trust me, if you were not worthy, you would not exist, because creation doesn't make mistakes. Yeah. Not one. And if you exist, you belong.
Yeah.
Without you, all that is would not be all that is. You are necessary in order for it to experience itself through your perspective, and that allows it to be all that it is. So the fact that you exist, just that, is proof of your worth. So when you have been taught that you're not worthy, that you're not deserving, that you're not loved, and you keep reinforcing that, you keep buying into it, what you're doing, in essence, if you can picture this, is you're arguing with creation, saying, I don't exist. Not really. You will never win that argument. Ever. Because you cannot cease to exist. Existence is the fundamental state. You just are. Now, you may change your form in any number of infinite ways, but your perspective will always be your perspective, and anything you change into will always seem to be happening to you. Because the perspective is what you are of all that is. Your unique point of view, your unique experience, your unique understanding of yourself. So fundamentally, just by your existence, you are worthy. So I would simply strongly recommend that you stop arguing with creation, because you will never win that. Okay. So, step one, you have a fundamental worth, a fundamental value, just by the fact that you exist. You can begin there and build up from there. You understand?
Yes.
Then you can start looking at what the beliefs are. Once you have that foundation, once you know that you cannot cease to exist, you are now creating what we call the indestructible core of your being. It's already there, but you're becoming aware of it. By starting there and knowing that your existence proves your worth, you are now becoming aware of the fact that you are literally, as a point of view, as a unique perspective, indestructible. That which exists cannot become non-existent. Why? Because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. Think about it. Non-existence doesn't exist. Existence exists. Non-existence doesn't exist. So that which exists can never become that which doesn't exist. We sometimes put it in a kind of fun, poetic way by saying, well, that which exists can't become non-existent because all the things that will never exist already fill non-existence up, and there's no more room in non-existence for the things that do exist. It's full of all the things that don't exist. Does that make more sense to you?
Yes.
All right. So, once you establish your indestructible core, you will always be. You will always be. Now you know that it's okay to start digging down and finding out what those fear-based beliefs are, because you know that no matter how deeply you dig, no matter how frightening it may be to explore and discover what those beliefs are, you will never, ever, ever be annihilated by doing so. You can never stop existing. Ever. So dig away, find out what they are, and remember, they are just beliefs. They are not facts. It is not a fact that you are unworthy. It's just something you've been taught to believe is true. It's not a fact. So if creation is willing to support you utterly in your belief that you're not worthy, why would it care if you start believing that you are? It will still support you all the same. It doesn't care what you choose to believe, because that's been left up to you. Totally up to you. It's in your hands to decide what is true for you. So if you suddenly say, you know, I'm really tired of believing that I'm not worthy. I'm really tired of creating this sense of stuckness and this idea of being out of control. I'm really tired of using permission slips as a crutch, because I don't believe I'm self-empowered enough to attract what I need when I need it. This is all just negative beliefs. They're just opinions. They're not empirical facts of nature. They're just ideas that you've bought into. That's all they are, because that's all physical reality is. Physical reality isn't real. It's just a reflective mirror of what you believe to be true. That's all.
So, and I understand that, and I've studied a lot about beliefs, and basically that things are neutral and our beliefs are what give them.
Yes.
So for me,
yes,
could you give me some instructions on maybe like I'm basically asking like a way like to get, I'm ready to get off and take the jumping point and get off of everything that I'm on, go through the withdrawal, which is going to be very painful.
Does it have to be?
That's what I'm wondering.
Does it have to be?
Well,
no, it doesn't. So why don't you assume there is another way to experience that process and let the synchronicity in your life attract to you the information you need to take you through that process in the most effortless possible way? Why assume it has to be painful? Just because you've gone through it before doesn't mean that the new you has to experience that, does it?
No.
Then there you go. Do you understand that you are a new person every moment?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, if you understand that you really are a new person every single moment, then don't you understand the implications of what that means?
Yes, I do.
Are you sure? Explain it to us.
Okay, so what
Right
that
now.
means is that like we're constantly like shifting like realities and every.
And what does that imply?
And that implies that like we're constantly changing.
And what does that imply?
That I can create any experience that I want.
And what does that imply? If you are a new person, what does that imply?
That I'm not, that I can be who I want to be. Like,
if you are a new person in a
Yes.
new reality, doesn't that imply that you, the new you, has a different history than the other person that was there a moment ago?
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
If you can, I'm not saying this is the way you will do it, but if you understand this, truly understand it, you will understand that if you really are a new person, you actually have a different history. That doesn't mean that you have stopped using the addictive substances. It means you never did.
Right.
And that's why there's no longer any urge, and that's why there's no longer any withdrawal, because you've never been addicted as the new person.
And you talk about it as like the 13th step.
That's the 13th step of transformation. Now, I understand that it may be a little challenging for many of you to really wrap your mind around this and use it, so I'm not saying that it has to be done this way. But what can be done is you can attract to yourself through synchronicity the idea of going through whatever process you believe you need to go through in the most effortless and joyful way you can. There is always an option for that. So don't assume, is all we're saying. Never assume or insist that it has to be one way just because you think you experienced it that way before. Before has nothing to do with now. Nothing. Unless you make the continuity link. And this is where breaking continuity comes in.
Okay.
Before is its own reality, and it's another person. It's literally another person. If you really aren't that person, and it's not even about, I'm not that person anymore. No, you never have been. Ever. You're a different person. Do you understand?
Yes.
So this is a description of what it would be like if you truly make this true for yourself. If you don't right away and you go through another process, that's fine. All we're saying is the process you go through doesn't have to be painful. You know that somewhere in your reality, somewhere in your makeup here and now is what you need to have whatever process will work for you in the most effortless and joyful way. So why not just assume that you can attract that instead?
Okay. Could you provide me with the
No,
process?
you're going to do it yourself. Because you are a self-empowered person, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're going to do it.
Okay.
And I have already helped you to the degree I am allowed. Okay. Now your higher mind is saying, that's enough. I'll take it from here. Okay. Yes?
Yes.
All right, so follow your excitement, your true excitement. Don't fool yourself into labeling things that are not your excitement as excitement. And conversely, don't label things that really are your excitement as things to be afraid of.
Okay.
You understand? You have to be honest within yourself about the fact that you have these beliefs and really investigate them, but at the same time know that they're just smoke and mirrors. And in fact, one of the great tricks of negative beliefs, because they don't want you to change them, that's how they're designed. They want you to perpetuate them. They want you to hold on to them. One of the greatest tricks is to make you as afraid to change them as possible.
Right.
Therefore, the more fear you experience when you attempt to change them,
the closer you are to changing them, because they're trying harder to get you not to by making you more afraid. So the more frightened you are, that tells you, I must be close to letting this go. So, negative belief, I have found you out. I have found your trick. You are just making me feel like if I let you go, things will collapse around me. But now I know that's just smoke and mirrors.
Okay.
Game over. You understand?
Yeah.
So relax into yourself. Let these things be absorbed within you. And please remember what we said before. You are never without assistance. All right?
All right.
You're never alone.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I was just introduced to you a few months ago.
Oh, how do you do?
Very well. Excited to be up here.
Oh, all right.
I don't really understand the concept of parallel realities. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, and
Did the TV analogy not help you?
no.
Oh, all right. Do you understand in any way, shape, or form the concept that there is only really one single moment in existence? Let me
Yes
put it
and
to you
no.
this way. Let me put it to you this way. I'll use these terms. Nature is exceedingly efficient. It will never use more than it needs to accomplish something. Do you follow that idea?
Yes.
It's very efficient. Do you in any way, shape, or form understand the quest of many of your scientists to find a unified field theory that explains all the different phenomena that you perceive with one basic equation? You understand that idea generally?
Yes.
That it can be rendered down to one thing that expresses itself as many different things?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, nature, being very efficient, also renders down the idea of space and time into the most basic components it can. In order to create the idea, the effect you call physical reality, it will only use the exact minimum thing it needs to create that effect. So instead of actually having to create many locations and many different moments, the question is, can existence create the effect, the experience of many different moments by just using one moment, or many different places by just using one place? The answer is yes, it can. So the idea is, there is only one moment. There is only one moment, and we call it now. There is only one place, and we call it here. The idea of the outside projection is an illusion. Does that make sense? It's happening in your consciousness. There's nothing really out there. Even your physicists understand that what appears to be solid matter is just a fluctuational reflection of energy. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you understand that time itself can be reduced to a single moment, then the fact that you experience many different moments means that all those moments actually have to be happening at the same time. But that you only perceive the same moment from another perspective, and that's what makes it seem as if there's another moment. But it's just a shifting of your point of view of the same moment. It's like looking at the other side of it and going, well, this must be another moment. And this must be another moment. And this must be another moment. But it's not. It's the same moment from different points of view. So the idea of parallel realities is just a stretched extension of that idea. Everything is happening here and now. Everything is overlapping. Just like all the different television programs really all exist all at once in your TV set, but you don't perceive the different program until you change the channel because you're switching frequencies. So likewise, all the different realities that you call past, present, future, parallel realities, alternate realities, physical, non-physical, whatever you want to call those experiences, are all overlapping, but they're separated by the difference in their frequency. That's all. That's all. But nature is so efficient, it can use the single place and the single moment in which to create all those different frequencies. But when you start experiencing that single moment from what you call a space-time perspective, or you want to have that experience, then it seems to stretch all that out to fill space and fill time, so that you get this sense of dimensionality and the sense of change. Is this helping?
Yes. So what are some signs that you can tell by, you can see that you're shifting?
You're shifting all the time.
But how
it's
can
just
you
that
tell?
you shift so frequently, every second, billions of times. Literally, specifically, you shift 10 to the 43rd power times per second. You understand how small an increment that is?
Okay. Yes, I understand.
All right. I can still give you an example.
Okay.
The increment is so small that there are more of them in a single second than all the seconds that have existed since the beginning of your universe. Do you understand?
Wow. Yes.
So, in that tick of the clock, so to speak, everything actually exists in that one tick. But looking at it from a physical space-time perspective makes it seem like different ticks. Now, it's obviously going so fast and so smooth that it's beyond the threshold of your senses. In the same way that when you take a strip of film and run it through one of your projectors to see a movie, the idea is that if the film doesn't go at least 24 frames a second, you're not going to see what looks like smooth motion on the screen. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So the film has to go fast enough that you don't notice the shift. It doesn't jar you to go from one frame to another. You just accept it as smooth changes, smooth motion over time.
Okay.
But when you start accelerating yourself, you start getting closer to matching the frequency at which the idea of the tick of the clock actually happens, and you can start experiencing more awareness of the differences between the frames. You can break the continuity. You know what a strobe light is?
Yes.
Have you ever used a strobe light to freeze a stream of water?
No, but I've seen
Yes?
stuff done similar to it.
All right, so it's a similar idea. If you turn on your tap and there's a stream of water, you see it as an unbroken stream.
Mm-hmm.
But if you start a strobe light in the dark and you illuminate the water stream with flashes and you find the right frequency, suddenly you find that the frequency is only illuminating one small part of that stream to such a degree that that's all you see, and it seems like there is literally a sphere of water hanging in midair, frozen, just floating there, because you've matched the frequency at which the water is falling. So the idea is that when you change the frequency, you can start to match the frequency of reality and start to see things in a different way and experience things in a different way. But this is going on from many different points of view, which you call parallel realities. There is a version of you experiencing this. There is another version of you on another Earth experiencing something slightly different. Another version on another Earth experiencing something even more different. Another version experiencing something that could be very, very different, and on and on and on and on to infinity. Everything that can happen is happening all at once. But from a space-time perspective, you say, well, it's got to be stretched out somehow, so we'll call those parallel realities, even though they're all happening at the same time. Is this helping?
Yes. Thank you. It's helping.
Is that clear enough?
Yes. Very clear.
Anything else?
Yes. What civilizations am I most related to?
Sirius, some hybrid civilizations, such as the Yael, some Pleiadian, smattering of Arcturus, and a few other things we won't go into now.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes. And one more question. What is my current vibration right now?
143,000 cycles per second.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Shivai.
And to you, Shivai.
Saibo is a friend of mine. And when he introduced himself to me, he was sort of disguised himself. And I understand that.
He's very mischievous.
Why was he wearing all red?
The vibration itself was a clue.
to go to a certain level within yourself and build up from there. To take a look at something on a certain frequency level in order to use it as a foundation and build up from there. Does this make sense?
Can you expand on that?
May I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What do you feel about physical reality?
It's not for the faint of heart.
All right. All right. But by going into the lower vibration, the red vibration, can you develop a deep appreciation for it?
I'm in process of that.
All right.
I know how dark can get.
All right. So by giving you the red frequency, it's an opportunity to understand that without building the foundation of appreciation for physical reality as just another expression of the spirit, nothing on top of that foundation will survive. It will just collapse. The foundation has to be strong. Your relationship to physical reality has to be one that is equivalent to your relationship to the idea of spirit, because physical reality is no less spiritual than non-physical reality. Does this make sense?
I'm on board with that.
All right. Then that's why you were given that vibration.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And?
I just love the ebb and flow of energy between me and you.
As do we. Anything else?
I love you, and I want to express my appreciation.
All right. We love you unconditionally as well. Would you like to now flow away?
Okay, I would love to. Okay, until another time, Bashar.
All right, good day.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Okay. My question is...
Speak up, speak up.
Okay.
Take full advantage of your technology.
My highest excitement right now is the idea of channeling an ET child to help me finish writing my children's book.
All right, well, go right ahead. What's stopping you?
I've been feeling like I'm open, but...
But what?
Doesn't feel like it's happening.
It doesn't feel like it's happening. What do you think it's supposed to feel like?
Natural flow and...
So you do not experience any natural flow at all when you sit down to write?
Yes, I am.
Well, then, how do you know that's not it? Is it supposed to come with trumpets and fanfare? And exploding fireworks? Or is it just going to be the flow that needs to be there, remaining unobtrusive and in the background so as not to interrupt your flow? How do you know you're not being assisted? If you're feeling any flow at all? What makes you think you're not? Is that a good question?
I have felt the flow before.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it's as flowy now.
Not as flowy. Is there something else you would rather be doing when it's not as flowy? Something else that is more flowy, even though it may appear not to be connected? Are you following the thread of your excitement when it appears in a different form? Or are you insisting it should only come in that form?
No, I feel pretty good about following my excitement.
Well then, when you're not flowing in one way, why not just flow in another?
Okay.
And assume that the flow is connected, even if it doesn't look the same. How about that? Are you doing that?
Yes.
Then why are you asking this question?
Good question.
Thank you. Do you have a good answer?
I'll follow my flow more, my excitement more.
I think you are making this more complicated than it needs to be. You might be overthinking this. Whenever you feel the flow, just flow. Okay. Don't stop the process and wonder, well, is that extraterrestrial child really there or not? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to feel. Otherwise, you're stopping the flow. And then the extraterrestrial child is standing there tapping its foot going, when's she going to let me flow with her again?
Okay.
Why does she keep stopping the flow? You understand?
Yeah, that's great.
Is this helping?
That's great.
What is your book about?
I realized it was that I wanted ET perspective child's perspective to help the children, the earthling children,
Yes.
to better understand
And therefore, what
and
is
be
your
more
book about?
open. It's
What
to
is your
be
book
more
about?
open to the ET children coming in.
And so you are telling a story?
Yes.
That exemplifies this idea?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so, are you having fun?
Yes.
All right. And do you trust that the times that are not as flowy as others are part of the process?
Okay.
Or do you label them as interruptions and obstacles?
Mm-hmm. I have been, yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
I don't.
Then don't. You never have to feel any kind of writer's block or feel stuck in any way, shape, or form, you know. The idea is that if you have writer's block, write about the writer's block, and then you won't be stuck. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And it may take you places you need to go to give you the information you need to then go back to the story with a deeper appreciation of another perspective you may not have had not the flow shifted. It's all part of the process. It only seems like it's not when you start labeling the differences as not being part of the process of your excitement. Do you follow that?
Mm-hmm. So the ebb and flow is all natural.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Many people, when they talk about the ebb and flow, look at it like this.
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's like this, if you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're always going up, even while you're going up and down. These are natural cycles. It is important for you to keep your feet on the ground, even while your head is in the stars. Therefore, you will always gather information and bring it down to earth. Gather information and bring it down to earth. Gather information and bring it down to earth. That's the ebb and the flow, and it's part of the process. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes.
And by the way, that came from a child. Yes?
Thank you. Love you.
Sometimes, all right. Sometimes the child wants me to tell you, sitting down and writing a book sometimes means getting up off your butt. You follow? All right. Thank you.
And to you, good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, all right.
I can't believe it.
Well, obviously you can, yes.
Yes, it's a dream. It's a dream world.
It is. Physical reality is just another kind of dream.
It is. And I've been creating the most wonderful dreams lately in my life.
Thank you.
And my life is a testimony to your success. I just want to say that, and the ET success at this point. I've lost everything and gained it back, got it back, and more.
Oh, all right. That's a testimony to your success, not ours.
Thank you.
Our success is being ourselves. Your success is being yourself.
Well, your guidance.
All right. Thank you. We're happy to share.
It did. It works. It works. Right now.
We know it does.
It
although
really
none
works.
of you have to believe it.
Yeah, 13 is my. It's been my number since I was born.
Oh, all right.
Born Friday, February 13th, 1987.
All right, how exciting.
And it's been just a path that's guided me,
Of course.
that number.
Well, you are a path.
Thank you.
Remember, none of you are on a path. You are a path. You can't really be off yourself.
So I do have, I basically, I'm kind of nervous now because this is literally a pinnacle leap in my life right here, being here at this time, at this moment.
Yes, well, isn't that exciting?
It's very exciting.
Oh,
yes.
all right, then you don't have to be nervous.
I take people up for ET contact groups. I
Yes.
was told to do that, and I end up
All
moving.
right. Are you having fun?
Yes, a lot of fun.
All right.
It is my highest excitement.
All
that
right.
connection is my highest excitement.
That kind of what?
That connection, the connection
Yes.
between me and them, to
Yes.
sharing that with other people.
All right, and so?
And so I just, basically came here to share that with you. And
Thank
share-
you. It has been shared.
And you get to do that too. And it's really fun that I get to lift people up and empower them
Yes.
in their lives and show them that we're, how we can grow, how we can move, how we can
Yes,
flow.
but more precisely, Our excitement is in sharing information that allows people to lift themselves up.
Exactly.
Because we don't lift anyone up. We can only lift ourselves up.
Yeah.
But others can choose to do so by choosing to match the vibration we give off of lifting ourselves up. And that's what's exciting to us.
So I moved to a place in Colorado.
Oh, all right.
From Denver. And when I got there, I was wondering why I ended up being in this random place in the middle of nowhere.
It's exciting.
It is very exciting.
And who knows what will happen in a place where you don't know what will happen.
So basically, I started channeling and connecting, and I've always been connected with ETs.
All right.
And I end up having visions.
Yes. Of what?
Of me in a past life, but parallel existing life.
Yes.
Holding one of the 13 crystal skulls.
Oh, all right.
On a ship.
Yes.
Kind of with an emotion of sadness.
All right.
At the time.
Yes.
And flying over the area where I live right now, or in that area.
Yes.
And I was just wondering if you could maybe give me some more correlation on that.
Well, you're connecting to the time when the skulls were separated. And so the experience you're having of sadness is the idea of recognizing that they needed to be separated and that it would take, in terms of time, a long time before they would be brought back together again.
Well, and then I asked the universe, send me synchronicities that show me the path I need to go for that focus of whatever this means to me. I try not to take it on as I am the holder of the 13th skull, because it was a past parallel life.
You tap into all sorts of different things as you need to. It's a dynamic thing. Remember that these are dynamic things. When people on your planet talk about what is my past life, this is dynamically changing all the time, because you're connecting to other things as you need to, and as you become a different person, you may need to connect to another life that coexists. So one moment you may say, well, you're connecting now to an ancient Egyptian person in that time frame you call ancient Egypt, that you are thinking is a past life because you need information from this person, because you're interpreting the connection from a space-time perspective as a memory. Therefore, that's why you think it's your past life, as opposed to simply the life of someone living in Egypt parallel to you now. But nevertheless, all that aside, the idea is that you connect to whatever you need to at any given moment. And when you're a new person, you'll connect to different things. So next week, you may no longer have the connection to the ancient Egyptian person. So the idea of what is my past life is not fixed. It's constantly changing as you are. Dynamic, change. Remember, it's the fifth law. Everything changes except the laws. Yes. So even that, even your relationship to other lives changes as you change. Yes?
Yes. So I end up 3 days later after that process of asking my higher self to send me synchronicity to guide me on the path that,
yes,
best suits that purpose.
Yes. And you end up?
And I ended up meeting this person who told me about a giant skull carved into the Grand Mesa where I live right next to.
All right.
And I went online, and it was the synchronicities just blow my mind.
That's what they're supposed to do. Quite literally.
So, and it's like literally 1/3 the size of the Grand Mesa.
Yes.
And so I started getting information to do contact groups up there. So I bring people up there.
All right.
And have you heard of the Shambhala?
Yes.
I was wondering if you might give me some more understanding of your interpretation of that.
It is an experience in a slightly altered dimension of physical reality that if you manage to shift your frequency to match it, you can begin to experience. It's a particular region or several regions that can appear on your planet that are representative of another reality, another version of physical reality that is more in alignment with your higher mind. Therefore, when you can match that frequency, sometimes you can have glimpses or even long extended visions of existing within the concept you call Shambhala. It's a slightly removed reality from yours. Just on a slightly different frequency, but just enough
so that you will know that when you match that frequency, you've really shifted to something different. It's another example of a break in physical continuity that is specifically designed to let you know you have broken with your physical continuity and the mass consensus to a great degree. Does this make sense?
Yes, yeah, it definitely does.
All right.
That's beautiful. So a couple days before I came here, I laid out outside under the stars.
Yes.
And I always have ET contact through, just looking at the stars.
Yes, yes.
And literally, I saw 20, 30 different stars. And then I said the same thing I just told you, that my life is literally a testimony to you guys being here and your guidance and your gracefulness, because it's really, it's helped me immensely.
All right. Well, all of you are a testimony to us being here too.
Well, then the giant bright light shined right on me. And so before I could even actually bring the words out.
Yes.
You guys are just on it.
Yes.
Just so synchronistic.
There is much more going on than you are able to perceive. But when you perceive it, you suddenly realize how much is happening.
Yeah. It's very beautiful. Very beautiful. All right, I got some quick questions. Ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Mermaids, yes or no?
Longer answer than you may think.
Okay, darn.
There have been some genetic creations that would be similar to that in Atlantean times that may have given rise to some of those legends. In terms of them existing physically as a species on your Earth, no, but they are part of the nature world that again is a slightly altered, shifted vibrational reality to yours that sometimes overlaps in your reality, and therefore sometimes people who are sensitive to it can sometimes perceive those kinds of beings, but they don't exist in your normal physical reality.
All right. Dragons?
Similar idea. Again, they are beings that are of a higher dimensional level that you can interact with, but they exist between the planes of dimensions. They are never presenting themselves in your physical reality as the dragon that you think they do. They look quite different when they come into your reality. But the idea is that you perceive them in the way that you do when they're in their own natural state in between the dimensions. But they are higher levels of wisdom.
Megalodon.
Well, that exists. It's a giant shark.
Does it exist right now?
Several do.
Yes!
In the very depths of your oceans.
Awesome.
And a few other things you haven't found yet.
Oh, cool. Way cool. How about Hollow Earth?
No, not physically.
Okay.
Again, people that may have, without intending to, crossed through different dimensional vortices may find themselves in a reality that because of their understanding of physical reality, they think actually physically is inside the Earth, when in fact they're no longer on the Earth anywhere at all.
Huh. Really?
So they just make the assumption when they come back through that particular portal that they've actually physically been inside the Earth, and they haven't. They've been somewhere else.
What can you tell me about Argentina, and that wouldn't jeopardize anything in such a way?
It's a lovely country.
Is it?
Maybe you should visit there.
Oh, no, sorry. Antarctica, excuse me. I was thinking Argentina. Antarctica.
Well, that's a lovely country too.
All right.
But you might want to dress more warmly. What we can tell you is, yes, there are certain extraterrestrial bases there. Okay. And that's all we're going to say for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it looks like we're done with questioners. We do have a few minutes left.
Meaning?
Well, when you were talking before about other versions of yourself and the idea that you change your history every time you change yourself. Yes. Now, is that on the personality level that you're saying that? And what is it that makes a parallel version of you still you versus it being another person, like a past life connection that you're making?
Generally speaking, whatever you still recognize as being similar to you, as opposed to that which seems different enough that you don't recognize yourself anymore.
Okay, so what is, and can you be more precise about the difference between it's the personality that most of us perceive ourselves as being. Yes. And yet I think a lot of the information that you share reflects on the idea that at other levels of yourself,
yes,
obviously you're indestructible.
Yes, yes, yes.
You can change your history instantly.
Will you change your history even physically? Remember that what we're talking about includes your physical experience. It's not above it. It's not beyond it. It includes your physical experience.
Right.
So when we talk about changing your history, we are referring to something that is mostly a physical experience. Because on the higher levels, there really isn't a concept of history since everything is perceived to exist more simultaneously.
Right. So if you have a version of yourself that's on an earth that's peaceful, it doesn't have any war,
Which
and things
all
like
of you
that.
probably do.
Right. And then you have another version of yourself that maybe is stuck in World War II kind of
Which
environment.
many of you actually do.
Right. So each of those versions of yourself
Yes.
have different histories.
Exactly.
And it sort of reflects the idea that when you, the version of you that you're experiencing yourself to be now,
Yes.
changes a belief. You
Yes.
change your entire history at that moment.
Every change is a total change.
And so all the alternate versions of you are obviously doing the same thing.
They are.
And experiencing themselves as being the center of the
Yes,
universe.
exactly so. It's a holographic, multidimensional experience of all that is, seeing itself from all the different points of view that it can simultaneously, and all those points of view seeing themselves as the center of all that experience that they are having. Yes.
So is there an infinite number of versions of you?
Yes.
Each person?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But the perception that you have of yourself
Yes.
excludes all those other versions of
Yes.
yourself.
Otherwise, how could you experience that?
It's a lot to wrap your mind around sometimes.
It is. But again, remember, it goes hand in hand with what we have said about the idea that while you think you're only using 10% of your brain, you're actually using 100% to make it seem as if you're only using 10% of your brain. Therefore, you purposely block things out so that you can have a particular kind of experience that otherwise you couldn't have if all that information was flooding in.
So does that mean that all the different versions of you have different themes? Or some
Yes.
may, some may
Yes,
not?
yes, yes. Well, some may be very similar, some may be very different. Again, any variation you can imagine is happening somewhere on some level.
So I think a lot of people feel like, oh, I'd like to be experiencing what that version of me is
If it
experiencing.
is relevant for you to experience that, then by acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, the relevancy will bring synchronicity into your life to give you your version of that experience.
Because each version of you has its own higher mind, right?
Absolutely.
And so each version of you is experiencing a specific theme that will determine what is relevant for you to experience and whether you're going to shift into a parallel reality where you're experiencing another version of yourself or what that other version is experiencing.
Correct. See how simple it is?
And it all comes down to need and not want, right?
Because it all comes down to what you need. Sometimes your wants and your needs may coincide, but the idea is that if you understand that what you need is actually what serves you best and is most aligned with your highest vibration, then you can allow yourself to want what you need.
Right, which comes back to the AAA
The
formula.
AAA technique. Appreciation is key in this, but the first step is acknowledge what you have instead of what you don't have. Appreciate what you have in that moment and allow what needs to happen next to happen. Acknowledge, appreciate, allow. The AAA technique, again, no coincidence that in your culture, AAA is your sign of rescuing your vehicle from being stranded. So anytime you feel stranded, call on this AAA, take a moment, take a pause, acknowledge what you have instead of what you don't. Appreciate fully what you have at that moment and allow the next thing that needs to happen. And you will take yourself back to the 0 point moment. You will transform negativity into positive vibrational states, and you will begin to flow more easily and effortlessly through your life. So remember that technique. It is very powerful, transformative permission slip. And now, another very powerful, transformative permission slip is for all of you to go and have a wonderful lunch. We will resume this transmission after you have refreshed yourselves. Good day. Are you all having a good time? Good, thank you.
Okay. Hope everybody had a good break and refreshment break, shall we say? And looking forward to the second part of our experience. After Bashar finishes doing the Q&As, then we will take a 15-minute break while we set up the holotope, and then we'll have that final meditation, the holotope meditation. So there's still lots of exciting things coming. So you ready? You ready to go to sleep?
Yes.
He's not actually asleep, you know. His brain is very active. So, all right. Well, thank you so much again, Darryl, from all of us for bringing us this beautiful gift of information and Bashar.
Thank you. Have fun, everyone. Or it'll say, let us continue the transmission with your questions and dialogue, if you wish.
Hi, Bashar.
How are you? Good day.
I didn't think about the question, so so I always have so I had a dog as a pet, and then
Yes.
he died last year,
Oh,
and then I do miss him a lot, and then I always think about
Well, he's still around, you know.
still around.
Yes, of course. They can come and go. They can come to you. Often they are around. Not always. They're off doing other things sometimes, but they have more access to you in many ways than you appear to have to them.
Oh, wow. Okay,
So
good.
they know you. They are part of your family. You are part of their family. They are always able to be with you. Okay. It's just that you need to tune your senses to something different now.
Okay, that's really, I'm really happy to find that, and I just always wonder, like especially pets who have a lot of stronger relationship with human beings.
Yes.
What is their purpose of having a life in Earth, and then if they have like a same kind of thing, like they have their higher self, and then or
They do in many ways. The idea is that they often function as reflections for what's going on in their human family members. They will sometimes take on certain qualities, certain attributes, even sometimes certain symptoms that are reflective, perhaps, of what the humans in the family are going through. So they are willing to do that from their unconditional love. You understand?
Yes.
But they will also lead you into allowing your senses to stretch, to remember your connection to nature, to use them as a guide in that way. You follow?
Yes.
And again, many other purposes. You have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But they have their lives, and they share their lives just as you do with others.
And they always like reincarnate as animals, and they're like a human and animals have to
Remember that everything already exists. So reincarnation is an illusion.
Okay.
You follow me?
Yes.
You can create the experience of reincarnation, but that's not mechanically what's actually happening. Nevertheless, certain expressions of consciousness do usually, not always, do usually choose to stay within the general range of that expression. There are exceptions, and again, it depends upon the purpose. But you must understand consciousness as a very malleable thing. And it can express itself through many different doorways. On the highest level, everyone is the same. Because everyone, everything, everywhere, everywhen is an expression of all that is, including dogs, cats, trees, rocks, and everything. You understand? So on that level, you're all the same. But as they choose to express themselves, as that idea of consciousness chooses to express itself in a certain way, it will often express itself in many similar ways, just as you, expressing yourself as a human, will often make connections to other human expressions. Again, there can be exceptions depending upon what you're exploring and depending upon what the level is that you're coming from that particular perspective or point of view. Does this make sense? But again, just like we talked about before with the idea of past lives, so on and so forth, it's a dynamically changing, fluctuating, malleable thing. It's not static. And different levels of consciousness are constantly expressing themselves in different ways. Is this making some sense to you?
Yes, I have to digest the idea, but yes.
Oh, all right. Well, would you like a mint to go with that? Will that make it easier to digest?
At the back, yes. I'm good, yes.
All right.
I got it. Yes.
Think about the idea of water. Yes? Seems to be one homogeneous medium, but you can have droplets that separate. Sometimes they can be larger, sometimes they can be smaller, sometimes they can be warmer, sometimes they can be cooler. And those would represent the different expressions of consciousness, and one can transform into something else. One can rejoin, in a sense, the whole, never losing its identity, but can take on the qualities that other droplets may have from time to time expressed. Therefore, it's a very interchangeable, malleable thing. And what you may consider to be one particular consciousness can in many ways express itself on multiple levels simultaneously, depending upon, again, the purpose and point of doing so. So what may have expressed itself as your dog in your physical experience may on another level be the same, shall we say, level of consciousness that also can simultaneously express itself as one of your guides. For example, does that make sense?
Yeah, yes.
And therefore the dog expression can tap into the guide expression can tap into the dog expression, and they can be extensions of the same level of consciousness, but they won't necessarily become interchangeable because every identity is unique. Does this make sense? Yet they can take on whatever qualities are necessary to experience whatever they need to experience to aid and assist whatever they are choosing as a theme of exploration. I know that this can get sounding a little complex, but nevertheless, this is the nature of consciousness. It is very malleable. It's the same kind of expression that allows us to communicate with you from different places in our timeline, because many of you may not realize, but sometimes when we are responding to one particular question, you may be conversing with a 137-year-old version of me. Another question may be being answered by a 154 version of me, and another may be being discussed with a 180-year-old version of me, and on and on and on, depending upon where my consciousness needs to slide in order to access the information that's relevant for the question that you are asking, based on my experience. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So consciousness can slide up and down the timelines. It's very flexible and very malleable, yet at the same time will always be expressed, because everything exists at once, in the form in which you also know it. as the dog.
Thank you.
Does this help?
Yes, yes, it definitely does.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
So my question is about the ascension, and if you can explain how that works.
Ascension is simply the raising of your frequency, that's all. And experiencing the reality that is commensurate with that. And by acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, you will allow yourself to expand and, quote unquote, continue to ascend, unquote. Does that make sense? It's that simple. The idea, of course, is that many people in your mass consensus are now deciding to do that all at once. Therefore, it looks like a mass movement, that there are now discussions of consciousness, explorations of spirit. Now that that is common in your language on your planet for many people, more than it was before, you are experiencing the idea of the momentum of a large segment of the collective consciousness deciding that it's the transformational time to do this. Therefore, that is being called the ascension. But it's a process. Does this answer your question?
A little bit.
All right. What parts seem to be missing?
I was wondering, like, am I going to be in a different density, or am I going to stay in my house and things will just change around me? Am I in a different reality?
Sometimes you will not necessarily be able to tell that you're in a different density. Sometimes you will. Let me give you an example. We have given this example before. If a person from 300 of your years ago were to suddenly be transported into your present and look at you, you would appear to be glowing to them because your frequency is so much higher than the average frequency 300 years ago. But you don't notice it because you're used to it. You understand?
Yes.
So when you are in the process of transforming into fourth density, as you are right now, you may do it so gradually that you won't necessarily notice certain things changing, but you will notice other things changing that are relevant. But of course, remember, that means you've shifted to another version of Earth that is already representative of the changes you've made within yourself. You never changed the world you're on.
Okay.
So, if there is another version of the house that is more representative of the fourth density version of you, that's where you will wind up. If not, you can be in what appears to be the same house, but it won't be the same house. It just may not need to look any different in order to satisfy your fourth density needs. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is this answering the question more specifically?
Yes.
Anything else?
Yes. When I go to fourth density.
You are going. This is a process. You're already raising your vibrations by having these kinds of conversations. It's not just, oh, today I'm third density. Oh, 11:59, boom, I'm now fourth density. It's a process. You've been doing this for years. You've been raising your frequency, exploring consciousness, exploring spirituality. Eventually, you will be purely fourth density. But this is a process.
Okay. My question was, when I get there, will we be able to see people that have passed, that are loved ones?
Yes. We do that all the time. We commune with spirits all the time. It's natural for us. So many of you will have that ability as well. Again, if it's relevant. But that can become something quite common to your society eventually, yes.
And fourth density means we'll all get there during different times, or we're going to all go together?
You will each have your own rate, but there will be an overall bubble rate as well for the collective consciousness that chooses to do that.
Will I have to pay taxes?
No.
That's it. I'll leave on that positive note. Thank you, Bashar.
However,
I wanted to leave it at that.
oh, all right.
No, go ahead. Please.
There are systems that people are contemplating on your planet that would change in your culture certain aspects of finance as you have alluded to them. We would suggest that you get physically and actively involved in choosing the things that would allow you to make those changes. And not just wish for it.
Okay.
But do it. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you. Remember, you chose to experience yourself as physical beings. If you don't actually take physical actions on the things that excite you, then you are not grounding the energy like a circuit into the physical experience. That shows the commitment to the idea, that you live it, that you do it, that it's in your behavior, not just your speech, not just your thoughts. And?
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I'm following my highest excitement.
Why, thank you.
But?
I'm following my highest excitement, but now I'm not.
I still am.
Then there's no but.
It's not supporting me.
Then you're not following your highest excitement in the way that works for you. In what way do you believe you need to be supported? You may still have certain definitions of what support means to you that might be out of alignment with the true definition of excitement.
Financial support.
Thank you. Like I said, you may have definitions of support that may be out of alignment with your excitement. You have heard us talk about the definition of abundance? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is our definition of abundance? Do you remember?
The ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it.
Did you hear me say anything in there about money?
No.
I didn't say anything about it. I didn't not say anything about it. The point is, there are different forms of abundance. If you insist on only one form, one expression, like money, and you may then find that by following your excitement, you actually need another expression, but while insisting on just one form, you may be closing the door through which another form of abundance can come because you won't accept it as a form of support. Do you understand?
So I should stay with a job that I don't enjoy.
What I'm saying is, if you have a belief system that says you can't be supported by your excitement in some way, shape, or form, then honor your belief system and stay with something, even if you don't enjoy it, that you believe you need to be supported in the way you believe you need to be supported. However, act on your highest excitement when you do, to give yourself the chance and give your excitement the opportunity to show you, to prove to you it can support you, yet you must relax your definition of support. You must broaden your definition of support if your excitement is going to be capable of bringing you support. You can't give your excitement the job of supporting you and then limit or straitjacket your excitement in only bringing you one form that's acceptable. Do you understand?
Okay.
You may not need as much money as you think to do the things you need to do. So if you can broaden your definition of what support means, then you will find that excitement is capable of bringing you any form of abundance that you need at any given moment, and you won't have to insist that it should look a certain way. Then you'll experience support and abundance in all the ways it can come to you.
Okay.
Even someone coming up and giving you a gift is a type of abundance, is a type of support, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, be open to the possibility or the probability that things can happen that way more often. And you may find that you don't necessarily need as much money as you think to do what you need to do. You follow me?
Okay.
Yes?
I do.
You remember the story we told about the photographer traveling around the world?
I do, yeah.
Why doesn't that apply to you? Did she need money? No.
Well, I've been doing it for years and it hasn't.
You've been doing what, though, for years?
I play poker.
So, is that what excites you?
Yes.
Then if playing poker excites you, do you remember what we said about doing what excites you for its own sake, not what you think it can get you?
Right.
Because if you're really focused on the idea of the money, then the poker is not what excites you. You're just using it as a means to an end. Therefore, you're not actually acting on your excitement because you expect and insist that the poker should bring you something other than the joy of playing poker.
Okay.
Which means you're not doing it for its own sake. When you forget about the idea of what you think the poker needs to bring you and you really actually enjoy playing it for no other reason than to play it because it excites you, you may be surprised as to what it can bring you. But it may not always come in the form of money. But if that really excites you, then do it for its own sake, or you're not actually acting on your excitement. You're making your excitement conditional on the fact that it must do something for you that you insist on in a certain form, and therefore you're diminishing its ability to bring you what you actually need.
Right, okay.
Does that make more sense
It
now?
does, it does.
Does that help?
It does, thank you.
Aces.
Can I ask one more thing?
Yes, that was a question. Would you like to ask another?
Yes.
All right.
Any messages from my higher self?
What do you think I'm giving you?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good day to you. Okay, so a couple of questions pertaining to our simultaneous lives that are happening.
Yes.
As you said, we cross-connect to these lives. And
Yes, and they're not necessarily yours. Do you understand? They are their own people.
Correct. Would it be...
The other simultaneous lives you are connecting to.
Sure. So, as you say, we add to them and they add to us.
Yes.
Are they, if we're focused on them in somehow, some way, are they as well focused on us?
Some are, some aren't. You don't need to be to receive the information that you require.
Okay. For example, I know that I am cross-connecting or connected to a consciousness that humans would call an ET pharaoh.
All right.
And I just want to know, since I'm, so many synchronicities in my life have been happening with this kind of consciousness, I'd like to know if he too acknowledges me in this life, and if there's some kind of information that I could take or need to know, so on and so
Well,
forth.
that being, as you call it out, does acknowledge that there are many other beings connecting to it. It doesn't necessarily always need to know exactly your identity, because it recognizes that there may actually be hundreds, if not thousands, of other people cross-connecting to it.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
But it will take from it what it needs.
So from me, what is it taking from it?
The recognition of what you would classically call the future.
Okay.
And that you have the freedom now to live your life in the way that you prefer. Therefore, strengthening the resolve and the confidence of that being in living life the way that being prefers.
Yes.
Because that being now knows that this will become a constant in the future. And therefore, you could say the being is ahead of its time.
Ahead of its time. Almost as if facilitating those, maybe the energy from that time into the present, into my present life.
Yes.
Okay.
You can do that too if you wish, and are to some degree doing that. Because again, it's a reciprocation.
Right. Exactly.
Therefore, the confidence that then is expanding in that being can be reflected and rebounded and expanded back to you in a way that you can use in your life. And you can be your own pharaoh, in a sense.
Right.
Having command over your reality, so to speak.
Exactly, yes. I'd just like to
One
tell...
moment.
Go ahead.
Or you can make an asp out of yourself.
An asp.
This comes from another being that you are connected to.
Okay.
Who is a little bit of a joker.
Okay. May I have a little bit more information about this being?
The being says, ask nicely.
Ask nicely. May I please have some more information about this being?
The being says, ask more nicely.
Ask more nicely. May I please have some information? Pretty please. You fantastic, fabulous being, you.
The being says, where the hell's the sugar on top?
With the sugar and the cherry on top, please.
Oh, all right. You have a connection to what we would call a trickster energy. Do you understand this concept? A shapeshifter.
Yes.
In the future of your world as you understand time to exist.
Yes.
What we would call a cryptic.
A cryptic?
Yes. You are familiar with the being that we have brought through called Willa?
Yes.
Willa is a cryptic.
Okay.
You are connected to another cryptic.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, thank you. In these cross connections,
Yes.
is there ever a chance when we do cross connect to these same consciousness that is a part of our own oversoul and our higher mind that is I describe it like the tentacles of us.
Yes.
Do we ever meet those same tentacles in our present life right here, right now? For example, through friends, family?
Yes, it's what we refer to as a counterpart.
Right.
When they overlap your lifespan.
So what happens when we meet those kind of counterparts? I mean,
Anything,
I know...
everything, and nothing. It depends on the themes you're exploring.
Okay.
Sometimes you may not know them at all, even though you may pass each other on the street.
Mhm.
Sometimes they will be your best friend, sometimes they will be your lover, sometimes they will be your worst enemy. It depends.
And exactly, and for the exchange of growth and expansion for both parties in which we
Yes.
agreed on. Very nice. One more thing just on the E.T. Pharaoh. I know that we had a son, hybrid. Just want to know if that consciousness is, if I'm connected to that consciousness here in this present reality, or...
No.
Okay.
This is something quite different.
Okay.
And we will talk about that subject another time.
Okay.
It is not yet time for the revelation of those particular hybrids.
Okay, very good. I had a dream many months ago, almost as if I would describe I was in space and there was no sound. And there was about 5 beings silent in front of me, and they were very glowy, light kind of beings, and their outer aura was purple. I'd just like to know who they were, or I saw them, I felt like I smiled back at them. I didn't want to be afraid, and I
Yes.
wanted them to know that I did receive their energy, and I just wanted to know where they came from, or if I needed any extra.
They're your support group. Let's leave it at that for the moment.
Okay. Am I asking too many questions that I'm not supposed to know right now?
It's not that. It's just that there are certain processes you're going through that would be better served if you actually continued to go through them.
Absolutely.
At the moment, you can be aware of these things, and we can give you what we're allowed to give you, and we're happy to do so. Nevertheless, we are also being asked not to give you too much yet, because they have some things in store that you need to be aware of in your own timing.
Very nice.
But you can focus on the violet vibration and remember how that felt, and thus put yourself in the same state of being and see what happens if you do that in an intentional way.
Okay, very nice. Is this the same thing? Same thing happened when I would describe as the goddess Bast, who's a cat. She kind of just like jumped into my dream one day in the same kind of energy.
Yes, well, again,
vibe.
because of the cross connections you are making to the idea of ancient Egypt and the priesthood and all of that, and you're dealing with archetypal consciousness level energies, there are many things going on here that tell a tale of another story in another dimension that require much too much time to go into now in detail. But you're beginning to get snatches and tidbits and snippets of these things that will eventually all grow together to form one linear story for you. So
Very-
you're seeing bits and pieces at the moment.
Very nice. So then the path. So then I'm flowing with my path, if you will, and meeting these extra stories and counterparts.
Yes.
That are adding to the experience, the
Yes.
expansion. One more question. I am an acting coach and I teach actors.
All right.
And I like to infuse a lot of my acting with actual, some of the metaphysical properties,
Yes.
principles that we
Yes,
teach.
yes.
And in my mind, I like to kind of tailor the child to know about their human avatar mechanism and really know about their senses and observation and awareness, because
Yes, all right.
I'm feeling that is part of, is that a good way to help in their development?
Is it your way? Does it
Yes.
excite you?
Yes.
Then it's a good way.
Do you have any more?
Because it works for you.
Good.
You do understand that at its height, when an individual can truly allow themselves to transform into another personality, yes?
Yes.
What you call acting,
Or shape-shifting, as you said earlier.
in a sense, is a form that we might refer to as multiple personality order.
Yes. Yes.
Because there is connective tissue between them in a way that can allow for smooth communication rather than the disorder. Do you understand? So it's a form of channeling, of course. And every one of you contain multitudes of personalities and are connected to multitudes of personalities, and you can shape-shift into them. And that's what acting is. Yes?
Yes.
You become that person, literally, but retain a connection to the idea of an overall identity
Yes.
that contains all of those personality expressions. This is multiple personality order.
Yes.
And so,
And so I just wanted to maybe if there was like a clarification or an add-in to...
I just gave you one. Multiple personality order.
Mhm.
Maybe you don't understand what we're saying by that.
Could you please clarify or go a little bit deeper into it?
But what do you think it means?
Multiple personality order, that we have the ability to use these multiple personalities to get through whichever energy we need to inhibit for whatever expansion or situation, circumstance pertaining to that moment in our reality for the sake of our growth.
Well, you talk about the idea of acting, but you know that the best acting comes from when the situation and circumstance that's been created is treated as if it's real.
Yes.
Then it is real.
Yes.
You are actually seeing a glimpse of parallel realities, parallel versions of those persons.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, I do.
So you can use the idea that you are tapping into a multitude of parallel realities to describe the concept of acting.
Yes.
So that's another way to view it, if that is something that is of interest to you. Doesn't have to be, but we have given you the suggestion that you have asked for. And you may not completely wrap your mind around it yet, but let it sink in and see what it does for you in your dreams. You may come up with something that works and is connected to the concept of understanding how to present the concept of parallel reality versions of people that then can allow them to tap into them in a way where when they bring them through, they will understand that without losing the sense of their own identity, they really will be that identity. And that you're actually seeing multiple worlds on the stage simultaneously.
Yes. And so by bringing out these multidimensional personalities within ourselves, this, of course, adds to our I guess I'll use the word upgraded, evolved next stage.
Yes, but let me express this more precisely and take it a step further for you, because you're still assuming that what we're talking about are multiple personalities within you.
Okay.
We're saying that when someone really becomes that person, you are actually being given an opportunity to literally see a parallel reality made flesh.
Okay, yes.
Do you follow me?
Yes, I do.
The stage suddenly becomes a portal upon which multiple parallel realities can actually be presented to your reality.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes.
Literally. The people on the stage are not the same people who are then walking off the stage to go home. You are literally looking at a parallel reality. Literally.
Yes.
Do you understand?
I do understand.
That is the power of acting.
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes, it does.
Feels exciting, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Bashar.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
This is why your stories are so powerful. You are really tapping into alternate realities and exploring them for yourselves to decide whether or not they present something you prefer to shift to.
It is a pleasure to share this time and space with you, Bashar.
And you as well. Good day.
Thank you. So, I understand that my outer reality is a direct reflection of my inner reality. Is that correct?
It is, but what you see on the outside doesn't necessarily mean that it's an absolute one-to-one reflection of things or issues that you have to necessarily pay attention to the same degree that someone else might, who might be sharing a similar reality with you. In other words, it's an orchestration, and sometimes when you interact with things, situations, circumstances, people, objects, what have you, there may be an orchestrational reason for you to be there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what someone else is experiencing is exactly what you need to work on. Okay. You may just be there for them to support them in their ability to work on it too. But you have to have an honest self-assessment as to what it is that's actually there for you. Nevertheless, it's still a reflection because you're willing to be part of that orchestration. So it reveals that to you, if nothing else.
So my reflection and reality, if it will, has been telling me some different things lately that I would like some clarification
with. All right,
with.
such as?
The globe being round or flat.
Yes, well, you know the globe is round.
Okay.
Why would you assume that it's flat?
I assume that it's flat because of the eye test. I don't feel like we're spinning. I don't.
So what?
It made more sense for it to be flat in my
Not
estimation.
really. Not when you understand how things work, it doesn't.
Okay.
So the flatness idea comes from
and is real on another dimensional level,
right,
the holographic level that projects information that needs no dimension into the idea of realities that then are expressed dimensionally.
Okay.
So in that context, the Earth is both flat and a globe. But in your physical dimension, it's experienced as a globe.
Thank you.
It's another dimension that experiences it at flat. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, it does. So in this lifetime, do I go from one to another?
Well,
from
you
the flat
exist
to the
in
globe?
all of them.
Okay.
Versions of you exist in all of them.
Right.
So you may be cross-connecting to that, and that's why you're wondering whether it's flat or round.
Right.
But in this third density reality, it's expressed as a globe. But you also are aware of the fact that in another dimension, it's expressed as flat information.
Okay. So another thing that has been in my reality lately is the cloning centers have been popping up, and I've been finding out more information on that. Is that a true statement? The Donald Marshall has been coming out with the cloning centers?
Not as much as you think.
Okay.
There are some experiments on your planet with regard to this process, but not as much as you think, and not always in the way that many people assume it to be being used.
Okay. So the information coming through Donald Marshall isn't necessarily correct?
It's an interpretation that is correct for one particular reality, and you have to decide whether that's the reality you prefer or whether you prefer another.
Okay.
Remember,
I kind of prefer none.
all things you can imagine are somewhere happening.
Right.
You cannot imagine non-existence.
Right.
Therefore, it's just an issue of, is that the reality you prefer when it's being offered to you?
Right.
If not,
If
then
that's my
go
eyes
in a
or
different direction.
Okay. I found myself saying the other day that I had hybrid children, and I didn't even know where that came from coming out of my mouth. Could you
Probably
please
came from one of the hybrid children.
Could you elaborate on that for me, please?
Well, you understand the hybridization agenda, yes?
No, very little.
All right. Well, you understand that beings that you typically refer to on average as the gray beings, you're familiar with this?
Yes.
Conducted a hybridization program because they were really originally humans from a parallel version of Earth that destroyed their world and mutated themselves into the beings you understand as the grays.
Right.
Not being able to any longer reproduce, they realized that the only way to save their civilization was to find a viable source of human DNA, and that means they had to tunnel into parallel realities, such as yours, where humans still exist in their original form, thus taking genetic material, blending it with their own and a few other things, and creating the hybrids of which my civilization is one offshoot. And there are other children still existing in a variety of ways that are more contemporary with your civilization that will ultimately come and live among you. Thus, beginning the transformation of your world into what we typically refer to as the sixth hybrid race, because there are already 5 others.
So in our ascension, we all have different timelines for this, or are we all going together?
The ones that decide to be of a similar vibration will experience themselves going together. The ones that have different timelines will not.
Okay, it's that easy.
It's that easy.
All right, and since all our realities are just reflections, can our inner world affect changes like the election and like the upcoming changes?
Again, yes, but it's not that you're changing the world you're in.
Right.
It's that you're shifting to a world that already has those expressions as a reflection of the change in energy you've made within yourself. But remember, you have also made agreements to share some of this and go through certain processes with other people in order to learn things, in order to grow from it. And one of the things you learn is more readily how to shift to realities that are already in existence that are more reflective of what you prefer, by being in a reality that is reflective of what you don't prefer.
Makes sense.
It does. That's why I said
it. So when I am following my highest excitement, sometimes I fight the feeling of I'm not working hard enough, I'm being lazy, and then I have to balance that out.
Again, remember that it's all about letting go of beliefs that are out of alignment with that vibration.
Right.
But one of the things excitement does is bring those things up to your attention that you may be holding on to that you didn't know about. So if you are acting on your excitement and suddenly you find that there is a negative feeling, a negative experience, a negative belief within you, then excitement is doing its job by revealing that to you so you can let it go and add the energy to your excitement. So, in other words, whenever your excitement brings up something within you that you don't prefer, get excited about the fact that it did that.
Okay.
That's part of the excitement process. Because then once you're consciously aware of it, you have something to work with. You have something to let go of.
Okay.
If it remains unknown, then you can't do anything about it.
Right.
So that's part of the process.
And
So
how do
be
I lay
excited
that
about
down?
it. Lay it down?
Yes. How do I lay that down, that feeling, that
When
negative
you allow
feeling of-
yourself to actually consciously identify the belief that's out of alignment with you,
Yes.
the moment you truly access it and truly consciously identify it, it will automatically and immediately appear nonsensical and illogical. And as soon as it does, it's gone.
Okay.
That's the end of the process.
Right.
Because if you really actually see it as nonsensical and illogical, there is no reason to hold on to it. If you are still holding on to it in your behavior, then there's another belief you haven't found that says you must. Find that one. Keep digging.
Understand.
Does that help?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sir. Oh, so formal. All right.
I was led to get some numbers on my arm that I was told would help me to remember my own frequency. Can you please expound on that?
What numbers are you talking about?
I have a tattoo that says 92.78 on my arm.
92.78.
Yes, sir. And I have no idea where that came from.
One moment.
Thank you.
All right. You understand that your quote-unquote average normal temperature of your human body, 98.6, yes?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to keep calling me sir, but I appreciate
Yes,
it.
Bashar.
When you are shifted, you remember when we talked about the idea that there is a version of physical reality that's slightly out of phase with yours?
Okay.
And in which many encounters actually happen?
Yes.
Because they can't really happen in your reality because of the vibrational difference, but they can happen in that reality. That's your body temperature in that reality. Because that is the difference of the shift.
I understand.
So, does that help you?
That does help. Why was I led to get that?
Because
Reminded
it
of that.
reminds you of how to tap into the idea of that reality. And thus, it makes the
Ah.
shift easier.
Okay.
You
Fair.
have, in other words, a target to shoot for.
Right.
A target temperature
Right.
that tells you when you're in that state, when you're in that reality vibration.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
I was told I had, by the same, what I felt like entity, I was told that I had a treasure waiting for me.
You do. It's inside. Go find it. You are the treasure.
Yes.
The opening of yourself is the treasure.
Right. Okay.
So, have fun on your treasure hunt.
Namaste, Bashar.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So my first two questions were about multiple personality disorder and our relationship to time. We had previously discussed, and I've had a lot of help from you in the experience that our multiple personality disorder is also expressed in our cultures.
Yes.
In the warring nations, borders, boundaries, agreements.
That the entire collective consciousness, because of all the division within the individuals, your entire collective world has multiple personality disorder.
And that is a macrocosmic expression of our own
Yes.
internal multiple personality disorder.
Yes.
Now, this multiple personality order, what comes to mind based on what you've shared previously and today is this Planck time constant, that
Yes.
this external reality, this physical expression that's reflected happening 10 to the 43 times per second.
Yes.
It makes sense that when you say circumstances don't matter, only state of being matters. So that
Yes.
vibration of excitement, you know, for us to put intellect in between, well, this is what I'm experiencing, so I need to understand this and intellectualize
Yes,
it. So
but
that
do you also
it's
pick up
so
on
fast.
the double entendre in that sentence?
Yes, circumstances don't matter. Create matter or physical
Yes.
structure in our reality.
But state of being does.
Yes, so along that line.
Yes. Or plane, or cube, or hypercube.
So when you were talking about SIBO being a 12-sided dice.
SIBO is 13, but it is played with a 12-sided die. Dice
Excellent.
is plural.
Thank you. So the die would be an icosahedron, I assume.
Yes.
So I've, in our experiences, had many information and understandings about the icosahedron. I've seen it as being water. I've done techniques that utilize that to align my energy. Do you have additional information at this time that was previously unavailable?
No.
Okay.
Except to play the game.
I would look forward to it, absolutely.
All right. We will look backwards to it.
Now, when you shared that in the initial, you changed the video for the contact crystal, and one thing that was shared...
I didn't change it.
Well, you had some to do with it. But okay, so in this joint venture of changing the contact crystal video, as experienced, you shared that Esasani was created for your society, was prepared for you.
Yes.
Now that includes the 3 supercomputers that are now orbiting Esasani,
yes,
Epsilon, Epiphany, Eclipse, that were created by us or humans?
No.
Who
they were created by the Greys.
So the Greys created the supercomputers that are focused or lensed through the moon.
Yes.
Now how...
But it goes through the Esasani vibration.
Can you expand on that, the Esasani vibration?
Well, you know that the frequency connects to the idea of your moon being used as a lens to send that vibration to your world.
Yes.
But it's coming through the Esasani hybrid vibration, not the Grey vibration, because we are now the occupants of the planet.
Okay.
So it's coming through our collective field.
So that agenda or that expression through Esasani would also be underneath the primary overseers or those mantis beings, because that would be part of the overall hybridization agenda?
No.
Okay, so
different thing.
So the mantis beings are only a part of the hybridization agenda as it pertains to humans, per se.
As it pertains to the creation of the hybrids, but the idea is that phase is done. Therefore, there is no need anymore for the mantises to do the same thing. So they have taken a different role. So no, I won't tell you what that is.
Oh, right. Okay.
It will come.
Okay, wonderful news. A parallel simultaneous incarnation that I have with Esasani, and more specifically your consciousness, is something that's become more and more interested with the idea of first contact specialists, the contact crystal I drew, that exact sigil 5 years before I met you.
You're a 12-year-old child on the southern continent of Esasani.
Okay.
That's your connection right now.
Thank you. That's helpful. Oh, boy.
Yes.
12-year-old boy.
A boy, yes.
You had previously also discussed the idea of, for me to do research into Hecate, or a previous version or older version of Anu in the Gwythonic or Celtic tradition.
Yes.
Now, I've since researched that it's understood with 3 heads. So the positive, negative, neutral, that triad.
All right, very
triumvirate,
good.
that information is definitely prevalent in that. Is there...
Keep digging.
Okay. Is there any other clues?
Keep digging.
Well, the previous question, the woman was talking about the ET Pharaoh energy.
Yes.
And that other hybridization agenda. Is there a connection there? Is there something else that's being unfolded in that understanding through that?
We are allowed to say yes.
Okay.
But that's all we're allowed to say.
Okay, that's useful. When we become the 6th generation of hybrid children, you've also discussed that happens at a time where the 6th genetic marker is activated within our DNA.
Yes.
So then the 7th genetic marker being activated
when all the 6 hybrid races blend to form the 7th hybrid race.
Leads to, and is it the same timing of the 7th genetic marker being activated?
In 1,000 years.
Thank you. And then SIBO being around 13, and there being 13 genetic markers as well as 13 skulls.
Yeah.
What is the timing and or what would unfold as the 13th genetic marker, or the last of the genetic markers.
That takes place on higher levels of dimensionality that you know nothing about right now.
Okay, so that's a different dimension. So that's past our DNA
It's
would
past
be
your physical reality.
above 333 kilohertz.
Yes.
Interesting.
Will
Okay.
that do?
What is my frequency currently in this?
At this particular moment?
Yes.
127,000 cycles per second, approximately, and sometimes shifting around to about 140. But it depends.
What I'm putting out. Got it. Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes, a lot. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love you.
Holy smokes, Bashar.
Holy cow.
I just want to say thanks to Kate. I had some more questions, evidently, I was supposed to ask you. And one of them is, I seem to see gold ships a lot. And I'm wondering if you could I have a feeling of who it possibly be, but I was wondering if you might be able to tell me more about those gold ships.
Again, the idea is that many of your senses, as you explore consciousness, are becoming more sensitive to seeing what's actually all around you all the time that is heretofore invisible to you. So it's a stretching of the senses. There is some Pleiadian and Arcturian energy in that, what you're seeing.
That's what I thought too. Are the Yael present much when I'm doing my ET contact groups?
Sometimes, not always.
All right.
Sometimes there are others peeking in.
Nice, nice. I have a question. My mom was always in fear of ETs. I've always been really into them since I was little in that experience. And she was in fear of it, and we came to the conclusion that
she's had her own experiences.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that...
It often happens in family lines, you know.
Definitely, definitely. Was there a period, because I had a vision when I actually was having the collapse of my life in such a positive, good way, that changed my life.
Yes.
I had a vision of me standing around my mom as an astral being, looking at her on a table.
Yes.
And me actually going into the fetus.
Well, again, yes, you can have these kinds of perspectives from a quasi-linear, quasi-temporal, quasi-physical perspective of some of the things that are going on, and can see it sometimes from multiple points of view.
Okay. Did they do, did they do anything to marker me or enhance me as a hybrid Earth human?
Again, all that needs to be done is a slight adjustment of some of the genetic markers within your DNA.
Okay, so was there music involved?
There were vibrations involved that you may translate as music, but not literally in the way that you mean music.
I have a question. Jesus, was he the Prince of Odessa? Jesus. There's a tale about Jesus actually being the grandson of Cleopatra.
No.
Okay, that's interesting.
Not that Yeshua, not the one that is connected to what most of you consider to be your true history, but in a parallel reality, yes.
Okay.
But not the one that you're concerned with now.
I was wondering if you could fill me in a little bit more about maybe how the skull on the Grand Mesa was created.
Fill you in with what?
Just
rocks?
Yes. Well, I've explored up there, and I've looked at the eyes. It's actually anatomically correct.
Yes.
So there's either energy work or something possible.
Someone else's job to give you that information, not ours.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Fairies, do they exist?
They do, but again, in another dimension that some people are sensitive to seeing and others are not. Eventually, as you expand your consciousnesses, you'll be able to interact more fully with what you might call the nature-spirit dimension.
I have a question about video games and playing. I have friends that are video game designers and some friends that play video games a lot.
Yes.
Even if it is of your highest excitement in such ways?
If it really matches your highest excitement truly, then you will find that there will be benefit. If it doesn't, then there may be other effects. Okay. And you have to take it on a case-by-case, person-by-person basis. You cannot make a generalization out of it.
Interesting, interesting.
And that will do for now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Thank you.
Just making sure you're all awake.
I'm all here. This is exciting.
Yes, it is.
I have not been aware of you for very long.
We haven't been aware of you for very long.
Well, now
what
we
a
are
coincidence.
together. Probably just random.
Speak up.
I have several questions. I want to start with a simple one, just about myself.
Yes.
I see the number 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
All the time.
You would be a good candidate for the SIBO game.
Okay.
But the idea in general of these kinds of synchronous numbers that happen to many of you is that it's like a synchronicity marker telling you that you're on the right path, you're in the right frequency at that particular moment that you experience those numbers. It's like road signs that you use.
Okay. Simple enough.
Yes, it is.
All right, something more complex. And you talked about this earlier with someone who spoke to you about when you talk about the parallel realities and all of them existing at the same time with past lives. And this is a new concept to me. Although
all right.
I
How
can
fun.
grasp it. So thank you for that. But
Yes.
I would like to get some more clarification.
Yes.
And I was told that, and clarify if I'm wrong, that after 2012 was when you were allowed to make contact with our species and offer this more clarity.
Yes, before that there was a quarantine period. After that, it's not so much the idea of a quarantine as it is now in your hands to decide that you are actually ready. So nothing is now preventing us in terms of our own laws from making contact. It's now all being determined by the rate at which your people are actually truly ready for it.
Gotcha. Okay. So in that, let's see if I can clarify this question.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to understand the concept that we weren't ready in the before in this linear time space
Yes.
that we perceive it as.
Yes.
But now we are, and yet
No,
it's all
now you're not. You are becoming ready. I'm simply saying our own laws no longer prevent the contact. It's now completely whether or not you get ready. You're not ready yet, otherwise open contact would be happening.
But you're here.
I am having this conversation.
Sure.
But that's not me landing my ship and getting out and staring you in the face. Do you understand? That's a difference. And it's a difference in vibrational frequency. Very different in vibrational frequency. We are being filtered. Our consciousness is being filtered through a human on your planet, and you are experiencing right now no more than about 5 to 10% of our total energy. Therefore, if we were to stand in front of you in our total being, we could actually overwhelm your vibration to the point where you could go into blanking out or psychotic shock. Does that make sense?
Yes, perfect sense.
So, when you accelerate your vibration and meet us more closely halfway, then true physical open contact can really begin.
Okay, excellent. This is fascinating.
Yes,
where
we
I'm
think so.
still and exciting, and where I'm still going with this. This is
Yes.
all happening right now,
It
right
is.
now, and in
It
the
is.
now.
It is.
But it hasn't happened yet.
Correct,
and yet,
from a
but that is still the
time-space
now.
point of view. From the
Okay.
time-space point of view, it hasn't happened yet. Nevertheless, it all happens at once.
And has
So you are
happened.
shifting like a projector light through different frames, now picking the frames that then get projected on the screen to determine the movie you will experience. So all the frames exist of that movie, but you haven't necessarily run those through your projector from the space-time point of view yet. But all the frames exist.
Okay, that I understand.
All right.
In a related question, and this has been explained to me, but I would like more clarification
Yes.
because in my limited human physical brain, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around some of this.
That's all right.
You
It's
used the
exciting.
analogy earlier, like most people when they walk into a room, switch on the light switch, they're not thinking about how that all works, the light comes
Yes.
on. I'm the guy who's thinking about that all the time. I
That's
drive my
fine.
car, I'm thinking about every moving part. So
All right.
just
Is that fun for you?
it is. I
Oh.
enjoy it very much, and
Thank
I
you.
have a very profound grasp of the physical world
All right.
in that space. And I love it and I
Yes.
enjoy it. So where I'm going at is I am grasping where your entity is at.
Yes.
And compared to the life on this planet and where we're at.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the differential
Yes.
space, and I realize I'm creating this too.
Yes.
So it's another little fly in the ointment. But I guess the question I'm asking is, how come I'm not where you're at? Or how come I was born here, or the choice I made to be here instead of with you? And I don't know if I'm asking the question
We
clearly
understand
enough, but-
exactly what you're asking, but this is one of the things that you decided would give you an interesting new perspective of your total being. It doesn't mean that there aren't other aspects of you experiencing other things, even things similar to what we are experiencing. Nevertheless, this aspect of your total consciousness is experiencing this because you believe that this is important for you as a total being to experience, to add another perspective of discovery to your total being.
I'll take that.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right.
It does. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Before the next person speaks, let me complete this idea. It's similar to the notion that you have a hand and the hand has 5 fingers. Well, all right, 4 and a thumb if you wish. The idea is you have created something that has all the 5 fingers at once because each finger is a different experience, even though they all trace back to the same hand. Therefore, a hand is not really a hand without all the fingers, and the fingers won't function without the hand. So one finger experiences one thing, another finger experiences something else, and that and the totality of all those fingers then makes up the experience of the hand.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I'm very pleased to be here with you today.
We are pleased as well.
Thank you. I had so many different questions to ask for you today, and so many got answered throughout the conversation, so thank you.
Yes.
The first
Thank
question, thank you. The first question I would like to ask, though, is what kind of holds our whole universe together? My initial response would be love, but I guess I'm looking for some validation.
All right. Well, your people translate the vibrational frequency of existence itself. The closest approximation you can come to that is what you do call the feeling or experience of unconditional love. That's just how you translate it.
Yes.
So in a sense, yes, you could say that's what quote unquote holds everything together. But in reality, everything is simply made out of that. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what everything is made out of. That frequency, that vibrational consciousness is what everything is made of. That self-awareness is what everything is made out of.
Yes.
So it automatically holds together because it simply is one thing. It may express itself as a multitude of things, but the fact that it is one thing, quote unquote, is what holds it together. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank
All right.
you. I wanted to ask about dreams.
Yes.
I have several incredibly vivid dreams that are always in the same templates or the same locations.
All right. This can be representative of many different kinds of things, but continue.
Well, I was just wondering if you could help with some guidance or some clarity as to
Well,
why
sometimes
that
it can be
happens.
memories of visiting the idea of parallel reality selves. Sometimes it can be other things. It depends on how, quote unquote, literal or symbolic they may be.
So when we are dreaming and we wake up and we remember them, should we always interpret them symbolically?
You don't have to, but you can if it's fun for you. Sometimes you can gain insight to yourself by doing so. Sometimes you can gain insight to things that you might be doing when you are no longer focused in physical reality. But remember that your physical mind only has so many symbols to work with. And it can't always make sense out of things that you may be doing on another dimensional level, but it will use the best symbols that it can, which is sometimes why the dream seems to make no sense at all.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And sometimes dreams can simply be you reassessing your day and reinventing your template and your blueprint for what you wish to experience next. And sometimes it can actually be some sort of symbolic memory of a real experience you had in another dimensional realm. And many things in between. You have to take them one by one and understand what they are.
Okay.
Is this of any help to you?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And?
I'm looking forward to dreaming more. I had 2 other questions for you.
You understand you're dreaming right now, yes?
Yes. Yes. In fact,
Yes.
I'm constantly looking at my reality and saying to myself that this is not real.
Well,
or
it's
that
real as an experience, but it's not real as a solid reality. It's a projection of your consciousness. And paradoxically, since we're talking about the idea of dreaming, by going to sleep physically is actually when you wake up into more of yourself. And when you wake up physically, that's actually when you're going to sleep. Because you're narrowing your focus of your total self down to a physical reality dream. But when you go to sleep, you expand your focus and very often expand beyond the borders of the physical experience and thus become more of yourself. Make sense?
That does
so
make sense.
Learning to become lucid in the physical dream is what this transformational age is all about. And sometimes it can help you become lucid in the physical dream by learning to become lucid in your dream state. And vice versa.
I see.
Does this help?
It does help.
All right.
My last question has to do with an experience in my childhood.
Yes.
I really feel...
if, in fact, that was your childhood.
It was my childhood, yes.
But we'll go with that for the moment, for the sake of continuity.
I had an experience when I was about 6, and it felt like it really changed the whole theme of my existence here in this lifetime.
From what to what?
I'm not even quite sure. I just feel that a lot of my belief systems all stem to that one experience.
All right. And so, what have you done with that?
I have...
Are you following your excitement?
I am, to the best of my ability. I feel, though, that
yes.
I have to bring it always back to that present moment of...
Yes. Well, that's part of the process, learning to live in the moment.
Yes.
Learning that there is nothing more valuable than what's going on right now. That's where everything you need is contained. Yes. And the more you live in the moment, the faster another now moment can manifest. The more you attempt to live outside the moment, the longer it takes for another now moment to manifest. That's the paradox. You have to live in the moment and use it up for something else to happen. That's how you accelerate things. But when you look to accelerate things by looking to the future, you're no longer living in the moment and you actually paradoxically slow things down.
Okay. Yeah, I needed that.
All right.
I needed that piece. Thank you.
Yes.
What I was going to say too is with the belief systems, when I encounter, I feel like I'm like in a tennis game where I'm being, with the balls are constantly coming. The balls
yes.
are my belief systems, and I kind of get overwhelmed. Where it's like,
that's all right. You can take a break.
Investigate all of my belief systems.
You can take a break. What's your rush? What's your hurry? You're an infinite, eternal, indestructible being. What's your hurry? Where are you going?
Yeah.
You become overwhelmed because you think you have to deal with all of it right away or something wrong will happen. Relax. There is no time like the present. Relax. And you will actually accelerate. That's what we just told you. The paradox is, the more you take time to slow down and relax, the faster things will go. The more you try to speed up, the slower and longer things take. Because you're not living in the present. You're not matching the frequency of your now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, I really appreciate it.
Go with the flow. Yes. Don't swim upstream. That's resistance. Just go with the flow. The current knows where to take you. Trust the speed of the current. Now, sometimes you can accelerate things by divesting yourself of beliefs that no longer work for you. That's fine. That's part of the process. But go with the flow.
Excellent.
Remember that if you're truly, truly living in the moment and you understand that everything that's happening right now is the most important thing that could possibly be happening and it deserves your attention and respect,
yes,
then you will never, ever, ever be impatient. Because if you're really living in the moment, you're having as much fun as you possibly can, you're as engaged and involved as you possibly can be, and therefore you don't need patience. And if you don't need patience, you're never impatient.
Yes.
Do you understand?
I do.
Does this help?
It immensely. Thank you so much, Bashar. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
Yay! So my first question is about coffee.
Coffee.
Yes, the drink.
All right. What about it?
I know from a vibrational standpoint it's not good for me.
All right. Then that's you.
But I find that when I raise my frequency to incredibly high transformational rate,
Yes.
I have issues with insomnia.
So what? Who says you should be asleep at that moment? Many people on your planet do not follow their natural biological awake-sleep cycle. They force themselves to be awake when they need to be asleep. They force themselves to be asleep when they need to be awake. Find your natural cycle. That's all you need to do. Then it will not be insomnia. If it's natural for you to be awake at the wee hours of the morning or whenever, then that might be your natural cycle when you're at your highest peak of creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you find yourself actually going down in your vibratory biological cycle and need to sleep, sleep. You have to get over the idea that your society tells you when you should be awake and you should be asleep to find your natural cycle. You follow me?
Yes.
Is this helping?
Yes.
Yes. Most of you are not living your natural biological cycles.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
So my second question is about moldavite crystals. Can you
Yes.
expand on those a little
Permission
more?
slips, like anything. If you're attracted to it, then that means there's something about that particular permission slip that aligns with your belief system in such a way that it allows you to give yourself permission to be more of who you are by using that particular reflection or object. If you're attracted to it, use it. If you're not, don't.
Simple enough.
All things, all objects, all rituals, all techniques, all tools are permission slips. Use them if you're attracted to them. Don't use them if you're not. That's all they're there for. To reflect to you an alignment in your belief system wherein you are willing to say, I'm willing to change my beliefs and allow something to happen I didn't believe was possible by using this thing. But you're the one doing it anyway. You're the ultimate permission slip. But you can use those reflections as helpers to put you in touch with what you believe is true. So if that's what attracts you, by all means.
Cool.
Yes?
Yes. So one more question. I wanted to ask about a relationship.
Yes.
A soulmate of mine that I have a tendency to go through.
You have a what?
I have a tendency.
You have a what?
I go through.
You choose?
I choose to go through many
Thank you.
times.
Tendencies mean, I can't help it. No responsibility there.
Right.
No way to change anything.
Right.
I choose.
I choose.
Now if you're choosing something you don't prefer, now you have something to work with, because the first question would be, what would I have to believe is true in order to keep choosing something I don't prefer? Where if you say, well, I have a tendency, that gives you nothing to work with. No insight into yourself at all.
It's about taking ownership.
Yes. Response ability. The ability to respond.
Oh, that's good.
So, what is the thing that you choose?
So the thing that I choose
Yes.
is that, going almost back to the coffee question, I ramp up my energy to such a degree that this counterpart to the relationship comes in.
Yes.
And it has a tendency.
It has a what? We are selectively deaf to concepts that don't work for us.
I choose this relationship to drag me down.
Why?
That's a good question.
Do you have a good answer?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're just not paying attention to it.
Yes.
Remember what we talked about when we talk about the motivational mechanism within all of you? This is an absolute given. You all, always, and I mean there are no exceptions, always move in the direction, choose in the direction of what you believe is in your best interest. You always move away from what you believe is not in your best interest. Therefore, if you know that, and you know that's how the mechanism works, if you then are choosing something that you know is not in your best interest, the only way you would do so is you have a definition of that thing that makes it seem to be in your best interest more than the other choice. You need to find the belief that says that that thing you don't prefer is a better choice than the thing that would actually serve you better. Find that belief and let it go. And then the motivational mechanism will flip around the other way, and you will only choose the things that are actually to your benefit, instead of attaching beliefs to the things that are not to your benefit that make it seem to be to your benefit.
Yes.
Making some sense? So, in saying that you are choosing to do something in a relationship where you feel dragged down, why do you choose that? What beliefs do you have about yourself that you would attract that experience?
That I don't deserve to be at the energy level that brings that experience in.
Do you really buy that?
I buy the concept that
That you might believe that.
I might believe that.
What do you get out of believing that? That you don't deserve that?
I get the approval of the people who are my parents and the people
All right.
who think I'm different.
All right. So in other words, you're willing to go for approval instead of actually honoring yourself and thus honoring them by being yourself.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You're settling for something that isn't you because you think that that's the right thing to do, because you are looking for their approval to determine who you are. Is that what you prefer?
Not when you say it.
This is why it's so important to identify beliefs, because you see what I said earlier, once you actually bring it out into the light and make a statement out of it consciously, it doesn't make much sense, does it?
No.
As soon as it's nonsensical, it's gone. Unless you have another belief that says you need to hold on to it, and then you need to find that one too and let that become nonsensical. Because all the things that are out of alignment with your true vibration don't make sense.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Tadea.
Nani.
We have some questions from our Ustream listeners.
Oh, all right.
The first one is having to do with our core frequency and the idea of, does a core frequency only pertain to our physical life or all aspects?
There are core frequencies all the way up the spectrum, but the one that we are obviously discussing most is the one that you experience as your signature frequency as a person in physical reality, because that's the one that needs the attention in order to be changed.
So you're actually changing your core frequency?
You are changing the physical core frequency to be a closer match to the total core frequency, to be more aligned with the total core frequency.
And the determination of your physical core frequency has
Is whether
to do
you're
your
holding
belief
on
systems?
with your beliefs, yes, negative and positive.
But you know how you always say that your core frequency is always attracting everything that you need, and
The true core frequency, yes, but you can surround it with secondary frequencies that may still represent your personality and your overall signature vibration as a person that may be muddying the true alignment with the core frequency.
I think that's interesting about the personality versus the actual core frequency of the person.
But look at it as the idea of nested dolls, yes? You have a particular frequency, but you can wrap it like an onion with many different layers, and you can kind of filter it in a variety of ways. So the idea is to allow all those different things to be as clear, as transparent as they can, so the true core frequency shines through on all levels.
Okay, and let's see, they said, what if we have a low core frequency? Can we change it? You just answered that.
Yes.
And how can we experience the highest joy with a low core frequency?
Start small. Do something that contains even just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit more excitement than anything else. Do it to the best of your ability. Do it with no insistence on an outcome, and then do it again. and then do it again, and then do it again until it grows and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger steps, bigger and bigger and bigger opportunities that will allow your excitement to expand. But you will always be capable of doing something if you are willing to.
And is it really necessary on a daily basis to sort of monitor your state of being and determine if you're in a negative state and change it? And
No. It's not always necessary, but you may find that from time to time it will be valuable to do so.
But I mean, like for people who want contact and they want their frequency to be up over 200,000 cycles per second.
Act on your
and-
highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on the outcome. That's the formula. It's not going to change.
But the formula is going to bring up all the beliefs that you have.
Exactly, which gives you an opportunity to let them go and add their energy to the excitement, which expands your vibration and raises it higher and higher and higher until you pass the 200,000 cycle per second frequency.
Right. So if you're going through your day and you
Yes.
notice that you get upset about something
Yes.
or all that, then that's an opportunity to practice
Yes.
shifting your frequency to a higher level.
Yes.
So that it becomes second nature.
First nature.
First nature.
Right now, it is second nature, sometimes even third nature. So make it first nature.
It just seems like a good practice.
It is.
That would then allow you to experience more and more expanded joy in the 3 AAA formula.
Acknowledge, appreciate, and allow.
Right. And when we were talking about that recently, we talked about the idea that when you acknowledge what's happening,
Yes.
and then
Acknowledge what you have instead of
Oh.
what you don't have. That's the phrase.
Okay.
Acknowledge what you have instead of what you don't have. Appreciate what you have once you've acknowledged it. Again, the appreciation of a moment and an experience that you're having doesn't necessarily mean that just because you appreciate it for being there, that you have to condone something you don't prefer that may have happened.
right, because circumstances don't matter, only state of
Exactly.
being matters.
That's
So-
why you go into appreciation as a state, regardless of the circumstances. And it doesn't mean that you're condoning the circumstances.
So if something challenging happens
Yes.
that causes you, that you make a choice to lower your frequency
Yes.
around it,
Yes.
the antidote to that is to
Acknowledge what you do have instead of what you don't have. Appreciate, which means create that state of appreciation for what you do have, and then allow the next thing that needs to happen, and continue to do that if you need to continue to do that.
and then don't give energy to the circumstances.
No,
kind of
because
what
the
you're saying.
circumstances is just a neutral set of props. It may still be representative of something you don't prefer, but that doesn't mean it has to affect you in any negative way. Therefore, if you simply go into a state of appreciation, you can still neutrally observe that it is a situation you don't prefer, but you won't be negatively affected by it.
It really is a relearning of how to interact with physical reality.
That's what we've been talking about for 33 years of your time. It's a relearning of how physical reality works. It's an understanding of the nature and structure of existence, and so you can use it effectively as a tool because it works the same for everyone all the time. It's only an issue of whether you use it in a way that you prefer or use it in a way that you don't. It doesn't care. It's up to you.
Well, it's nice to know there's an alternative way of experiencing this reality, certainly.
There always is.
Yes.
There always is.
In all ways, right?
Yes.
Okay, and here's another question. You said that everything is synchronicity,
Yes.
but often we don't recognize it as such.
Yes.
Do we attract negative synchronicity based on our thoughts and beliefs? And is giving negative things a positive meaning a method of attracting more positive synchronicity?
Yes. Again, you don't have to say this negative thing is a positive thing. We're saying you can recognize something that you don't prefer and still create the understanding that you will still derive a beneficial and positive effect from your experience of it. And that will continue to expand your positive state of being.
And that's actually a really powerful thing to recognize, that
Yes, it is.
you don't have to look at a situation and say, oh, I'm really glad this happened, or something like that.
No,
you can go more in the
That's not
direction,
what it's about.
just recognizing that everything that's happening can serve you in a positive
Yes.
way. By putting it in that context, that then allows it to shift into
Yes.
positive
If
energy.
nothing else, the idea of observing something you don't prefer can put you in a state of appreciation that it is now clarified more clearly for you what you do prefer by contrast. Sometimes people on your planet will do that. They will expose themselves to something they don't prefer to give themselves a better idea, a clearer idea of what they do prefer. And therefore they've used what they don't prefer in a positive way that they can appreciate, even if they don't actually prefer the thing itself.
It's just really interesting that you don't necessarily have to deal with what you're observing. You simply have to put it under the umbrella of a positive meaning for what you
Yes.
will get out of it.
Yes, and you may find yourself dealing with it, but then you will deal with it in a completely different way that's reflective of the positive state that you have generated with your appreciation.
It's wonderful.
Yes, it is. What time is it?
It's probably time to do the holotope.
Yes, it is. And so please take a short break. We will resume this transmission for your holotope meditation. All right, we will continue this transmission by suggesting that all of you become very comfortable. Relax. Relax your bodies. Relax your hearts. Relax your minds. Relax your spirits. Just let everything melt away. And as your music comes up and your lights go down, focus on the center of the holotope. And let yourself drift into a new dream. But this dream will be a dream of synchronicity, of transformation. Saibo. Imagine now, if you will, in looking at this holotope pattern, as you allow yourself to become more and more relaxed, breathing deeply, gently, easily, and effortlessly. In and out, in and out, in and out. And as you gaze upon the center of this radiating pattern, light and sound, allow yourself to begin to slowly in your imagination, allow the pattern to begin to spin. A random spinning, pattern moving, slowly at first around in a circle, around the central point. Just let it spin slowly. Imagine it spinning, creating a random wheel of probabilities, random in its connection to physical reality. No one knows where or when or how it will stop. It is simply spinning in front of you, gently, slowly. Now and then, in your imagination, when you feel so inclined, allow yourself to just freeze it for a moment as if you took a snapshot and let it continue to spin. And notice that every time you freeze it for an instant, just an instant, in that snapshot, a particular pattern stands out. It may be a different pattern each time you do it, that's all right. Or it may be the same, that's fine. But just let it spin. Take a snapshot, notice the pattern, let it spin. Freeze it, take a snapshot,
Let it spin. Keep doing this whenever you feel that you wish to do it. However your imagination decides to do it is fine. If you want to pretend you actually have a camera, that's fine. If it's just something that you superimpose within your imagination, that's fine. Whatever works for you. And as you breathe easily and relax and focus on the spinning holotope, the spinning pattern of probabilities and synchronicities, randomness converted into patterns, patterns converting back to randomness, back and forth, spinning, clicking, spinning, clicking, spinning, clicking. Let the wheel begin ever so slowly to speed up, turning faster and faster at whatever rate you're comfortable, at whatever rate seems appropriate for you. And as you click and spin and click and spin and click, start noticing the different patterns. Notice if they overlap. Notice if they are the same. Notice if they are different, but notice if they are related. And as it keeps spinning and freezing and spinning and freezing and spinning and freezing, faster and faster and faster and faster, allow yourself to imagine that the same pattern comes up again and again and again and again. If sometimes it differs, that's fine. Pick the pattern you prefer. And when you pick a pattern you prefer, use your imagination to see that when you freeze and snap the shot, the pattern is the same again and again. No matter how fast the wheel is spinning, same pattern every time you stop, again and again and again. And as you begin to repeat this pattern, you still notice the underlying randomness of all the shapes spinning past. But every time you snap that shot, you become more and more and more aligned and more harmonized with that particular pattern. It may change subtly here and then, that's all right, let it, but you still recognize it as the pattern that matches your frequency. Again and again and again. And as the wheel is now spinning so fast, faster and faster, that all the different shapes are almost imperceptible, and yet every time you freeze it, there's that pattern again and again and again and again. And you are building the synchronicity, building the harmony, the synchronization with this randomness so that you can always pick out the pattern that is for you, that you need at that moment, the energy, the frequency, the crystallization of that randomness in physical reality, revealing to you over and over and over again the patterns that are contained within the randomness. The patterns that represent the frequencies of your synchronicities, the things that are most meaningful and true for you, that can always be plucked out of the random background that spins. And you can align with this more and more and more in such a way, each and every time you do this, that you will begin to see this recognizable pattern showing up in so many different ways now as it leaks out into your life. And as you walk through life day by day, seeing around you what may appear to be random movement, random people, random events, and yet, click, there it is again, click, there it is again, click, there it is again. And it will begin to reveal itself to you over and over, whether through numbers, through events, through people, through words, through songs, through birds. Whatever it takes to reveal that pattern to you, to let you know you are aligned with your synchronicity and that it is expanding and growing and accelerating, whatever it takes. Let it come in all the forms and all the guises that it can. For it's the same pattern presenting itself in different ways, with different faces at different times, but always the perfect time. Always in perfect harmony with your frequency, your vibration, your synchronicity. Over and over and over again. No matter how chaotic the world may seem, no matter how random, there are always these underlying synchronous patterns that are there for you, and each of you has your own, and it is unique, and they all overlap, and they all exist. And by your frequency, can you pull out of the random background these patterns for yourself and know that you are on your track, your path, the path you are, that you're aligned with it now, consciously aligned with it, never off it, just consciously aligned with it, able to recognize it, make it more apparent every moment. Synchronicity will abound, will grow. And as you play the game of Saibo, the transformational game of synchronicity that has served us so well, and that can serve you too, as a permission slip, as a doorway, as a portal, as an opening to the synchronicity within your mind, within your heart, within your soul, so that you may experience all that is in more synchronous, connected ways, and truly begin to see more clearly that all is one and all is connected, and all is here and all is now. Let it come to you in whatever ways represent the paths of least resistance, and go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with your flow, for you are the current. You are the stream and the current within it. And you are that which is carried down the stream. Allow yourself to go where the current will flow. No resistance. Relaxed, supported, unconditionally warmed by the sun or cooled by the moon, under the stars or under the blue sky of your world. As the clouds pass by and the patterns emerge, know that they are all reflections and projections of your consciousness, there to aid and assist you as signposts along the path that you are, to let you know with absolute certainty that being yourself as fully as you can is the truest, easiest, most effortless, most joyful way to experience your lives as they unfold in perfect harmony and perfect timing. Amid what may appear to be the spinning random chaos of life, you will always find the patterns that represent your path, who and what you truly are. Let them come. Let them come. Let them come. At every moment where you find it necessary, acknowledge what you have instead of what you don't. Appreciate who you are, where you are, when you are, what you have in that moment. And above all, allow. Allow what needs to happen next to happen. And expand your synchronicity, your harmony. And allow yourself to see with more transparency the vibrational frequency of your core as it attracts and manifests exactly what you need, exactly when you need it, exactly how you need it, exactly when you need it, exactly with whom you need it. On all levels, be clear about your definitions
of your excitement. Do not infuse it with things that do not belong in that definition, for those are other realities altogether. Each is a pure, vibrational color in a vast spectrum, and each is its own experience unto itself. Act on your excitement for its own sake, for that is the truest form, truest expression of your core frequency. All else that is required shall fall into place. As the wheel spins, as you take your snapshots, the patterns will appear. The path will be clear. Live within the vibrational stream of your synchronicity. Cybo 13, transformation, synchronicity. The revelation of your true core frequency as expressed in your reality. Have fun. Allow it to be a game. Allow it to be a dream in which you can awake and understand more clearly everything that is relevant for you in your life, and let go of those things that are not. For all that is relevant shall come to pass, and that which does not come to pass is not relevant for you. Trust that. Acknowledge that. Appreciate that, and allow that. Live in the now, the beautiful now, the perfect now, the only now, that shall become another now, and another, and another, and another. Allow yourselves now to slow the spinning wheel down, even as you still see the patterns, so that even when the wheel slows to what appears to be a stop, it will always also be spinning. And it is just one frame of reference, one way of looking at it, one perspective, one point of view. But they are all overlapping, they are all here and now. And you can pluck out of that combined vibration that which is yours by the allowance of synchronicity that will be reflected to you by simply choosing to be the state that you prefer. Your true self, your highest excitement, your joy, your unconditional love and worthiness and deservability, your self-empowerment. For you are all that is, seeing itself in all the ways that it can. You are all connected and you are all one. Take a deep breath in and make this your own truth, in your own way, and breathe it out into your reality. Take a deep breath in and crystallize this into your very essence and being, and breathe it out into your reality. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and cherish it, and nurture it, and acknowledge and appreciate and allow it to blow out and clean out and wash out all that does not belong to you. And allow only that to remain which is crystal clear and purely your own. And that is all you need to do. Just do your best. Live, love, and enjoy. Relax into your true nature, and all is well. All is well. All is well. Allow your music to soften. Allow your lights to dim, and remain in the darkness that is the void that contains all the random probabilities, and let yourself drift
and feel the patterns coming to you that are yours. All the ones that work for you. And just breathe and be at peace and drift and dream and know that you are a new person in a new reality every moment of the now. Just breathe. Just breathe. Simply breathe. We thank you for the co-creation of this interaction, our deepest appreciation to you all, and our unconditional love, always. Pleasant dreams. Good day.